Live. Hello, it's me. I was wondering if after the NHL draft you'd like to meet to go over all the picks. Anyways, welcome everyone to the Streakers On Podcast live edition. It is I, Jacob Moore, the self-proclaimed sports analyst, and Craig is busy glamping or camping or trailering or whatever I said it was.
Go glamping.
So the CEO is away on a business trip, as we like to say. But of course, you know what? We still have the best cast that there ever is. We have Mr. Lane Dashing Dashco and Mr. Moore for your money.
Woo!
That was a pathetic woo.
Woo!
That was better. Did you know, fun fact, woo, if he was saying woohoo, he'd be making babies in The Sims. There are Sims players here on the island. Lane, have you ever played Sims?
I have not.
Really? I thought you would have been a Sims guy.
No, I just mostly played NHL and mostly playing NHL in the sports games.
Now, see, I love to play Sims and
put them and
get all the characters in a pool and then take away the ladder so they can't get back out of the pool.
Oh my, that's just mean.
But do we think, quickly, NHL draft, are we going to see any players getting angry about where they're getting drafted today?
No, I don't think so. I was watching the pre-draft show, and a lot of these kids are going to be emotional, especially Matthew Schaefer. I was watching his story, and I got to be honest, it's going to be heartbreaking to watch him. Hopefully, if he does get picked number one, because I was just watching about his mom and how he lost his mom at such a young age, and the last thing that he was able to tell his mom was that he was going to get picked number one overall. So Expect some waterworks. He said, I don't know if I'll be able to walk to the stage without crying. So I was watching because there's a lot of
I would say hockey players aren't a bunch of crybabies. You know, they put on the jersey with pride and do their job.
I will say, though, I know at one point I said I wondered if you were going to see. Oh, we have Adam, won't say his last name, but he is saying unless someone really drops. And yeah, because already I've been seeing things about Michael Misa potentially dropping down to 4th or 5th.
Wow.
It's because people are saying he's not ready yet. He's probably 2 years away. When you look at a guy like Matthew Schaefer, I think he's NHL ready.
Well, that's the thing I've heard a lot about this pick. The thing that the reason they say this draft is supposed to be quote unquote so crazy is because a lot of the players aren't really going to make an immediate impact. Does that mean these players aren't good? No, but it means you're looking at it like you said, 2-3 year window before these players really can provide something offensively or defensively to their teams. So you're going to see a lot of teams maybe not taking the risk this year. You might see a lot of teams trading down, valuing guys at different spots. Like you're hearing a bunch of things about this guy dropping 4 spots and this guy dropping 3 spots. And Frondell's a guy who was supposed to go from 13th to 4th. And I'm
hearing he might go 2nd.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Daily Faceoff currently has him as the 2nd pick. Where Bob
a lot of movement, which is unusual.
Now, one thing, I know originally I said I wondered if the Islanders were going to be moving on from the 1st overall pick because they have Noah Dobson.
Not now. Yeah.
What the hell do I know, apparently? Noah Dobson is now a Montreal Canadian. And I don't know about you guys. And of everything that happened today, that's the one that I was absolutely shocked about.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
But the other moves, we kind of heard rumblings about it, right?
Well, that's the most shocking news I heard in the NHL. It's not the most shocking news of the day. I think with Noah Dobson, you saw Montreal making a move in defense because of Savard retiring. And with New York having his first overall pick for drafting a good defenseman, and Noah Dobson signed with $9.5 million, I think it's a little crazy. So maybe they didn't want to be crazy, you know? So
I don't think 9.5 is crazy for Noah Dobson. You're telling me Noah Dobson is worse than Darnell Nurse?
no, he's way better.
I think Noah Dobson on the right team is a top 10 defenseman in the NHL.
Well, I agree with you.
He's
just
very
so-
underrated.
Just so you boys know that we'll see what happens, but I'm hearing the 16th and 17th pick from the Islanders is going to be in potential to try to get inside the top 5 for the Islanders. Apparently, the Islanders are trying to line up 3 picks in a row. They're trying to do what Boston. They're trying to get a 3-pick window in a row here. So expect the 16th and 17th pick to be traded as another top 5 pick. They want to get like at least 2 players inside the top 5.
Kind of what Brian Burke did in Vancouver.
I've also been hearing some rumblings about Mitch Marner potentially being moved today. This would be the last opportunity for the Toronto Maple Leafs to make a move with him. He has that no movement clause, but I think if potentially Marner wants to sign a longer deal, which we don't know, some people have said longer, some people have said shorter.
Yeah, short.
But someone who did sign a deal today for the Leafs was Mr. John Tavares. And I got to be honest, that was something that caught me off guard.
Quickly here, but before we move on to that, I do agree with Adam here. He said he was shocked it wasn't 2 firsts and a player for Noah Dobson, especially with the extension. I agree. I don't think the Islanders got enough for Noah Dobson.
Well, they did get a player. They got him that bottom 6 forward.
They
got
did
some
get
nobody.
Noah Dobson.
That's some nobody.
You guys are going on that you don't think Edmonton got enough for Evander Kane.
Mm-hmm.
Noah Dobson's an elite defenseman, right? Like I said, he's a top 10. It's funny enough, every time I build a team in NHL 25, I am always bringing in Noah Dobson to my team. So I agree with you, Adam. I think they should have got more. And Lane, people are not used to you being clean shaved.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I shaved. I got annoyed at the beard and the mustache. So I was like, yeah, get rid of it. It's a new day.
It's a new year, really. You think about the draft, it's the start of a new year in the NHL, right?
Yeah.
And just to move on to Lane's point,
Lane, you look good.
I always look good.
Lane Dashco, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we're not seeing.
Hide your wives. Just kidding.
We're probably not seeing. We're probably not seeing Mitch Marner getting re-signed today, but we know John Tavares is not getting traded because he did finally sign for the dollar value. I think it was correct for him. Like I said, what really screwed John Tavares was the Matt Duchene contract. Matt Duchene's younger, faster, point-to-game player, and he signed for 4.5. That hometown discount. So you know Tavares is going to get less for 4.5. He signed at 4.3. I think this is an excellent signing. I know he talked about changing the culture and DNA Maple Leafs. I agree with that, but I think trading away Mitch Marner is enough of a change. I think now basically you freed up $7 million in cap space by dumping Tavares' salary, and now you're dumping Marner's salary on top of it, dumping $17 million in cap. That gives you plenty of space to sign up Matthew Knives and to bring in a top free agent, which we just heard right before he went live will not be Sam Bennett.
No, but going back, though, to the Tavares signing, I actually think this is the first time in a long time Tavares is showing leadership here, and I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah,
I agree.
He's saying to the boys, look, take less money and let's try to win a championship. Because I've been hearing speculation that Tavares could have gotten upwards between 8 to 10 million in the open market.
Definitely.
I think he's $8 million player.
Realistically, I thought he was worth between 7 and 8.5 on the open market. And I said this from the beginning. The Toronto Maple Leafs cannot sign John Tavares for anything over 5.
Yeah, they did. It got under 5.
And they didn't. And what I think that Brad Treliving did too, I think he may have even called Tavares on his bluff a little bit and said, okay, go somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
He had no interest in going anywhere else because, it's like Sleep Country. Why buy a mattress anywhere else? He doesn't want to move.
This is the difference of
this stage of his career. I think he wants to play for the Leafs until he retires.
This is the difference between having a real GM and having a doofus of a GM. He was hardcore negotiating, got the deal done. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Adam. I thought that being under 5. I thought it was going to be 5 mil, like on the
So-
nose, like
And
right
another-
on the nose, like right there. But
And the thing I like about this is, and I like this, I feel like John Tavares took leadership, but I don't know if you boys feel, but it feels like this is the first contract the Leafs actually came away winners. They got a player with way cheaper, and the thing I like here, they're learning from their mistakes here. He only has a full no movement clause for the first 2 years. After that, it becomes only he can pick 5 teams, but at least it gives the Leafs options. If this goes south in the last 2 years, they don't have to keep him here. So I really believe that this is a great contract, and this is something that happens when you have a more experienced GM in Brad Living, someone who knows how to play the negotiation game a little bit better than Kyle Dubas. And I think this is 100% a W for the Toronto Maple Leafs, even though maybe a few weeks ago, I was singing a different tune, saying I don't want him, but hey, you know what? For the contract and the money, I'll take it. I'll forgive him.
Now, a move that I was surprised about, did you boys see Charlie Coyle's going to be going to the Blue Jackets?
I did see that. That was a bit of a
Charlie Coyle and
surprise.
Miles Wood have gone to the Blue Jackets, and then Colorado's gotten Gavin Brindley in the third round and a third round pick of this draft, 77, and a conditional second round pick for 2027.
Yeah, and the condition is.
I will say I absolutely love this trade for Columbus. I think they just need a little more depth. I think both of these guys add depth. I don't think Charlie Coyle really worked in Colorado.
I was just going to say that.
So I absolutely love this move by Columbus. I think
Miles
Colorado,
Wood seems to be a decent player too, actually.
Yeah, but I think for Colorado, this was kind of a fail in all through all, because like you traded a decent draft pick to bring in Charlie Coyle.
You know what the crazy thing is? Coyle did get 13 points in 19 games as an Avalanche and a +5 in the regular season. So he played well there, but in my understanding, he didn't do anything in the playoffs. I'm just double checking. The playoffs, he got 1 goal and he was -4. So kind of like Brock Besser, too. I don't think I'm so really surprised Colorado we signed Brock Besser. I don't think he did enough.
They didn't have Brock Besser. You mean Brock Nelson, bud?
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
What's interesting here for Charlie Coyle, it's more the cap space. This is going to clear up a 5.25 salary per year for the Colorado Avalanche.
And Columbus needs to spend more cap space with their unfortunate
Well, not just that. I think Columbus needs some more strength up the middle, and you're getting a veteran, gritty center who can play second line when he needs to, but it's quite normal for him to be a third line center. So I really like this move from Columbus.
I also like
Columbus is right there, right? That's how I feel.
I also like Miles Wood too. He did have injuries this year, only playing 37 games, only had 8 points. But the year before that, he played 74 games at 26 points, 76 games, 27 points, 25. Even in his sophomore year, he got 32 points. I think he can be a very decent third or fourth line winger. And especially on a team like Columbus, I think he'll get some ice time. And I think that's kind of an underestimating piece of the trade that we're not going to talk about now, but going into a playoff plus, it's going to make a difference.
And I'm going to say this too. I don't think we're anywhere near done with trades today.
No, not at all. Like, look, as you were signing on, this is why we were kind of late getting on the air. As we were getting on the air, the Sam Bennett signing happened, right? So we now know for sure that Sam Bennett will not be a Maple Leaf or Bruin or Canuck or anything else. He's definitely staying in Florida. I think they signed him. I think this is a perfect contract. I think they got him pretty much dead on the money. I would like to see him at 7.5, but what's $500K, right? I mean, yeah, 100%. They did a great move.
Now let's go back into the comments here before we get into Sam Bennett. And the NHL draft has started, so we will be chiming in on when these picks are going. I'm assuming Matthew Schaefer is going to go first overall with the Noah Dobson trade today. But I think did the Leafs make a good move with 91? Ripson's asking, and I would say yes. And again, I feel the contract is good value. He is a center that can jump between your second and third line. From what I'm hearing, the Leafs really want to get a second line center, though. I'm actually a little surprised David Kemp has not been bought out yet. Nothing against the guy, but I'm wondering if you're waiting because what if they can't get another center better than John Tavares, and John Tavares has to be your second, Lawton your third, Kemp your fourth, which isn't terrible if that's your
Kemp's
situation.
definitely not a bad center. I really like him.
But no, I would say this, as much as I wasn't sure if I wanted Tavares as a Leaf or not still, that's when I was hearing he wanted between 6 to 8. And I said, I just don't feel the Leafs can pay him that.
No.
At 4.3, you will not find a better center than him for under $5 million. Maybe Matt Duchene. And that's about it. And I would say they're very comparable. Duchene's a little faster. Tavares.
I rather have John Tavares.
It's a 50-50 for me, right? They each do different things. But overall, I really like this signing.
Everyone forgets about this because he's played well in Dallas. And Matt Duchene has been on a lot of different teams. And not every team is a big fan of him. There's rumors bumbling around. He's got a little bit of an attitude problem. That's why he's been moved around so much. Versus John Tavares, I think should still be the captain. And he's really taking a leadership in this team and taking his contract cut. And he even said in his quote today, he took a cut and paid to win a cup in Toronto. And he's honored to wear the blue and white. I mean, that's the definition of a hero in my book. You know, he took so much less money to stay in Maple Leaf, and that's the type of players we want. And I would say it was 9-year spam of a Santa plan. We haven't had players. That's what I'm saying. We're finally seeing a difference, right? Because in the Santa plan, it's like, oh, we don't care if someone wants to be a Maple Leaf or not. We'll just pay out the money since we have it and get the best players. But now it's like, they did the right thing, and I think Treliving's not done. I think Treliving wanted the cap space too because he wants to put his own stamp on this team. Like, this is still kind of the Shannon Plan doofus team, and I think he wants to put what we saw with Chris Tanev last year. That's definitely a Treliving player. We saw Scott Laughton in trade deadline, Brian Carlo trade deadline, but definitely Treliving players. I think Sam Bennett would have been the big ticket, but unfortunately that's not happening now. So let's hope that we're seeing another big player either tonight or on July 1st. It puts Treliving stamp on this team.
So Lane, you've been talking to us quite a bit about there's some new rules going into the draft this year, and the Islanders are currently on the docket. Each team roughly gets about 5 minutes to make their pick, so we're still waiting to hear what's going on with the Islanders here. I'm assuming it'll be Matthew Schaefer.
They be traded. Yeah.
But Mr. Lane, what are some of the new rules for the draft this year?
Yeah, this is a new rule coming in as effective tonight. Just kind of the rules on how they get signed now. So if you're drafted at the age of 18, teams will hold their rights to that player until the 4th June 1 after the draft. So they have 4 June 1st after this draft to sign him. If you're drafted in 19, teams will hold the rights until the 3rd June. So you have 3 years. If you're an NCAA expiration, the rights extend 30 days after notifying the NHL they are no longer in college. And the commissioner, Gary Bettman, has hit the stage, and he is getting treated with a room full of booze. So they are not very happy to see Gary Bettman here.
We're in Los Angeles, correct?
They are in Los Angeles. We're going to see a lot of celebrities tonight. There's a lot of celebrity picks. And there's also a new rule. Well, if you're watching the draft, if you're not right now, what he's doing is he's sitting at this. There's like a little podium at the side of the stage, and there's like a main logo on the main stage. They said he's got some new rules tonight. If there's a trade or something he needs to announce quickly, he will not go to the center of the stage. He will go to his little secret podium on the side and announce any trades or any shocking news. If there's a signing, he will walk to the middle. So we will know whether there's going to be a trade or a draft coming in.
Interesting. I like it.
Wowzers. But
we have a trade to announce.
We could talk about this quickly before the first overall pick goes. Do we all in agreement that Matthew Schaefer will be the first overall pick tonight?
Not say if it's trade today. Yeah, 100%.
Lane, what are you thinking? Yeah,
I think Matthew Schaefer is going to be the first overall pick, especially just getting rid of Noah Dobson. I feel like that's the new player that's going to be the replacement player, and I think he'll kind of serve that same need that the Islanders lost. So.
Which trade from Montreal getting that? Holy cow, I didn't give up much for him.
Now, what's interesting about Matthew Schaefer, he only played 17 games this year. That's the only thing that would scare me a little bit if I was drafting him. Kind of like when Morgan Riley slipped quite a few picks this draft year, right? And it's tough. I mean, he looked really good in the World Juniors before he blew his shoulder out.
Yeah.
But in 17 games, 7 goals, 15 assists, 22 points, 8 pounding minutes with the Erie Otters. Big piece of that team, big piece of that locker room, and he's a guy that really will make an impact. Now, do you guys see him playing for the Islanders this year if he gets drafted?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Dan saying yes, Lane saying no. I'm saying I think he'll at least be there for preseason. I could see him giving him a 7-game stint to see how he goes in the regular season, because you just moved on
9
from Noah
games.
Dobson.
You
Whatever.
also
Yeah,
forget
he's got with Noah Dobson.
Yeah, but you forget defensemen. The defensemen
Whoa,
are really.
I just thought of a mind-blowing thing.
What's that?
The Islanders are going to sign Aaron Ekblad.
That could.
Oh,
The Islanders are going to sign Aaron Ekblad. I'm calling this right now.
They could. I could see that.
Adam says he is going back. It would be dumb not to send him back. Well, Adam, I guess Dan and I are just stupid.
Well, what I was trying to say was you got to be careful, because defense is a lot more of a the way a defenseman sort of like progresses is a lot slower than forwards, which doesn't really you think it, because it's more of it takes them longer to actually learn the game than a forward. A forward can transition a bit easier because depending on the play, but a defense has to really learn the system, learn how to backski, learn how to defend these forwards that are a lot faster, a lot more skilled. It ends up taking a few more years as a defenseman. You don't typically see them until maybe 19 to 21. Forwards are more likely to jump up faster, but especially goalies and defensemen, they tend to take a little bit longer. So I wouldn't throw Matthew Schaefer into the fire right away here.
I get your point, Lane. I really do, but I think it's not very often a defenseman gets drafted first overall. This defenseman was a big loss to Team Canada when he was injured. I think he is an NHL-ready player.
Now, here, going to the comments with Shades, I believe the huge call, he's referring to me saying Aaron Ekblad to the Islanders. But think about it. He is exactly the type of player the Islanders love. He's big, he's physical, he's got playoff experience. And if you're moving on from Noah Dobson, those are huge shoes to fill. And Noah Dobson did have a bit of a disappointing season last year. Aaron Ekblad is the best defenseman on the market, who will probably go for around the same. Sam Bennett, by the way, is not going to Ottawa, Mr. Shades. He signed an 8-year extension worth $8 million per year with the Florida Panthers at approximately $639.4267.
The official time was 6:47. We were supposed to come on at 6:45, and the signing officially happened at 6:47. That's why we were.
So Lane is now saying the Islanders have 3 minutes, because Lane, even when he's on the show, he wants to be in the comment section. I think it's because he just wants to show off his beautiful picture. Well, now you can see him. Beard, no beard. Beard.
Well, I made a comment too. We never post my comment because you're an a-hole.
You just say hello. Oh, here we go. They're going to a rebuild, giving the Dobson trade. Why sign an older player in Ekblad? Because I think the Islanders are going for a retool, not a rebuild. That's my thought process. And
I think it should be a rebuild.
Because you already have
Yes, you lost Matt Martin.
Oh, who cares?
Matt Martin was the key identity piece of that team.
Now, and if you can go out and get Aaron Ekblad, you have good goaltending in Sorokin and Varlamov.
Do you, though? They weren't very good odds there.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, just
Shades is talking about, I believe, Sam Bennett. 8/8, I think, is about. Actually, if anything, I'm a little surprised the Panthers gave him 8. I thought the Panthers were going to get him at 6.5 to 7, because if they want to keep Ekblad and Marchand, there's rumors the Leafs are going to offer Brad Marchand $9 million over 3 years.
I can see that.
Crazy.
It's a little expensive, but I mean,
can't be from
here we go. Right? Only 8 for Bennett. Panthers are going for the 3-peat. It'll be interesting to see with Florida, right? Because Sam Bennett extremely overperformed in these playoffs. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that ever again. Time will tell. It's an 8-year over 8, but I do love Sam Bennett. He's my type of player. And the Islanders have officially drafted Matthew Schaefer first over.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
From Canada, 6'2", 186 pounds, played for the Erie Otters.
And you can tell he looked just seeing his reaction, he looks like he said he might not be able to walk down there without crying, but
Might be Niagara Falls in his eyes.
yeah,
But
his dad,
Niagara Falls, Ontario.
the thing I'm concerned about Sam Bennett is, for such a long term, you don't think he went there. I think he did overachieve in the playoffs. So I'm okay with the $8 million salary. I'm not okay with 8 years because how is his contract going to look in year 5, 6, and 7,
who
right?
cares?
Now, Shade's saying on open market he's getting more than 8, and yes, he clones fools in the playoffs. And yeah, Shades, I agree. He would probably get 10 in the open market. I'm just surprised Florida, with what they're trying to build, gave him 8. That's all I'm saying, because if they're saying they want to keep Tkachuk, I mean, not Tkachuk, they want to keep Marchand, and they want to keep Ekblad.
Well, can we see the guy that can Chuck be traded?
You're not trading Matthew Tkachuk. He's the heart and soul in that team and the rat poison. But I
don't
mean,
think he was this year.
Danny was playing with he was basically dead, and he was
he's like dead every year,
and he still almost put up a point per game.
Yeah,
I'm happy.
No, I think Sam Bennett. Congratulations, Sam Bennett. Talk about a warrior, a guy that everyone thought was a scrub to being potentially, was people were talking about, one of the biggest names on the free agent list, and now he is hook on.
Daryl Sutter and I called him with Sam Bennett when he was the 4th line center in Calgary. Daryl Sutter loved him then, and Daryl Sutter said trade anyone on his team but Sam Bennett. So what did Calgary do? They trade Sam Bennett, and now Calgary sucks, and Florida's got 2 cups.
So my next question is: Michael Misa going 2nd overall to the San Jose Sharks, or do they go and look for something a bit bigger?
Imagine Misa playing with help me.
Celebrini?
Yes, Celebrini. I was going to say.
I wonder if they actually go for James Hangs out of Boston College, NCAA. I think he's more NHL ready than Michael Misa. He's a bigger guy. Put up 37 points in 37 games in NCAA Division I. That's very.
I think going NCAA route is a real gamble because you could get someone like Matthew Knives with Tyler Bozak, or you could get someone like Alexander Kerfoot. And
I mean, Kerfoot has been a great NHL player over the years.
He's a piece of crap. And what's the other one? Kristen Haynes. And Tyler Biggs.
Back then, the NCAA programs weren't as good as they are now. I'm a big believer in this guy. Right? He's a bigger dude. I think he might be more what the San Jose Sharks are looking for, more ready now. Right? He is 5'10", 185 pounds. He plays a bit more physical. Now, it's interesting. I think everyone else thinks I'm out to lunch because he's being ranked anywhere from 4th to 7th on most people's draft boards. But I do wonder, the San Jose Sharks are known for going off the board sometimes.
And I think with this draft, besides of Safer, I think all the other players are very even. So I think you will see some movement off the board this year.
Now, I've also seen some people talk about Porter Matrone from the Brampton Steelheads. This is another guy, 6'3", 190, 205 pounds. He's ranked anywhere from 3rd to 5th in the draft rankings. He's known as a power forward, but more described him as a playmaker. And again, I think maybe San Jose is looking for a bit more bulkiness. Maybe he could be like
a Jumbo Joe.
So it'll be interesting.
And everyone seems to be really happy with Matthew Schaefer here. Reading a lot of good reactions just here on social media as we're talking. Everyone seems to be really happy with this kid. You can just see him emotional, so emotional.
He seems like a nice guy.
He's so happy.
Yeah.
Unlike the guy the Raptors picked last night.
Oh, I know.
Actually, quickly, I want to talk about that a little bit before we get into before we see who the Sharks pick. Are you guys surprised they fired Masai Ujiri after the draft and not before?
Yes.
I don't know why you let him do the draft.
In my opinion, of all these things happening today, that was the biggest shocker in sports. Because you would think in theory, if you're going to get a new guy in there, you want him to start with the draft and make his own picks and start building his identity to his team. And I'm with Lane. Sure. I don't know if it's really Masai Ujiri's fault. But if you like keep playing all this pressure on him, may as well get rid of him, and that's what they did.
Actually, I'll be honest. My biggest shock of the day was finding out Chad Cowie's going to be out at least till week 7.
That's tough, eh?
That was
Yeah,
my
that's a big
big
one,
shock
too.
because I originally thought this was the week he was coming back from what I'd
Right.
heard about, and he had just been training out in Buffalo with his trainer. I saw some videos on social media, but Ryan Dinwiddie talked about it on Overdrive, and he just said he's just not there physically yet to protect himself in the pocket. So,
That's
and
important.
also too, I think if you're Toronto, I think you have enough confidence in Nick Arbuckle, and it's still early in the year. You want Kelly healthy for the end of the stretch, not the beginning. But that was my
Well, I
biggest
think so.
shock of the day.
I think so too, because even if they're 0-3, I don't think it's Arbuckle's fault.
Well, he's not the solution, but he's not the problem.
Yeah.
But the San Jose Sharks are still currently on the clock. I almost wondered too if San Jose was maybe going to trade down in this draft.
They
But
still might. I wouldn't be surprised.
back to the comment section we go. Shayford is a stud, and why would you let him draft for the Raptors? Insane. I do agree. If Matthew
I agree,
Shayford
that's what I'm
drafted
saying.
for the Raptors, that would be insane. Shades. I kid. But yeah, I don't understand keeping Masai Ujiri just for the draft and going bye. I'll still see you later. I miss you. Bye.
Apparently, there was rumors rumbling how to do with
Wednesday.
money too. With the what? I don't know what happened.
Go
with
ahead.
the
Dan.
new ownership, they didn't want to give Nigeria Jerry the money that he wanted. It was just the last year of his contract. I mean, I would have gave him one more year. It's not like you can trade a president where you can trade a player, right? So we're talking about cutting costs. You're Toronto Raptors. Why worry about cutting costs? Like the money.
I think this came down to it is they don't feel that Masai Ujiri had a real direction because he went out last season
Didn't seem
and
like
went out
that.
and got a good depth players. Now all of a sudden he wants to trade half of them for Kevin Durant. Like it just to me
Right.
feels like he's just throwing crap at the wall and hoping it sticks. By the way, if you ever do have to crap, don't throw it at the wall because that would just stink it out. But
you got toilet paper and poop word of the day.
exactly. Oh no! Right now you need to be watching the Street Goes On podcast.
They
But-
got 2 minutes for the Sharks.
I am curious to see where the Sharks go with this one. I think it's going to come down from what I've been seeing from different draft rankings. I think it's good. I think they'll end up picking Michael Misa. I did wonder about Patrone and Hangs from either the Brampton Steelheads or Boston College, especially Boston College. Like, Dan, you talk about an NCAA legendary program, and I know you say the NCAA is a risk, but Boston College just keeps pumping out elite player after elite player after elite player. I've also seen some rumblings about Anton. Oh my gosh. his last name.
Frundell.
Thank you.
Frundell.
I have seen some rumblings about him potentially moving up to the second spot,
Oh,
which I think would
Yeah,
be
I
a little
can see
crazy. I think Misa is the best, most skilled, but I think he's not close. I don't think he's ready yet. Although
you look
he does
at
have a chip on
Misa's
his shoulder.
numbers, he by far had the best numbers of anyone in this draft. Like his points per game were off the
And
board.
he's from Oakville.
And it's in the OHL too. Like the OHL is a very competitive league, right? So to get over like 2 points a game in the OHL is impressive.
They're saying, from reading off of Elite Prospects, he is a east to west player who likes to capitalize on neutral zone gap coverages, and he uses a lot of speeds and is able to slow down and accelerate quickly to hit his teammates en route with pucks on tape-to-tape passes. So the only thing I've been seeing is I have just heard that this guy he's not NHL ready yet.
Why?
Now, mind you, the Sharks aren't trying to win tomorrow.
Well,
So
that's what I
maybe they're
mean. I think it's
okay
a
with
good
a
fit.
player that is 2-3 years away. Lane, you were saying that off camera, eh? That you feel Misa, you've been hearing kind of 2 to 3 years away.
I'm hearing that on a lot of players. So feels like that's going to be a lot of the common thread tonight is that a lot of these players are going to be maybe not. What's going on, Logan? And it looks like the San Jose Sharks are coming up to announce their pick now.
I just want to say your name, Lane.
Mm.
So you say the
Yeah.
San Jose Sharks are coming up, and who are they drafting? Two.
Congratulations to Florida Panthers for winning the Stanley Cup. Congratulations to
Well,
Edmonton to losing again.
Well, they're actually not doing that this year, but I hear there's a lot of complaining right now with how they're doing this. A lot of people are not happy with the way because it's all virtual. They're actually not there. They're just
weird.
Gary Bettman's making all the picks, so they go to a room, they call him, they tell him what they're picking. Gary Bettman comes out and says, This is a pick, so there's not going to be a lot of this welcome, thank you, and all this thank you stuff.
Oh,
I think they're
see
trying to
it.
speed the draft up because fans have complained it takes too long.
Hmm.
Which, I mean, it certainly is not a fast process.
Yeah, so they're just talking about their last picks. They drafted Brady in 2024, Dickinson 2024, Will Smith in 2023, Quentin Musty in 2023, and Philip Bystedt in 2022. So those are the most recent picks for the San Jose Sharks.
Mind you, I actually really like this Sharks team. Like, I mean, you got Tyler Toffoli as well. This is a good young team. Give them 2 years.
I'm
and
surprised
maybe
they got Tyler Toffoli.
scored 32 goals last year. He's a great
No,
player.
I mean, he's a great player. It's when you've got a lot of picks
You
for him.
need, though, you don't want to happen to Celebrini what's happening to Bedard and him having absolutely nobody to play with.
Well, that's true, too.
And Toffoli's a good journeyman. He's a really good, solid player.
Well, sir, I love him.
But no, I actually really like the San Jose team.
A lot of complaints from social media about how slow this is. Someone said it's going to take 48 hours. A lot of complaints about.
I will say I am kind of surprised considering, Lane, you've said that, San Jose Sharks are coming to the podium or the lectern, actually. The podium's just the steps behind the lectern, for anyone who doesn't know that.
Well, I don't know.
And the pick still isn't made yet.
Yeah.
Because they got to call Gary Bettman, right? So they got to call Gary Bettman and he's got to approve it. So
hello?
It's just taking a lot longer than you thought.
Oh, it is.
So while we wait for this pick to be made, just a reminder in the CFL, we also have the Hamilton Tiger Cats taking on the Montreal Alouettes. You still have 3 minutes to get your streaker picks in for that game. That's going to be a really tight game between I think that's going to be a tighter game than people give it credit for. I did originally say, I think I picked Hamilton originally, but
here we go.
I'm going to stick with Hamilton. Lane said, here we go. He's Dak Prescott. Who do we got? Who's being picked?
There we go.
Lane's leaning in for a kiss.
Oh, they got a celebrity pick now. Why they do?
Oh, good
Why is
Lord.
Dave Bettman here?
Who's this guy?
Michael Misa.
Oh,
Michael
That's just
Misa.
selected by the San Jose Sharks.
There you go.
San Jose
Wow,
did
so there you
knock
go.
off the board. Again,
who was the celebrity?
It was WWE superstar Bailey. That's
Oh.
pretty cool. She is a big San Jose Sharks fan, and she's from
no
San
idea
Jose.
who that is.
She's a big
But-
wrestler.
Michael Misa, again, 65 games, 62 goals, 72 assists, 134 points. A lot of people felt he should have made the World Junior Hockey Tournament for
Yeah.
Team Canada, including himself. He said he feels he has something to prove this next season since he was not even brought to the camp last year. So expect for him to make some big moves. This is a player that, he's 2 years away, but he's an exciting player to watch.
Wow, Sportsnet just updated now. They're really behind.
They are behind, yeah.
If you watch, you know what it is? They're actually watching the Streakers On podcast, and that's how they're.
That's
getting it.
right. Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying to watch this live, and I'm like, they're so far behind compared to social media. But yeah,
So next is Chicago. So we'll see if we get someone to play with Bedard.
I think I could
Do
see
it
it.
for
This
Connor.
is what I could see
Someone
getting
play
traded. To be
with
honest,
Mm.
You think they're
I
going to
think-
trade this pick?
I think you have to. You need someone to play with Bedard. Like, what are you going to wait 3 years? Bedard's going to be gone in 3 years.
Connor. I guess what could be gone next year. At this point, he's only played 2 years. I think his rookie contract's only 3 years long, correct? And he's a restricted free agent. Well, if someone pulls him an offer seat, I mean, he could be gone.
So yeah, Michael Misa.
Since you've been
134.
gone.
Someone could give an offer seat at $7 million or something.
I think
So
this
in
is a good
theory, they'll be going for Porter Matrone here for the Brampton Steelheads. Again, 57 games, 37 goals, 61 assists, 98 points. He's a player that likes to play on with a physical edge. He's on the wing, so in theory, could be a player to play at Bedard, but he's the captain of the Steelheads. But I don't see this guy being NHL ready this year either.
I'm surprised that I would think Chicago would pick this guy and then trade Bertuzzi.
Bertuzzi's not
There
really
has been
working out.
rumors about Tyler Bertuzzi, Tyler Bertuzzi being traded, and there's been some speculation that Toronto could be a team interested in bringing his services back.
I liked him in Toronto.
But I
You
mean,
can bring
we
it
look
back in
at
half, right?
Matrone here. He's a power forward, but he's also a playmaker. Pattern is imprinted in his mind, consistently scanning the ice and knowing where his teammates' tendencies are in rotation and expected movements around defenders. He stays connected with his line mates, avoiding coverage, and puts himself in advantageous spots to make the next play. He builds depth passing plays, moves ahead of opposition, and preys on defenders and goalies, manipulating them to open up great scoring possibilities. This is from EliteProspects.com. Great website, by the way, for anyone who's trying to find out more about these kind of players. So Lane, if you think they're going to trade away and be like, okay, bye, we don't want this pick, go away, who wants it?
Maybe the Islanders. Well, I heard the Islanders want another top pick, so maybe the Islanders will take it. I've been hearing they've been rumbling. They were looking at potentially getting Utah's 4th pick for the 16th and 17th pick. So if I'm calling out one team, I think it's the Islanders, because I know they really want to get their hometown boy James Higgins. I'm hearing that's a priority for them tonight.
I wonder about Buffalo wanting to move up. Buffalo certainly looks like they're a seller, and you want someone to go play with Connor Bedard, Tage frickin' Thompson. Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
Trade Tage Thompson for the 3rd overall pick.
He would be a great player to play with Bedard, that's for sure.
Mind you, I think Buffalo would be kind of stupid doing that trade. But
yeah, I think so too. That's not enough for Tage Thompson in my book.
You don't have a book, you don't read.
True. What I'm saying,
He does get the circus book a lot, though.
I do.
I haven't given him a circus, but yeah, we've been on the air for 32 minutes. Over 32 minutes, actually.
42 minutes.
40 minutes and 35 seconds. 36. 37.
But man, this Michael Misa kid, really explosive, man.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I will say I'm excited to see him in a couple of years with how much young talent is on this Sharks team already.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you guys don't see him making the team this year, right? Because I don't.
No.
But
I think he will.
No.
I do.
Why, Dan?
Hi, Dan.
I think he's very underrated. I think he's an underrated player. I think, like you said, he had a lot to prove because he got 4-0 in Team Canada. No. I'm right, bro. Like, he got over 2 points a game. What more do you want from the guy?
I've read and seen personally that he does have some defensive lapses at times. So he's starting to work on that.
He sucks anyway.
Because it can shatter.
Some excited players out there on the ice so the fans come into the seats. We're lucky to win 30 games this year. Who cares?
Oh, they'll win more than 30 games.
Yeah, San Jose actually was not that bad.
Yeah, they were the worst team in the league.
No, they weren't.
No, they weren't.
No, they weren't. I know they weren't. Oh, Dan's looking it up. You can tell as soon as Dan starts to read, because when he does, he gets in real close.
Cool note on Michael Misa here. He has the most multi-point games in CHL.
San Jose only had 20 wins last year. They had 20 wins, 50 losses, and 12 OT losses. So, yeah, I think San Jose will be a bit better. I think we'll be lucky to get 30 wins. So why not put him in the NHL?
Kill his confidence. Let him develop. Let him go play for Team Canada. Let him develop.
Look at we said Nathan Cargy wasting his life in the
that was
that's what kills the confidence.
NHL forever. Which actually, speaking of this, I want to ask you boys this question. Let me ask you a question. Why the hell can't these 17 and 18, like these 18-year-old players just got drafted to go play in the NHL?
I've wondered that forever myself.
I guess the stupidest. It's literally a development league.
Back when
Michael Misa, for example, I think is in that very weird category where I think he's probably too good to be in the CHL, not ready for the NHL. So what does that mean? Michael Misa.
Yeah.
I even say the same thing about Matthew Schaefer. So why not let them play the AHL?
I agree with you.
I think that'll
do these players go to the NCAA now for a year or two? It's a more physical game. I don't know if you boys ever watch NCAA hockey. It is a war.
It is. It's good hockey for sure.
I don't know why they don't make an NCAA hockey video game after seeing the way college football was blown up.
It's hard the rights. It's hard to get the rights.
But the thing is, though, then you wouldn't be dealing with. You wouldn't even need to do like actual NCAA schools. You could just do college hockey. And just get away from, because right now a lot of things that holds back a lot of these video games are actually the leagues. Pardon, Lane?
Pick is in for Chicago. Batman is coming up to the stage. See if they can do this a little bit faster here.
Let's see who gets it first. Lane watching the program or me on my computer?
Probably you.
Oh, me on Sportsnet.
No,
It takes them
Sportsnet
forever.
watching us. Get wrecked. I would
Sportsnet's
assume
definitely
if they
slow.
kept the pick, they're going to take Matrone. I think he's the best player available.
Patron.
Jeremy Roman
That's
comes
the
up to make the pick. That's cool.
Patron.
Oh, Jeremy Roenick. Oh, man, I miss him on do you guys remember Michael Landsberg's show?
Yeah.
I can be
Great
your
show.
hero, babe.
JR is the best.
We'll see who does quickly.
Oh my
Last
God.
pick. Are we expecting them? Are we expecting the draft board to continue to go 1, 2, 3 the way it's been projected?
I got
or
it.
Yes.
Anton Frundell.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Anton
Really?
Frundell is a Chicago
Jacob
Blackhawk.
called it.
I did. I said that I wonder if he'd be the guy. Because at one
Wow.
point he was the 13th overall pick by the Elite Prospects top 30.
Sportsman still doesn't have it. I don't know
Oh.
why I'm watching this at this point.
So
It's
Anton
so slow.
Dell, I am pulling up his stats right.
I got on Sportsnet now.
So Verdell's so just a little bit about this kid. He's got separation skill. Is his ability to get open away from the puck combined with high-end shooting talent. He gets off the wall and beats defense for rebounds and deflections, pushing the pace away from the puck, but also slowing down or dropping to the high slot when it's the right choice of action. So basically,
like a
this
two-way
kid's a
forward.
scoring stud.
Two-way center, yeah.
Two-way center, plays in the SHL, the Swedish Hockey League.
Which is a harder league to play in.
And in 29 games, he put up 25 points in that league.
Wow. I'm playing against adults, mind you.
Yeah, so he put up 11 goals, 14
Wow.
assists for 25 points at 16 pounding minutes.
Like CHL, you play against teenagers. NWCWA.
This is a kid I could see. You want a kid who might make a first-year impact? This is a kid I could see it.
Yeah,
Already playing
being in
against people
Chicago.
older, you kind of see his numbers. This is a kid I could see them actually giving.
I'm kind of surprised. Well, they didn't pick a winger or play with Bedard.
Again, these players aren't the type of players you're going for right away. But hey, you know what? We always appreciate the follow and the viewership, and we appreciate that you feel we are on a roll. And this definitely is not our first show, but this may be our longest live show we've ever done, depending on how long.
Oh, for sure, this is going to be long. We're only
But-
3 picks in, and we're only an hour already.
Oh my gosh,
We're only in
no,
an
this is-
hour.
So now this makes things interesting.
episode.
So it makes things interesting, in my opinion. This is the first pick that went off the board.
But it's funny, like if you look at this,
What does Utah do here? I could see Utah trading this pick.
I heard that Islander. I'm waiting for this Islander trade to happen. I heard it could be with Utah. I'm waiting for this
I
trade
don't
to
think
happen.
Utah's going to trade this pick. I think this is a big pick for Utah.
But why would
Yeah,
you
but
not
I
take
think
two
Utah is
picks?
closer to winning now than in 2 years.
Well, that's true too.
And Dan, you gotta remember,
culture.
2 picks, as we've learned, 2 is bigger than 1. If you're getting 2 picks out of it, if you're Utah, I would take 2 picks in the middle of the draft, like especially with the way this draft's going. Like it's all over the board, but I'm surprised that this is the first off the board pick. But what really surprises me, if you look at his rankings, right, like it's just all over the board. He's ranked 5 by number of consolidated. Elite Prospects had him 13th. Bob McKenzie had him 4th. Button had him 3rd. Ferrari had him 6th. THN Ryan Kennedy had him 4th. 6th, 4th, 7th, 5th, number 1, 5th, 6th, 4th. So a lot of people had him, but this all different. But there was no like consensus for this
It's
guy.
tough with these overseas players. He was playing in the Sweden 2 league, which is the second best league in the country.
Like number 1 is crazy.
But that makes me think maybe he's closer to being NHL ready.
Yeah, he looks like.
I think this is the kid to me that I could see. If you're wanting to see a kid that's going to make an immediate impact, I think Anton Frundell's my best bet for rookie of the year.
Do you know when sometimes you see
Wow.
a pick that ends up not being
I
the
can
first
see it.
pick, and then by like the end of the season,
Yeah, Morgan Riley. I'm just kidding.
and you're just like, wow, what an amazing pick.
Yeah,
I could.
exactly. The
It is not
Sportsnet
the
does
easiest thing to
have
say,
Sportsnet does have articles underneath each pick. talking
No
about the
trades
player
yet.
a bit. And I think it's even a video of the first pick.
But currently we have Utah on the docket, and I'm not sure if you've seen anything laying there. Does it? I guess here's the weird thing, actually. If all the GM's there, you can't really tell by watching it if there's a trade in the works.
Not until he comes up to the podium here.
Don't you remember when there was that picture of Kyle Dubas with 2 phones in his hand all the time?
Well, I was more excited when we were all in person. I remember one over the room with each other's little tables.
Oh, I used to love that.
Yeah. Had little
We're gonna
pieces
go to
of
a
paper
commercial
and
here.
pens and stuff. Remember, I had the phones in each table too, but some wondering why don't they didn't trust the phone.
So we got Utah, Nashville. The next few picks coming up will be the Utah Mammoth, the Nashville Predators, the Flyers, the Bruins, the Kraken, and the Buffalo Sabres. Those will be
I
the
can't
next few
believe
picks.
Buffalo. They're always so bad, and they never get a top 5 pick.
It's unbelievable.
As a reminder for Leaf fans, the Leafs do not have a pick in the first round because they traded that for Scott Lawton. We traded a first overall pick for a 4th line center. But anyway.
It's funny. I'm looking on social media and just everybody's hating this for this. It's almost like it's like a Wizard of Oz thing where it's like there's nobody on stage. They just walk up to a screen and look up at it. Everyone's like, this looks so weird.
So I wonder here, does Toronto look to trade into this first round draft, considering they don't have a first overall pick?
No.
Back to the
now.
And this is an interesting comment here about Nashville. I was reading about this, and Barry Trotz says he has no interest in blowing this team up yet. He thinks last year was a one-off.
I could see that.
I could see Nashville trading their high pick then if they think they're trying to win now.
I could see it.
I'm surprised.
Nashville's got a lot of talent.
They did.
I know it didn't work, but if you can't deny the raw talent the team has.
No, wish the Leafs got Ryan and Wiley back.
I don't, but
why?
Now I want to ask you guys about a player that, in my opinion, is way too low on a lot of draft boards, and that's Jake O'Brien for the Brantford Bulldogs.
Oh, he's a great dude.
Right? 66 games, 32 goals, 66 assists, 98 points. On Elite Prospects, he's ranked at 10th. He's someone that I could see creeping up this list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's he's got a lot of upside. Was really good down the stretch for Brantford. 6'2", 170 pounds. He's been ranked anywhere from 7th to 11th, or to 12th. But people say he's got X-ray vision. Call him Superman. I'm Superman.
Mark Kent, bro.
But I mean, you know what? He's a guy that is a really good skater. He seems to be able to get through multiple defenders right to his spot, spotting teammates running from the back post to attacking the steps late. When he can't spot a lane, he creates it. And that's what I like about this guy, right? When they talk about elite prospects, the way he creates lanes. I find he doesn't create lanes. No, lanes you were created by your parents and have to love each other. That part was a myth. But
oh, what's this? Oh, here comes Batman.
To see. Where's he going? Is he going to the stage or is he going to his little lectern?
Going to his little bit. There's the pick.
It's the pick. Okay. Let's see who gets it first. Who gets it right now? It's the race. Who gets it first? Is it me on the web? Is it Dan on? Definitely won't be Dan on Sportsnet. Or is it Lane watching? I'm curious if they go off the board here. Do they go off the board?
They got a golfer doing this. Tony Funu.
Okay, this is taking way too long.
This is taking a long time.
I can't believe it started at 7. It's 7:45, and we're at the 4th pick.
I got it. Ooh, this is a really off the board pick. Caleb Denoyer. So I'll put it here for you to look it up here. This is off the board. That's what I want to say.
Yeah, Caleb Denoyer. He's 6'2", plays in the QMJHL for Moncton.
Ooh.
Let me pull up his stats for you guys.
Moncton had a really good year. They made it to the Memorial Cup, didn't they? I think they did.
So he was projected to go 7th. He had in 56 games, 35 goals, 49 assists for 84 points.
So he's supposed to
Okay.
go number 7.
I'm really surprised about the stud from Boston College not being picked up yet.
Yeah,
Who,
well, maybe other people are
Higgins?
thinking the way I'm thinking
Yeah.
of NCAA.
Some people had this. I mean,
I
he was
think
ranked
the-
6th, 7th, 5th.
I think the CHL, like whether it's the OHL, WHL, QHJHL, I think it's the closest you're going to get to the NHL, like with just the atmosphere of the fans and
So he's a
the
Mitch Marner guy.
TV coverage you're going to get and all that, right? Versus NCAA, like, how many people go watch those hockey games? How much fans do you go watch them on TV, right? So I think that's why it's a little more risky. And don't forget, you look at a CHL team, all 4 lines and all teams are going to be good competitive players versus NCAA team. It's just kids that just go to school at the college, right? So you have
No.
1 or 2 superstars, and you're going with a bunch of like
that is not
like
the case at all.
You guys like this
Kerfoot.
pick? He's like a Mitch Marner. He's like a high, pretty much just playmaker passer, basically, from what I'm saying.
I don't.
See, Utah went
I'm
off
gonna
the
be
board.
honest.
Power play. Yeah, basically a 5-on-5 passer playmaker player.
Only 100. He's 6'2", but he's only 172 pounds.
Short passes, give and goes, delay plays, connects the team.
I
in all
wish I
directions.
was only 172 pounds.
Advanced precision and awareness 5-on-5. Great on the power play, attacking downhill, challenging defenders, and threading passes across. So yeah, basically a top end playmaking player.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a trade yet, to be honest.
So am I. I've been hearing so much about this. These trades are going to be happening, and there's so many trades coming into the draft. I was like, oh my,
Right.
I think they said the record is 8 trades, and we've already had like 2 or 3 today. So I thought for sure we were going to get breaking that number.
I think one reason, too, is because we saw guys like John Tavares and Sam Bennett get signed today. I wonder if they didn't get signed, if they would have been dealt. Just not if they would have got much, so
Well,
they would have got something.
You can't deal a UFA.
Yes, you
Oh.
can. You
Can
can
you?
today. You can
I thought you
today.
could today, yeah.
Today's the last day.
Because we got 2 trades already today. So
Yeah, but I thought UFA was different though.
You're different.
Probably.
don't forget, Lane, the Islanders got 2 first-round picks this year in the Noah Dobson trade.
Yeah, but 50,
So I think that's where you're getting mixed up and saying you're going to get two picks. They only got 2 picks.
So I wonder then, do you guys see them flipping that pick to try to pick higher and flip those 2 for 1 higher? Nashville, I think, would be the team to do it with because they feel they're more in win now.
I just wonder how this is going. Like, cause you always wonder what they're talking about backstage. If they're talking about like if they're trying to get a feel on it. Are you picking Higgins or not? So they might be trying to drive down the price a bit.
Because right now, the Islanders' most picks and both trades from today are picked 16 and 17.
Jacob just left us.
No, I'm here. I'm still here. I'm just doing something.
Oh, good.
Oh, it's okay. We don't need Jacob.
Yeah, we do.
We got this, Lane.
Who's going to ask us who's going to throw us all the questions?
I'll follow your questions. Cats.
Oh!
Touchdown, Ticats.
I wish. I need them to get.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Speaking
Yeah.
of Ticats, what is the score at the moment?
Don't tell me the score.
Well, with the
What the to you?
okay, mute your speaker for a minute. Maybe our fans
No.
want to know.
Right now we're focusing on the NHL draft with the
That's right.
Nashville Predators on the docket. I still think if the Islanders are going to make a trade to move up in the draft, this is the team to do it with. Because I think the Predators would be more than okay moving to mid-pack and bringing in 2 first-round draft picks. Bringing 2 young studs.
Yeah, I can
Which-
see that. Would you
Which
keep the pick,
which
Jacob?
picks do they have, Lane? Which
15 and 16.
16 and 17.
Oh, is it 16, 17? Sorry.
So like you're looking at like around there, there's still quite a few studs.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a
Oh,
big
yeah.
fan of this. I really like Cameron Reed from Kitchener right now, ranked at 19th.
Mm-hmm.
Very good defensive with offensive upside. Put up 54 points in 67 games as a defenseman. So, I mean, there's also Itchison from the Barrie Colts, another really solid defenseman.
Oh, yeah, I've seen him play.
Benjamin Kindle from the Calgary Hitmen put up 99 points in 65 games, and he's ranked at the 20th pick. So, like,
Wow.
there are some really good players mid-pack, right?
Mhm.
So I could see the Islanders taking a chance I could see the Predators being willing to move on from their top pick, and potentially, too, maybe they're one of their top guys they want. It's already gone.
Don't forget, Harold Zetterberg and Pavel Datsyuk, arguably the greatest Red Wings of all time, Hall of Famers, were drafted in the 7th and 8th round. So just because it's not the number one pick doesn't mean they're a bad player. Like all these picks we're seeing now later on today could be future studs for sure.
You know what we're
And
going
even
to see?
small.
Lane dashing dash to screen.
Yeah, I just wanted to share this here just as a bit of a more profile there. Not sure what they mean, but it looks like he's really good in the playmaking, the shooting. Defense, definitely the takeaways, definitely concerning there. Not so good on takeaways. Turnovers, he's pretty good on.
He was born in 2007. Well, that makes me old.
His transition game looks like it needs some work, getting exits and entries. His carry exits is pretty low, but his entries is good. But as you can see here, playmaking, especially right here at the bottom here, slot passes and shot assists, 99. So
Yeah, I can't get much better than that.
99.
Yeah, 100.
there you go.
You ever see anyone get 100?
No, I haven't.
Mm.
10
don't-
times 10.
It's funny. Usually, even in games, they never. There was only one time I remember a game ever seeing 100 overall player, and it's called the Wayne. I don't know if you guys ever played it. Probably not. I'm probably the only one who's ever played this game in history. But it was called the Wayne Gretzky hockey game.
I remember that game.
Yeah, you know what game it is? And it's like you had your team, but then you got like a power up, and when you got your power bar full, you just got 5 Wayne Gretzky's at 100 overall running around, and you had it for like a minute.
Yes.
That's the most crazy.
I don't know if you guys have seen here. I'm just checking on social media. Fans seem pretty happy with this draft pick by Utah.
They do like this, yeah. He looks good.
I don't like it for Utah, but time will tell, right? But the
He
fan
looks
base,
good.
I think Utah's going to be a very competitive team next year. Like
Everyone's making fun of Gary
for the
Bettman.
last playoff spot easy.
Oh, looks like Nashville's going to be picking.
Okay, I guess they're not moving. And just also as well, we're seeing people are very happy with Matthew Schaefer going first overall. Getting the odd comment saying it should have been Michael Misa, but pretty much everyone's saying that was the right. And it's interesting, people are starting to say the Sharks are scary. Brady Martin. Whoa, from Sault Ste. Marie, baby.
Yeah.
Is Kyle Dubas making this pick? Oh, Shea Weber made the pick. That's cool.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm a little surprised by that pick. Great player. Like, don't like. I mean,
wow, he's supposed to go number 12.
Did you meet him, Jacob?
No, he wasn't there when I was working there.
Wow, some people even listen to the way where he was predicted to go. So he was in his ranking pick was 10, 12, 8, 6, 22, 9, 10, 9, 14, 8, 11, 9, 13, 7, 9, 12, 11, 28. So not a lot of high picks here.
No.
However, I will say
off the board.
I will say though, very talented player. Like 57 games, 33 goals, 39 assists, 72 points, 68 penalty minutes. So he is a physical guy. Plays center. His last 10 games for the Greyhounds did have 14 points in 10 games.
Oh.
Lane, are you that excited about him?
Well, I'm just watching. He's not even home right now. He's at his farm right now because I guess he has to go home to go to his farm. But I saw those little puppies running around his farm.
All I know is the prospects got so excited about the pick it crashed the website. Okay, let me try this again.
But yeah, basically what it says about Martin. I wonder about you guys. Do you think this is the Florida Panthers effect? You know, reading about that he's basically a big physical guy, likes to run around, hit everything. I think
Yep.
people are seeing what Florida did and are like, oh, there's a guy like that in the draft? I want him. I do.
Getting a message from the Streakers On podcast text line saying if you like heavy hitting players, this is the guy you wanted out of this draft class.
There you
Nice. That's a Nashville type of player.
go. Where's
And the thing-
Elmira, Ontario?
And also reading on Elite Prospect, when Martin gets ahead of steam, he looks unstoppable. He weaves through the neutral zone, alternating between holding the puck deep in his hip pocket and perfectly timed pushes between sticks and feet with seamless, bottomless bag of tricks. That's a weird way to say he's fancy. He's regularly makes flashy plays look easy. Martin is heavy and a frequent hitter, a destructive force. Martin is them to the ice before crashing down to the next victim. He battles hard, proactively wins inside positions, lands heavy reverse hits, and keeps that energy in the defensive zone. So it sounds like this is more of a two-way power forward.
Yeah, definitely.
And thank you, Lane, for putting in the comments here the top 5 picks so far.
Yeah, so we got, just to go over it once again for everyone who's just tuning in or maybe just or coming in and out here. We had the Islanders take Matthew Schaefer, number 1 overall. The Sharks took Michael Misa. The Chicago Blackhawks took Anton Frendel. The Utah Mammoth took the Caleb Denoyer. And now Nashville takes Brady Martin. So there's your top 5. 4 centers and 1 defenseman. I'm not surprised by that. But basically so far we've seen a lot of skill and now one kind of player that fits the new mold or the mold that it's funny because, a lot of people said this game was going away from players like this. But I don't know. I think after Florida has put a team like that together.
Yeah, 100%.
I understand
That's
why
what I'm
Nashville
going to
is
say. Like,
there.
I don't think this has gone away because this is how you win Stanley Cups. Yeah,
So you
maybe
look
don't
at a guy
regular
like-
season, but
you
you
look
look
at
at
a
all
guy
the teams that went to the final. You went look at the final 4 teams. They were big physical teams. Yeah, they could score as well, but like they were big physical, hard to play against teams.
So you look at a guy like Brady Martin and how physical he is.
They're showing
and
his
how
highlights right now.
There's
And
less players
wow.
like that in the NHL now. The NHL wants more of that.
it's fast.
Do we see him make the Nashville Predators this year?
Yeah, I could see it.
I don't. Really good player, but no, I think he needs another year in the O. But
fast for a big
my
guy,
question
though.
for you boys is, if he was projected to go so low, why didn't Nashville move the pick?
Well, I guarantee we're going to get him. Like, it sounds like he was probably the best, most physical player, right? It sounds like out of all the players predicted to go to the top round, he was the only physical one. So someone else could have taken a page on Nashville's book and say, "Oh, I'm going to get a physical player."
And
So
you know,
Nashville wanted to
Nashville does like that
guarantee to
style.
get that.
We got
They
the
don't
pick
call
is
it-
in for the Flyers.
Oh, what's that?
Edmonds coming to the center. No, still no trades yet.
Yeah.
don't have a trade to announce.
I thought there was going to be a lot more trades. I got to be honest.
I'm still wondering if they can't sign Matthew Nyes if you try to move him.
We're signing him. Look, John Tavares was down in last wire. Right? We'll get Knives done.
I would, if he doesn't stay in Toronto, though, I'd love to see Matthew Nyes go to Calgary.
I could see that. Okay, here we go. And here's the guy you were saying was going to get picked. The Flyers with a 6th overall pick have picked Porter Martone.
Oh,
I really
Pasta
like this.
Patrol.
I really
They're
like
waiting for this
that.
guy.
6'3", 204 pounds. This
Wow.
kid is big.
When you're big.
I don't
But he's
know who
also
made
athletic, unlike Dan and I, who were just big. But
Oh, Charles Barkley made the pick. That's cool.
Oh, that's cool.
but why?
That's our fun.
Oh, yeah?
James Barkley.
I've already made up his last name. No, it's his real name, Barkley.
I'll let James know that you think his name's
you,
fake.
you like this pick, eh, Jacob? You were talking a lot about Porter
do.
Martone.
This is a guy that I thought would actually go a lot higher. I think Philly got an absolute steal at the 6th overall pick for this.
What is it about that you like about him?
He's big. He's physical, but he can do one thing that someone like John Tavares cannot. Do you know what it is? Are you ready?
Hey,
He can skate. he can skate. He's a good skater still. Guy with a lot of offensive upside. Looked really, really good for the Brampton Steelheads in their short playoff run.
Yeah, 98 points.
And yeah, like this kid's an absolute stud. Originally projected to go third, so getting him at what, 7?
Yeah, you look at like, and here's
Yeah, like
here's
at 7, like you're getting an absolute
No, Philly 6, isn't it? Philly
whatever
6.
6, 7. I can only count to
and
4.
then here's the funny thing is you look at his rank. Some of the other players, right? Like third, fourth, fifth, third, one at 6, fifth, third. So a lot of these people had him at third. Well, there you go. Maybe a spit. Maybe this is exactly what the Flyers want. This smash mouth kind of hockey player.
I'm gonna say it. This is a guy who I think might be NHL ready now.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Maybe I'm over exaggerating this kid, but I really like him.
But him playing with
forward,
Wieskov?
but he's also a playmaker, right? And he's big, he's physical, he's mean.
75 pounds.
Hey, imagine him playing with Wieskov.
That's what I'm saying, boys. This kid's exciting.
He's got 1 Halinka Cup medal, 1 under 18 junior gold medal, a bronze medal, and an all-star team in the World Juniors.
This kid's a really good player.
What country is he from?
Canada. He's from Peterborough.
Nice.
Peterborough.
Did you know I'm also from Canada, but I'm not from Peterborough.
I guess Blypup would know him.
Oh, I'm sure Brypup knows every single one of these players.
So this is a steal. Looks like the Flyers getting a bit of a steal at number 6.
I think so. He was born October 26, 2006.
Ooh.
Known as a power forward, puck handler, and sniper. Considered a premium pick. So I think this is an awesome pick for the Philadelphia Flyers.
That's what Philadelphia needs.
That's what I'm saying. I think I'll tell you one thing. I think Boston might be a little disappointed that they couldn't get him. So I actually thought
For sure. Yeah, this is a total Boston.
Yeah, the only thing is, I think Boston's
next, isn't they?
They are. You got to go for the Boston College stud.
Oh yeah.
And
sure.
for those who want a little bit of a fun fact, "Moneymaker" by Ludacris featuring Pharrell Varel was the #1 song on the radio the day this kid was born.
Yeah, I know that song.
Also,
Luda.
also, the UK's top song. Everyone seems to know. I bet everyone knows this is "Welcome to the Black Parade" by My Chemical Romance. That's funny, man. The number 2 song was "Sexy Back."
What's interesting?
Sexy Back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers don't know how to act.
Yeah. But yeah.
So who's Boston taking? Boston would have
Jacob?
been.
Are they going to go for another Roddy player?
Oh no!
I think they would.
No. Oh, we didn't have to look at Dan Strip. Thank goodness. But it's interesting here. We've gone way off the board. Actually, we pretty much just, besides of the Swede, it's been pretty Canadian in this draft class.
It has been very Canadian. I'm surprised.
1 Swede, the rest have been Canadian.
Isn't that wild?
Well, look at Florida, right? Florida won a bunch of Canadians.
We want Florida. The chant that's going to
showing
for a very
he was
long
a
time.
captain too, eh? Wow.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I think he got an absolute. This is a guy that I thought might have actually went second. So
wow, that's good, eh?
This kid's a stud. Boston's happier in the pick and I mean, Philly's happier in the pick and poop right now. Boston's got to go for the college stud here, though. Come on, like this is the guy you would have been able to scout really well. Or remember too, also Roger McQueen hasn't been picked up yet. Jackson Smith, Carter Bear. There's still some very good players.
Boston likes getting
Chazzy's dog is in the draft. Let's call him up. Be like, your dog's been. Hey Chazzy, your dog's been drafted. They drafted Bear.
Boston likes getting college players.
You should. They drafted. You should be like, oh Chazzy, your dog's been drafted.
Let's see. Will he answer? No!
Oh, he's too busy glamping.
Please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Okay, Chazzy, first of all, upset you didn't answer your phone during the Streakers On podcast live edition at 1 hour and 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Number 2, your dog is in the draft. Apparently your dog plays in the WHL. Carter Bear, he's a center and a left wing at 82 points in 56 games, and he could be getting drafted very soon, Mr. Chazzy. So I know you're in your business meeting, but I miss you. Mwah. And yes, folks, that was not scripted. That's just me being me. But let's see who is Boston up to the thingamabob yet?
Like Boston getting the College kid. I really do. Like Boston.
Players that are predicted to be picked right now, the 3 players that their draft scouts are predicting is either Jake O'Brien, Roger McQueen, or Victor Eklund.
Jake O'Brien is who I would go for.
He's the Boston kid?
No, but I'm saying that out of those ones, he's from the Jake O'Brien Brantford Bulldogs.
Yeah, Zach Hyman's team.
Interesting enough here too. They're saying there's another Greyhound player, Gibby, that's on the Nashville Predators as well. So you're getting a Siouxhound reunited. From comments on TSN social media, fans are surprised but happy with the draft pick. And Lane, I don't know if you're still seeing this. People hate this format.
Oh, yeah. It's been.
I gotta agree, it's way too slow.
And again, the NBA one was bad. It was like 11 o'clock.
We've been over an hour on the air, and we're on pick 7 out of 32, bro.
Well, when we were doing our pre-record for the NBA draft, they were only on number 9. We did that like 11 o'clock at night. I was like, whoa, okay. I won't complain. At least it's not 11 o'clock at night.
Did it start at the same time?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
Wow.
So for people saying it that slow, I'm like,
Boston has just selected the Boston College stud, James Hangs.
Wow.
5'11", 186 pounds, center, point per game player for Boston College. I love this pick.
Now, I'm surprised. Apparently the Islanders really want this guy.
Well, the Islanders just got screwed.
I'm surprised they didn't trade up.
They got schooled, bro.
James?
The Islanders having a bad day. Well, I got safer, but they traded away Dobson for nothing.
Oh, yeah. Adam Sandler did the pick for them. That's cool. And a lot of celebrities doing the picks tonight, but I do think
Adam Saver. Who is
You're
he?
Fooling.
What's that?
Who is he?
Who's Adam Sandler?
Yeah.
What?
What?
I don't even know how to answer that question. Like, what are the biggest movie? Happy Gilmore?
Oh, that guy. Okay. Oh, you say Adam Sandler?
Yeah.
Oh, you say Adam Saver. Like, who's Adam Saver?
I'm sitting here like, what? What?
Oh, I like Adam Sandler. He's a good guy.
I'm so disgusted by that question. I'm turning my camera off.
I like the Adam Saver. Like, who's Adam Saver?
I'm like, but if you don't know who Adam Sandler is, you must be living under a rock.
Oh, I like Adam Sandler. He's a good guy. 51st Dates. And Hanukkah song, Smoking Marijuana.
Anyways, that's enough of that. Or do you think we're going to see any more crazy off the board picks coming up? Because that's been the trend in this draft.
Yeah, I think so.
I do.
However, you're starting to look here, though. The last 2 picks have been picks that, in theory, should have been picked a lot higher. So are we going to kind of get back to reality? Oh, there goes gravity. Choke. There goes gravity.
This is an interesting pick, and this pick is Seahawks, Seattle.
Oh, not the Seahawks. I don't want to go on another Luke Wilson rant again.
No, I mean like the what we call it,
the Kraken.
Krakens, yes, Krakens.
You said Seattle Seamans?
No, I said Sea Monsters.
I thought you said the Seattle Seamen.
No.
Who do you think you're going to pick? Roger McQueen, and he would be the next
Seattle Seamen.
Jacob losing it. Please try to be all serious.
Okay, can you not picture the Seattle Seamen and like their logo is just like seamen like swimming?
No, it'd be like a guy it'd be like a Captain Hook guy.
Yeah. Oh my god,
Seaman.
Anyways, I'm sorry, boys. I can maybe see Jackson Smith, really solid defenseman. Seattle needs some depth at the back end.
Or maybe Carter Bear.
I hope Craig's dog gets drafted.
Jake O'Brien's another one.
Another one. Or do we see this go off the board?
I wouldn't be
Why not?
surprised.
We have Victor Eklund out
Or
of
Do we finally see a trade?
I'm surprised we haven't seen
We've
one.
been over an hour, no trade.
I were trained to announce.
Yeah,
I'm surprised we haven't seen a trade yet.
me too.
So, Lane, you're actually watching the draft while being on the podcast at the same time
I
simultaneously.
am, yes.
How does it look?
Looks bad.
Like, does it look
It-
cheap? Does it? Because I'm
No,
seeing
it
people
looks-
just.
No, it's nice. It just looks weird because it's like they walk up on stage and they're like they have to like look up like this, and they're like looking at like a video of the GM being like, "Hi." It looks like an awkward Zoom call, like, and then the guy's like,
Right.
"Hi," and then there's like a 10-second delay, and they're like, "Thanks for playing here," and he's like, "Okay, bye."
My God.
So, why do you think the NHL went to this format? Was it a cost reason?
I think so because you got to fly all the agents, all the drafts, all
Yeah,
the
but
scouts.
people used to buy tickets to watch the draft. I wanted to.
One of friends of the program, Max, he went to it when it was in Montreal a couple years ago when we all thought Shane Wright was going first overall.
Yeah, so like I'm
He
surprised.
dropped down to fourth.
Now, are there people there at the draft?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people.
Oh,
Yeah, there they go.
You what? Yeah, you can go.
All right, I'll be back.
What's happening? Oh,
Jake would be mad if I go.
if you want to go, you can, Dan. But I guess come back,
Okay.
guys. Everyone wants to leave me as long as the audience
No,
doesn't leave me.
I'm kidding, bro.
No, Dan wants to leave. Okay, bye, Dan. Bye, Lane. Hi, audience. I'm still here, and now
You didn't
look,
want
Dan
to
is back.
leave.
And Lane is not back, but I'll just put his name there. So, Dan, do you think Seattle might move this trade? I mean, move this pick?
I hope so, because it's something to talk about.
Let's give them something to talk about. I don't know. I think Seattle is not in a win now mode, so I think they're going to keep the pick.
Yeah, but it's weird because Seattle was good the first year, made the playoffs, and then this year we're just terrible. So,
Actually,
what Seattle are we going to get?
could you see Seattle signing Jake Allen in free agency?
Ooh, that would
Desperate
be
for a
big.
goalie.
Yeah.
Who has
I
the
can
most
see
cap space?
Holy cow, Lane, that was quick.
Well, I don't want to miss the next pick.
Gosh, Lane's just like ready, aim, fire, and then ran back to the camera.
Yeah, literally, that's what I think happened.
And
Ready?
I
Hey,
can't leave StreamYard.
That's
At least,
true.
at least he didn't bring us. That would have been terrifying.
They paid me $20 or whatever, Watts.
Anyways, actually, speaking of $20, if you're interested in streaming your own content, let us know and we can send you a StreamYard promo link, which will give you a discount towards StreamYard. So if you're interested in streaming, don't go StreamYard directly. Come to me, go to Dan, go to Lane.
But duck, axe a duck.
That's the duck.
Oh, the duck.
Whoa, wait, there's only three of us.
Oh,
Hi, you need to talk to me about StreamYard. I go twerk on the camera. Oh, boom, 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 boom.
Okay. Mr. Duck, what's StreamYard like? It's a great program.
Oh man, we're going a little loopy because we've been on the air for over an hour and 20 minutes. This hour has 20.
that's how TSN feels in Trade Center on for 8 hours.
Okay, but they throw the videos. They have assistants bringing them sandwiches during commercial breaks. I want to see.
Yeah, where's our Harvey's Burger, bro?
That's actually the assistant would be Mom. No, I'm kidding. Jake O'Brien has been selected by the Seattle.
Oh,
Kraken.
wow.
Oh, nice.
Not
There you
the
go.
Seamen.
Nice.
Great pick here. Jake O'Brien was originally projected to go 10th overall. You know what? Good player, 6'2". No, I don't want to go premium for $8 a month. 6'2", 170 pounds. Was ranked anywhere to go from 6th to 12th. So again, reading into him a little bit, displays X-ray vision. O'Brien spots the teeniest seams between skates, under the sticks, and above them. He sees through multiple defenders and behind the back, spotting teammates, running at the back poles, and attacking a few steps
He looks
late.
huge.
When he can't spot a lane, he creates a lane, shifting defenders or faking a shot before dropping the puck back to his teammate. However, when we say creating lane, he is not Lane Dashko's father.
Now we think about the next
He
pick
looks
is
big. You know, he's only 6'2", but like, just looking
He's
at
a
him,
big
I'm
kid.
just- No kidding,
next
6'2".
is Buffalo. So do we see Buffalo make a trade here?
He
I'm
also
actually
led the
really
OHL
surprised
with
there's been no
41.
trades.
Same. He also
Actually-
led the 41 power play assists in the OHL. He led the OHL with that.
Gets a good
That's
player.
cool.
So I'm curious about your guys' perspectives. Are you surprised that we haven't seen? We're still kind of our like 5th, 6th, and 8th all have not gone the way anyone thought it would. You got Roger McEwen, who played for the Wheat Kings in 17 games at 20 points. I think injuries were the problem for him there. Jackson Smith from the Tie-City Americans, really good defenseman, 54 points in 68 games. And Chazzy's dog, Carter Bear, plays center and the wing, 82 points in 56 games. How surprised are we that any of these studs have not been picked up yet?
I'm not surprised because I think only a weaker draft is the wrong word, but I think his draft is very even.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
after the first
that's a good
pick,
call.
after the first pick, it could go any way, right? And I think it's hard to predict, and that's what we're kind of seeing, a little inconsistency. While we're on Buffalo, I just want to point out too, Buffalo did resign Jake Quinn today, which is a young winger, a very 2 years, 3.37 per year. So nice little signing for Buffalo.
That's a little high.
No, he's better than what you would think.
It's a little high for a guy that's been in and out of the line. Now, mind you, I guess if Trent Frederick's worth 3.9 or 4 or whatever.
I also got some
deal-
more.
74 games last year. He got 39 points. In the year before that, he only played 27 games, got 19 points. With his sophomore year, he got 37 points in 75 games. So I think he's a mid-30s, a 40-point guy. I think it's not a bad signing, to be honest with you. Someone needs to play there. Someone can't. Not everyone in the NHL can have a window.
What were you going to say, Lane?
So I just Simon Desjardins, who's one of the scouters for the Elite Prospect, he just put up a quick little article about Jacob Bryan, and I just wanted to read this out for anyone who's wondering how good this can is. This is, few prospects generate more debates inside our team than Jacob Bryan. Some of our scouts had him ranked in the 12 to 14 range. Others placed him high as their top 5. The wide range doesn't mean we saw a different player. We all agree with Bryan is highly creative talent, but we didn't share the same projection for him. In the end, he slotted at the 10th overall, a comprise reflecting in both risk upon upside of projection. Playing for the Brantford OHL, the 6'2" center, 98.66 games, thanks to his exceptional vision. Second highest point total in the league for a 17-year-old this season by only Michael Misa. He's also formed as the league's most devastating player with Nick Lardis and helping the Wings score impressive. And they also do say that he could be the draft's best playmaker at the end of the day.
Oh, interesting. Wow.
So it sounds like there's a bit of a debate on whether he was picked a little bit higher, should go a little bit lower.
Well, that's why
We're seeing a lot in this draft.
Plus, that I wasn't surprised because I don't think his draft is weak. I think his draft is very even. Between the drafts previously, it was all clear who number 1 was, like Ovechkin or Crosby or McDavid or Stamkos. This year, we all kind of figured safer because of the Dobson trade. But that trade didn't happen. It could have been either one of those guys. And after the one trades from 1 to 9, where we are now, could have really went in any order when you think about it.
Yeah.
So it's not that it's weak. It's just a more even.
Well, I wouldn't say 1 to 9. I think your first 2 were kind of to be expected. Then 3, 4, and 5 were a surprise.
I expected,
and then 6 and 7, you were like, well, I don't know how these 2 studs weren't picked earlier. And then the 8th pick, I think it's a good pick. On social media, I'm seeing mixed reviews.
Really?
So to the top 10, we still have Roger McQueen, Jackson Smith, Carter Bear, and Eklund, who have not been picked yet. But we still got
You'll
two
find
more.
it interesting here. Only 2 draft picks were not Canadian so far in the top 8.
It's definitely it's looking at this draft. It's mostly Canadians.
Canadian.
There's one Czechoslovakian player that's in here. The Americans are supposed to go a bit later here in the first round, but no Finnish players at all, and only one Swedish player here.
Just as a quick
No
update for any
Walters.
Blue Jays fans, the Jays are currently up 3-0 midway through the 4th.
Yeah.
And just as a quick note, Vladdy Guerrero Jr. is playing in this game. There was some worry about it. He was a last-second add-on, and he has brought in a run on a hit at 2 at-bats.
Nice.
They have
So
a
they
run
think-
in the first, second, and third inning, and yeah, this is a game against the Red Sox. You really got to win this series.
I was going to say that.
Mario's
Big game.
at the mound, arguably, in my opinion, your best pitcher.
Yeah, big game for the Jays.
So big game for the Blue Jays there.
They're at Boston, correct?
You're in Boston, the mean streets of Boston.
The big green monster.
Just watching the Sportsnet, they said they'd be shocked if Roger McQueen isn't the play here.
Mm,
Well, I think he's the best player available at this point, right? Like,
I would think so.
I
Is he
think for
though?
him, I think his injury, which I'm just trying to see if I can find what the injury was because I don't remember. But they're saying he's a highly skilled offensive player. McQueen combines pace with mechanical refinement and a deep bag of tricks. Always in motion, catches pucks inside crossover, takes them into attacks defenders one-on-one. He fakes one way before going the other, using his full wingspan to bait defenders and beat them to the other side. He spaces the offensive zone well, often controlling the game from the half wall, only to spill inside to the net from the front for a chance. He's also a very skilled passer, landing hook, slip, and backhand passes through layers, all while looking off his target at full speed. He's known as a heavy hitter and a power forward, 6'5", 192 pounds.
Wow.
So if you're Buffalo, it's Buffalo picking. Actually, no, Whoa!
What happened?
Buffalo went off the board. Radim Markta. And I apologize. Sorry, Seattle went. Yeah, Buffalo went off the board. Russian stud. So I apologize if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. He was not projected to go this high, ladies and gentlemen. He was projected to go 15th.
Defenseman is 6'6", 198 pounds.
No, 218 pounds. He's 197 centimeters tall.
Oh, sorry. Sportsnet says 168 pounds.
Well, tell Sports Center or Sportsnet to get wrecked. Okay, so here's the elite prospects rate, bit of his wording on him. While he isn't a particular punishing player, he's an active and aware defender. He scans for threats, ties them up, rotates well. He lands the occasional big hit. His physical impact throughout his ability to obstruct contact, win relentless battles, and deny space. With possession, he's no slouch either. He makes tricky passes off the wall, joins the rush, and manages space well at the top of the zone. I'll be honest with you boys, though. I'm shocked. I did not see this kid go in top 10. Great player.
Wow.
Yeah, he's from Czechia, by the way, not Russia. But yeah,
I apologize. Sorry, from Czechia.
all good.
Hmm.
But
You know
yeah,
what it
Yeah, I'm
was?
surprised there's no like Kaya Wassons in this draft.
there's no Russians at all.
He was
what I
projected
mean.
to go anywhere between 8th and 15th, but only 2 people had him in the top 10 out of all these rankings.
Yeah,
Wow.
Again, considered a premium pick. And two, he's right-handed too. I could have maybe seen him going this high if he was a left-handed defenseman because they're
I
hard.
mean, he had a lot of points as a defenseman, like 35 points in 43 games and only 46 penalty minutes.
Wow.
Not bad.
He's 6'6". Like he's a big
Huge.
dude.
It's a big kid.
He was-
Wow.
He was in the World Juniors, was he not?
I think so. I
Uh,
recognize the name.
I think he was.
I know it does say he was a Halinka Gretzky Cup silver medalist, but I'm not
Okay,
sure.
so we played in one of those thingamabobs.
He did play.
I'm
in the
really
Czech-
surprised about
He
Roger
had 4
McQueen.
points in 5 games.
I'm shocked about Roger McQueen, though. Like, he's huge. He's a stud, point per game player, power
Well,
forward.
Tempest Anaheim. Anaheim's been making some crazy trades lately, so they need.
I don't see
someone.
Anaheim trading the pick when you have Roger McQueen.
No. I'm not saying they're going to trade the pick. I'm saying they trade Zegras, which was kind of crazy. So we need someone to replace him, right?
I'll replace him.
Yeah, right.
Everyone's
I gotta say though, here the draft has been on for almost an hour and a half because we came on just before the draft started, and we're just getting into our 10th pick.
Oh,
Crazy.
32.
This is not good if you're the NHL. I mean, I guess it's good for watch time TV ratings. Sometimes I almost wonder why they don't do this, like, and then just do it somewhere and then just announce all the picks in order in like a half-hour show.
Because of the trades, I guess.
But even have all the trades.
like do this earlier.
Oh, and Lane, I see you put in the comments. I'll put this up. Kathy from X is complaining about the format.
Yeah.
Who's Kathy?
I'm just putting
Not
up
our
comments.
mother.
Oh, okay.
I don't think she
Hey,
has.
really?
X.
I'm on that X. Wow.
The 2025 draft format is so bad. It looks like it was designed by a group chat at 2 a.m. No one remembers who suggested what. Everyone's confused, and somehow Toronto still ends up
Drafting a goalie they won't use.
drafting. Okay, number one. That wouldn't be Toronto. That would be Detroit.
That's fine.
Yeah, a lot of people are really not liking this.
It's an odd format.
But I mean, can't be any worse than NBA. So we only had 9 picks in 3 hours. Like, what's that?
I kind of.
That's why the guy went, oh.
I still like the old format. It was all big room. It was a huge event. I don't know. I'd like to see more. Actually, one of my favorite formats to watch the draft, and you guys can laugh at me all you want. I liked the CFL draft format because I watched the draft and it was done in like 20 minutes.
There's only 9 teams.
I understand that, Lane, but they also did 9 rounds in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, but there's a lot more song
The
and
format
dance,
they
right?
did was everyone drafted ahead of time, and they did a show going over the picks and kind of quickly just went over each player. And then they said if you wanted more, go to the TSN website, and there were full breakdowns on each player. I think that's a better way to do it. Because that way, too, because the way people are consuming content is changing. Look how many people are watching with us tonight, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people don't want to actually watch the show on, I'm not saying cable doesn't get ratings because that just would be a false narrative. But people are changing the way they're consuming content.
Yes.
But I'm curious if... Sorry, Lane, go ahead.
Oh, especially, especially a lot of people nowadays with there's so much with ADHD and the quick content. That's such a rising thing. They have shown studies that the attention span of a lot of people nowadays is really short. That's why TikTok is so popular because it's 8 seconds, 8 seconds, 8 seconds, 8 seconds, and it's over.
Well, that's what the government wants. They want us to forget everything.
Let's not talk about the government on the Striggers On podcast, powered by Striggers Gaming. But now I'm curious if we talk about trading a pick. Pittsburgh's got the 11th and the 12th pick.
Ooh, they got
Did
2
you
picks.
see them moving one of those picks?
I'm surprised the trade
Well, it's Anaheim's pick now.
Kyle Dubas must be so angry that a Greyhound player got picked and he couldn't get him.
That's what I said. When he made the pick, I'm like, is that Kyle Dubas making that pick?
Yeah, literally. I think he was a great player.
Yeah, they're going. This is going to be like midnight before we get to the third. It's been an hour and a half.
By the way, we just got a text from the CEO. The analyst called. He misses us, though. His phone is being used as a big speaker, but he hopes his dog gets drafted soon.
Imagine that voicemail was on a big speaker.
Oh, I'm glad about that. That makes me very happy.
He's got the whole family for Chelsea.
Okay,
So
this format sucks.
Yeah.
Imagine
being there.
Oh my god, I'm so glad we didn't go.
Well, I would go to Los Angeles. I don't care.
You would sit there for 3 hours?
Yeah, I guess one of the other 21 hours will be in LA.
Boys, it's going to be longer than 3 hours. We've got through 10 in an hour and a half.
Teams.
You never know. Maybe they'll start. Well, I wonder if some of these double picks, if they'll do them at the same time.
They don't.
It's still gonna, I think we're going to be here. If you look at it, I think we're going to be here 5 hours.
You think so?
Yes. Dan's going to be upset he can't have his ice cream.
Yeah, literally.
We can let him go get his ice cream, come back.
We're still waiting for Anaheim to make the pick.
Oh my!
So I want to
God.
ask you guys then quickly, then, or we could take our time, so we're gonna be on for 5 hours. Who's a pick that you're surprised about so far? out of
Roger
these
McQueen
first 9?
still not being picked. I'm not.
So you're surprised that he isn't picked. Dan, is there anyone you're surprised about that has been picked that you thought maybe wouldn't be picked yet?
That last pick from Buffalo, I understand why they picked someone that's 6'6". I mean, you can make a player more talented. You can't make a player taller. So I get it in theory.
Well, you could give him bigger skates.
Oh, here we
Not-
go. Roger McQueen has been picked. He's
Oh,
finally been picked from the
Anaheim.
Anaheim Ducks.
Nice.
Oh,
What a name, Roger
I'm
McQueen.
so happy about my pick. Yay! I'm gonna twerk again.
What the?
You know what I don't like? Okay, you know what it is? You know what it really is that I'm watching this is just really dumb? Wasn't all these celebrities coming up and being like, "What's my show?" Like, I don't care about your show on
Well,
Netflix.
they do that to bring in more to bring in more money, right? These show
I know,
writers.
but this is what's
pay.
it. But you're sitting here for 5 hours like, "Whoa, welcome, watch my show on Netflix." Ooh.
Hey, everyone. Watch the Streakers Island
That's
on
right.
Facebook, YouTube, and Spotify, and Twitch, and Instagram.
Like, it literally took them 4 minutes to say the pick.
Who was the celebrity this
I
time?
don't even know. It was two people from Anaheim. I don't even know anymore. I wasn't paying attention, but I'm like, this is why it's annoying. Like, well, you gotta have
You know
Adam
what? This
Sandler.
draft is so boring. It's a good thing I brought a book.
You know what's funny? I've still never read that book. I don't even know what.
If I ran the zoo, said young Gerald McGrew, I'd make a few changes. That's just what I do. The lions and tigers and that kind of stuff, they have to be up here, are not quite good enough.
Are you reading with the first page?
These in just any old zoo, they're awfully old-fashioned. I want something new.
Like
Are you reading with the first page?
No.
No,
Why didn't you start at the beginning, Will?
you're not gonna read the whole book on stream.
Yeah, why read the whole book? And picks where we make a pick yet.
All right. You know what? After the next pick, after this pick is done, I'm gonna see how many pages we can get through this book.
Well, it's Pittsburgh back to back.
Yeah, I'm really hoping Pittsburgh makes their picks. You should just start now.
So
You still got time.
So who do you guys seeing Pittsburgh taking? Jackson
We haven't
Smith.
seen a goalie yet.
There's not a goalie really ranked in the top. Oh, there is.
Yeah, Ravensburg.
Joseph Ravensburg is projected to go 24th. So who knows?
That's low though, but no. What would they be looking for? Are they probably? I'm assuming they're going to try to get a replacement for Crosby. So I'm assuming a center.
Well, the issue is the Greyhound's been picked.
Why? Crosby's
Honestly, I can
leaving?
see Carter Bear. I could see Carter
Oh, I
Bear,
don't know.
and maybe pick a defenseman. I know they like to go forward defenseman because they did that before. They did like Crosby, then Letang.
Why?
Maybe you go an off-board pick with the Barry Colts here and cash one at Atchison, and maybe you get like Carter Bear to pair with him,
Or Victor
or Jackson Smith. He hasn't been picked yet, has he?
Jackson Smith, Victor Eklund.
Maybe go Smith and maybe go Smith in the center here.
Braden Coates, really good player, 63
Oh,
points. in
who?
16
Oh,
games.
is there anybody from the Sault Ste. Marie?
No one left.
Oh no! What's Doofus going to do? Is pick
Oh no! Who's the other team he likes? There's another team he likes. It's American. What's their name? He hired their coach.
I don't know.
Never mind, I can't think of the name, but you know what I'm talking about. He hired their coach. It's another team he likes to pick from all the time. They're an American college or something.
I don't know. Sorry.
This is what's slowing the draft down. They got to talk to these GMs on a Zoom call. Like, why?
I don't know. It's very poorly done.
This is brutal.
It is. But you think about Pittsburgh, wasn't there a Crosby? They drafted, I think it was Brooks Olpec first. Then they drafted Marc-Andre Fleury.
No,
Then they
Marc-Andre
drafted
Fleury
Sidney
was the first.
Crosby. Then they drafted Evgeny Malkin. Then they drafted Crystal Tane.
I think they're going to go for Jackson Smith. He's the best player left.
Yeah.
Jackson Smith and Victor Eklund. That's who I would do if I was Pittsburgh.
Cool.
Do you think Crosby ever? Now, since we have so much time, do we think there's a possibility Crosby could get traded?
No.
Yeah.
I think he'd only go to Montreal.
I don't know why he's going to Colorado.
Well, that's not what George LaRock is tweeting. George LaRock did just put out. He's now an agent. He's now he just said he's saying a very good chance Crosby will not play with Pittsburgh this year.
Wow.
What? What?
What?
What I'm even more surprised about right now, though, is that Dan has not fallen asleep yet, and we're an hour and 45 minutes in.
I'm still here.
Oh, yeah, you're not dead. I didn't say you're going to die.
Apparently, Brendan Gall. I'm going to read some of the rumors since we're waiting.
Why not?
So Frank Cervelli just tweeted out that somewhere between 7 and 9 teams are trying to acquire Bowen Byram from Buffalo.
Ooh.
Apparently, Montreal has made Brendan Gallagher available. That's a player I could see the Leafs trying to go after. Brendan Gallagher.
I would love Brandon. The problem is he's $5 million.
I think he's more. His
you got
cap hit's
28 million.
crazy.
Fine.
Isn't his cap hit like $9 million?
Not now, I don't think. And you could honestly, I'd probably throw a second or third round pick to. You could probably bring in if put in like a second or third round pick to bring that price down. You could probably get a 3-way trade there too.
Ain't gay. It's in a 3-way.
What else here we got? Looks like Claude Giroux is going to stay.
Well, sorry, it's not quite 9. But Brandon Gallagher is getting paid $6.5 million up to 2027.
So,
but Lane, you're saying Claude Giroux staying in Ottawa, eh?
Unless there's one more team trying to sign him, but there's not been a lot of progress on that. It says now Darren Dreger just did tweet out that the Penguins have designs on moving. Well, I guess they're in the top 10. The Canadians are trying to acquire Jordan Kyrou from the
Kyrou. I love Gallagher, but not at $6.5 million.
I love him if you can get him down to about 4, which maybe Toronto gets Montreal to eat some of that salary.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah. We're on a commercial
At
now.
that point, though, I think I'd rather just sign. Oh my gosh, I practically could have read this whole book. I think they should have just. At that point, you may as well just sign Pacioretty, though.
They're not going to sign Pacioretty, are they?
I don't know. I'm not the GM.
So Claude Giroux staying in Ottawa now that John Tavares locked up in Toronto, eh?
John Tavares.
No trades inside the top 10, which I'm surprised by.
I am flummoxed.
But I was surprised when we saw a couple of big trades come in today before for draft.
Well, you guys think this is long. Wait till we have to do our free agents show. We're going to be doing that for all day. Better get used to it.
Do you guys hear about Tavares' comments about Mitch Marner?
What did he say?
I'll read it to you, boys.
That he's a bitch.
Hopefully.
Watch the language, Lane.
Sorry. Joking.
He said, John Tavares on Mitch Marner. You always hold out and hope a person and a player like Mitch ends up staying, but you're also realistic of the situation with the potential that it could happen. If he does move on, wish him all the best, but you always hope that it works out. Well, guess what, John Tavares? Hope is not a plan. We learned that from Quest Trade.
Literally. Oh wait, why are you going to sign $4 million?
I don't see Marner coming back to Toronto.
No, he's gone.
Like yesterday, he's gone.
I would sign with 12 and a half, and that's it.
Well, it's funny, let's talk about it. Like he literally shot down the biggest contract he could have gotten. Like for all these people who say, "Oh, Toronto is so," I think Pittsburgh's going to make their picks back to back. Thank you.
Going back to back. Oh, it views now. It's back to that. They got to take Jackson. Like, he's best player on the market. Best player left.
I do like that. I feel like that at least
Jackson Smith, Victor Eklund. That's who they should take.
Let's see. Who's coming up to make the pick?
Could see more off the board moves here.
Whoa!
Tang.
Benjamin Kindle.
Who? Benjamin Kindle
is the 11th pick.
Who is he?
I'm waiting to see what the 12th is first. Aren't they doing both at the same time?
I thought they were. That's what they said.
I said we could get off the board again.
Benjamin Kindle. I've never heard of that name. Where was he supposed
He's
to be
your best
picked?
friend.
Well, he's not even in.
Ooh,
He wasn't even predicted in the first round.
Oh my God.
He was projected to go 20th from the
Oh,
Calgary.
here he is.
Hitmen.
Yeah, I see him now.
Calgary Hitmen 99 points in 65 games. We still don't know the 12th pick. Oh my gosh, what the hell?
Oh, he's a good player.
So let's look. He was ranked 20th, 22nd, 27th, 23rd, 27th, 19th,
This is a
27,
bad-
19.
This is a
Oh,
bad-
you know what? You say that, but you know how many times I've thought that, Jacob, and then it turns out the guy's really good. Like
But he's
Oh,
only
yeah.
he's 5'10",
you forget,
180 pounds. He's a small dude.
you
I
guys forget
get it.
Moritz Sider was when Moritz Sider was drafted by Detroit. You know, social media was laughing at him, being this guy was a 4th round projected pick, and Steve Yzerman said, "Yeah, we just got the best defenseman in the draft. Y'all are not smart." And look who was smart. You know,
Who
so
was
you know,
that?
Steve Yzerman. You know, he's known for
No, but who was the pick?
Moritz Sider.
Oh, he is pretty decent, yeah.
He was very good player, and everyone laughed.
Very good.
Everyone laughed at him, and I remember I watched that draft, and all the analysts were like, "Oh, this is the worst pick you could ever pick. He's a 4th round. He's a nobody. He's a bust." And Steve Yzerman was like,
Oh.
"Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about."
If anyone would know, it would be Steve Yzerman after everything Detroit did in the draft. Well, I'm sure he probably took some notes.
Oh, we got more complaining from another person on X. I'll put that comment up here.
People are also pointing out 7 out of the first 10 picks have been Canadian.
Yes, right.
So it seems to be a very Canadian dominant draft so far.
Definitely.
And let's head back to X. That is a long handle. The 2025 NHL draft is cringe. Bad production, bad interviews, 0 player insight from the panel. I feel bad for these players who have to sit there and endure this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do feel for sure. Look at how good the drafts were in years past.
Ooh. I do like these draft hats. You want to look at them?
Yeah.
Draft tattoos?
No hats.
All right.
Remember
See if I
also,
can get-
too, we're going to have some Streakers on podcast and Streakers Gaming merch very soon. Speaking of hats.
Let me see these hats. I want to see. They're on Fanatics. We can look and see who's got the best hat game. Okay, let's.
What I
We
don't
got
get
the-
is how did Pittsburgh not just make both picks at the same time with a damn...
Well, I thought that's what they said they were going to do. I'm like, okay. They said they were going to do that, and then it was just
Were they
like,
looking
nothing.
to trade this pick, then?
I don't know. They said they were going to. Gary Bettman said they're going to make both picks, and then all of a sudden it was like, nah, fam. All right, let's look at these hats from Fanatics. These are
Nice
the
hat.
draft hats. We got the Florida Panthers. They're all 35.
Cool.
If anyone wants a hat, just let me know. They're $35.99. I can add it to my cart.
Lane will buy you one. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, thanks, Lane. I'll take Washington.
And we got. I like the Utah Mammoth hat.
I
That's
love
cool.
that Utah hat.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, let's take a look at this hat since we got another hour and a half to go.
Probably more than that.
That's a sharp hat, though. I like it.
Very
It's
nice.
nice.
It's officially licensed.
Oh yeah, these are all officially licensed hats. And you want? Oh, I'm not a big fan of that Dallas hat.
I'm not a big fan of Dallas in general.
LA King's not bad.
I don't like the Ranger one at all. I think it looks cheap.
No, that's lame. Oh,
Oh, I want the Calgary one.
you like this one, Jacob?
Yeah, I do.
Let's
I'm
take
like
look
a
at this.
closeted Flames fan.
You like the logo on the side there?
I do. I look sharp. Lane,
nice
can I
of it.
borrow $35.99, please?
American.
USD.
I'll take a 50, bro. 50 Canadian.
There'll be a tariff.
50.
Oh, here they come back. I think they're making the next pick right away, so they are making
It's
the pick.
oh no, it's been traded to the Philadelphia Flyers.
Oh, it's probably
Oh,
going
oh, here's the first trade alert.
We have a trade to announce.
Finally something to talk about.
Okay, so what did they get for it? I have no idea. I just see Philly's on the clock. I mean, even the website's doing a bad job. It just changed it to Philadelphia on the clock and didn't say anything.
I want to hear what it says too. The Philadelphia Flyers in exchange for picks 22 and 31, also in the 2025 NHL draft. So it's 12 for 22 and 31. So they're going to have the 22nd pick and now the 31st pick.
Okay.
So they move down 10 spots and get an additional pick. That's good for Pittsburgh. That's 3 first-round
That's a good
picks
pick.
in the first. Yeah, we have something to talk about now. That's a big trade. What do we
I
think,
will
boys?
say, you know what? Let's give a round of applause to Kyle Dubas. He did something
we like
smart.
Yay, Doofus! Yeah, it was a good trade for Philly, too, because Philly is in a rebuilding stage, right? They got a very good player, 6 overall. Maybe we get an excellent player, 12 overall here, too.
So who do you
What do
think
we
Philly's
think?
picking up? They got to go Jackson Smith, no?
Yeah, you wonder
I
who they
think
want.
so.
You wonder who they want, right? Because they don't. You don't just trade up for nothing.
You watch they trade up and they pick someone that's like ranked to go like 24th.
Yeah, probably.
We will take a look at those rest of those hats later in the day.
Oh yeah.
You know, just for
I'll
like
leave it here.
just for poops and giggles, they should draft Shane Van Schlick to the 27th overall prospect pick. Lane's disgusted with my idea and he's just left.
No,
I
it's
see
just
his
so.
penis.
It's getting hot in here.
I said
man.
Weenus!
It's
It's getting hot in here, so
So we have to
show off
put
your
the A and
weenus.
C.
So I'm curious though. Let's see. I think they got to be going for either Carter Bear or Jackson
Ooh,
Smith. I would think,
you would think so, right?
or Victor Eklund.
Yeah, you got to think of
Mind
someone.
you, there's still also Justin. That's a long name. Justin Carbonu. I apologize. I'm butchering your name, bud. But 89 points in 62 games.
That's a lot.
You still have Landon Lagovich, 58 points in 47 games. But I would think it's got to be for either Jackson Smith, Carter Bear, or Victor Eklund. That's the only way I can see it making sense trading up.
I
So
can
now
see
does
that.
Philadelphia get another 5 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Dan's like, oh no.
Oh no!
This
That's an inside
format
joke on the
is
street.
terrible.
oh, no.
No, but don't you
That's
boys
an
agree?
inside
This
joke on the
format is
podcast.
slow.
Yeah, this is pretty bad.
Like,
Oh no, they don't get another 5 minutes. They only get 30 seconds. Okay, it's not too bad.
okay. It's
That's
already
not as
been
bad as I
30
thought it would be.
seconds.
So
It's
now
already
it's
been
much time
30
you read the book.
Who are they taking?
Well, I wondered why. Maybe that's a good point, Dan. You caught on to that. That I wonder why they just didn't do both picks. You know, like maybe they're trading, and I'm like, yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Now it's interesting. I've heard that Vancouver wants to move up in the draft,
Let's
and
see
they're
who the Flyers are
potentially,
getting.
and
Let's
they're
see, let's
potentially
see.
willing
Jacob,
to
the picks in.
trade Thatcher Demko.
Wow.
Who's the pick?
Here we go. Oh, what's with
Jack-
these celebrities, man?
Jack Nesbitt.
Let me see. Let me see when his face is swathed.
Okay, let me find him on the board. Jack Nesbitt. When am I
Hey,
still?
Google.
Oh, I see it now. Jack Nesbitt.
Hey,
So
Google.
he's not on the top 32 for elite prospects.
That's
No.
crazy.
Did you find him yet, Lane?
Yeah, I'll find him. I'll get him.
It's a wide trade for
Why
him.
trade up?
Jack
That's so
Nesbitt.
guaranteed.
I'm sorry, I'm getting him now. Let's see where he was projected to go.
He's not even on the honorable mention list.
Let's see. I want to
Wow.
see this. Can't even find him in the.
Windsor Spitfires.
I am so confused.
He's a big boy, 6'4", 183
Oh,
pounds.
why draft up? I mean, trade
I
up.
know. Unless we know something we don't.
Yeah, Windsor Spitfires. Where is he projected to go? 28th, 48th, 17th. Okay, Bob McKenzie had him 17th still. 38th, 51st, 20th,
Tag of
25th,
you guys
24th, 32, 15th, 25th, 41st, 18th, 19th, 44th. So mostly a second round pick. Nesbitt brings a 6'4" frame, defensive abilities, and sense. He generates changes by breaking plays on the forecheck with precise stick work and engaging players with his body, bouncing them off the puck. So, like a 6'4" center, 64 points in the OHL.
64 points in 65 games. Bob McKenzie had him at 17th. I don't
I'll be
understand.
honest, I don't like this.
I don't
I
like
think
this move at
this
all.
is really bad by Danny
It's just
Briere.
stupid.
This is bad.
Very strange trade.
You definitely could have got this guy with one of those 2 picks you just traded.
Easily, yeah.
Yeah, you would think.
Well, he's a much, even at 17th, you just traded the 22nd pick. Like, you probably could have traded 22nd for 17th straight up.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably didn't have to give him a second first round pick.
That doesn't
This
make
has been
any
a
sense.
weird draft. This has been a weird draft.
It has been. At least
I thought
without
for sure-
now.
I thought for sure we were going to see, like you said, like Victor Eklund or. Wow.
I thought if you're going to trade up, right? You would have.
Well, yeah, you think you're getting something big from it, right?
Yeah.
I'm just really surprised Victor Edlund still hasn't been picked. Like playing in Sweden, 31 points in 42 games, 19 goals, 12 assists. This is
It's
the
like
guy that I
kind of It's like Forsberg when he was hurt. You know, players
Yeah.
like that when they get hurt, they drop. But there's no. Sometimes it's like you get a steal.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna check social media and see if there's any fury on this one here. You boys just keep talking though.
Yeah, I don't know why I really don't understand this. I just like again, like for me, it's like,
No, I'm telling you, wow, it's picked so far.
and it's weird because Danny Briere, like, you know, we were talking about him not long ago when we did our work show, right? Then we talked about Danny
Yep.
Briere. We gave him a lot of praise on like how he's kind of turned this Flyers team around. You know, getting Michkov and then getting some key players to play here, and it's
Yeah,
like
exactly.
this, and then you trade up to make an aggressive move here because I believe this is their second pick, right? They had a pick earlier, right? They had an
Yeah.
earlier pick, right?
Yeah, who they pick early? I forget now.
Yes,
Let me-
hasn't put anything up yet for this pick, so I don't really see much on social
Jacob, do you
media.
remember who they picked before? Like who was the
Oh, I
first?
I
think
can
that
look
big
it up.
defenseman, 6'6" from Czechia.
Oh, that guy, yeah.
Yes.
That was a
Who?
center they picked.
Philly?
Boston.
No, Philly picked up Peter Matrone.
That's right.
Matrone, sorry.
So yeah, you would
Peter
think like, okay, you got
Matrone.
Matrone. Now you're trading up. You're trading two first round picks in the same draft. You're trading your two of your picks here to draft someone who's projected to go late second round. Like, I don't know, boys. I don't like this.
No, it's a crazy trade and crazy. But I guess Dubas is happy.
What was his name again?
Jack Nesbitt. I'm not them, but by the way, we're not criticizing these people as people. Just first off, foremost, these are all kids. They're all great players.
I got some
And you're
reactions here.
projected to go like the first 3 rounds in the NHL entry draft. They're very talented. They're better than we are.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, let's go to the
really?
comments from what Lane is finding on X. Another very long handle. Corey at owned. They wanted to improve the center situation. Why didn't they just take Hangs or O'Brien instead of trading up for Jack Nesbitt? I think they wanted Peter Matrone, though, just because I think he's the best player. I think he was the best player available by far. And they were willing to give up those 2 other picks to go get another center. I think that was the thought process. What I don't get, though, is I don't know why teams are building of what they feel they need now in the draft. The draft's for which they're looking at 2-3 years. I think the draft, you should always take the best player available. That's my 2 cents.
Well, I hear you, but
So he's a
Those are
big
the
Scott Lawton.
yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Detroit is still on
So
the
Danny Briere says Jack Nesbitt was their guy all along. Says he looks like a Flyer.
You got to wonder if they were going to pick him from the beginning, but they just didn't expect the other stud to still be here, like in the draft.
Probably, yeah.
Ryan Gilbert on X says Flyers needed size and they got it with Porter Matrone and 6'5" Nesbitt. Skeptical about trading it for Nesbitt, but rather wait and see if you could have got a similar guy at 21. but the Luchenko pick grew on me, and so could this one.
I don't like it right now, but let's be honest, though. We're also not experts when it comes to junior hockey. Oh, speaking of junior hockey, do you guys see the Toronto Junior Canadians are moving to Newmarket?
I did see that.
There's been some. Oh, Dan's asleep. It took it took 2 hours. That was one that I've seen a lot of mixed from social media.
That was a weird one.
But so out of everything that's happened so far today, what's been your biggest surprise?
This, to be honest.
Okay.
This is really surprising, to be honest.
My biggest surprise is Noah Dobson being traded to Montreal.
Oh, that was crazy, too.
That really shocked me.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like we got a pick from Detroit coming up.
Oh.
Let's see who gets it first, me, Lane, or Dan. Definitely not.
Thanks.
Probably you.
I don't know, Lane. It's been kind of back and forth between you and I getting it first.
Twitter's a little slow. I don't know where you're getting it from.
NHL website. NHL.com//draft /tracker /2025 /1.
Wow.
That's a long link. You should say.
Nope, I'm not going to send it. Thing to work with. I thought Detroit might have traded this pick, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Because I think Detroit's more.
Oh, I got it.
I don't yet.
No, never mind. I thought I had it, but I had the Flyers.
Never say never. Well, never mind.
I was like, Jack Nisbet. I'm like, wait a minute. That's the Flyers pick. Like, wait a minute.
They got to be taking Jackson Smith, right?
Yeah.
Boy.
He's a defenseman.
He's a defenseman, yeah. I would think so.
What is with this long speech? It's like, bro, nobody cares.
Yeah.
Who's their celebrity?
I don't even know. Some form
It
of.
should be Eminem. It's Detroit. Carter Bear!
Hey!
Yazzy's dog!
Carter
text
Bear,
Yazzie.
baby.
Congrats on your dog being.
So
drafted.
you've met Chazzy's dog. What's he going to bring to a team? Good pets?
He's
lot
a
of bark.
big boy. He really defends his territory well.
Oh, he's a good
He
defender.
defends his territory, protects his people. He's a really guard dog.
So Bob McKenzie at Carter Bear ranked at the 14th overall pick. He is a center/left winger, played in Western Hockey League, 40 goals, 42 assists, 82 points in 56 games.
This is the guy I thought the Flyers were going to get.
Well, yeah, because he's 6 feet, 179 pounds.
And he's high ranked.
Canadian as well. Gosh, a lot of Canadians in this draft.
Bear says Bear leaves nothing to chance. No matter the size of his opponent, score of the situation, he enters every battle with speed and never concedes an inch. Bears playoff every night mentality. Also powers his offensive game. Powers through the contact to get to the net. Relentlessly battles in for slot tips and rebounds. Also dominates the play from hash mark. So, sounds like a player like you're going to want on your playoff roster.
Oh, yeah.
Winnipeg, Manitoba. Oh.
Yeah.
So now we got Columbus on the docket.
They've been busy
82
today
points
last
in
week.
56 games.
I'm really surprised about Jackson Smith. He's
So
big. He's a good skater. And Victor Eklund.
I'm surprised I haven't tried reading a book yet.
Pardon?
I'm surprised I haven't tried reading a book yet.
Because we keep talking about the picks. I got to start reading right away as soon as the pick comes in. But
Picks are more important. And Columbus has a couple picks this draft.
you mean this round?
Yeah, this round. Yeah, sorry, this round.
They definitely have a couple picks this draft.
Yeah, this round.
Man, this format sucks. I'm
This
sorry.
does-
Like, I don't mean to keep complaining, but
You're not the only one.
yeah, I'm seeing a lot of hate on it. Like, the NHL might just be like Taylor Swift and shake it off. But
I don't think they care, but
Yeah,
I guess
NHL doesn't care what the fans think.
yes, they do, because I'll be very curious if they announce the TV ratings for this.
Hmm.
Because I bet you these ratings will be bad.
Yeah, I got one.
Well, I can see it being good at the beginning because everybody always wants to see the first. It's like the first pick. Everyone, I feel like the first 5 people really like it, and then they're gonna get bored. And be like, all right, I'm gonna go play Call of Duty.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Columbus,
Jacob,
what does
if you
Columbus need, though, boys? Like, when
You
you
don't
think
have
about
to
A
do
their
that.
roster,
superstar player. They need like a franchise goal scorer, right? Like, very sad what happened. And JVR would have been a good replacement 10 years ago, but not going to replace Johnny Gaudreau or JVR. They need like the top scoring playmaker. Actually, they need Mitch Marner, but I don't think he's going to go to Columbus.
Well, if this, Jacob, before we go on, if you want to be curious, just going based off the NBA draft, their viewership this year dropped 15%. I was curious.
yes, I'll be curious to see how this, especially too. You know what? There's quite
And theirs
a
was
bit of
longer.
competition tonight. A lot of baseball on, Canadian football. Like, there's stuff going on right now, right? Usually the NHL draft, they try to time it when nothing's going on. They did not do a good job of that this year. But yeah, I think if you're Columbus, you got to go for either I think you got to pick up Victor Eklund. You need some offensive ability. Oh, let's go back over to Twitter. Are we continuing the complaint show?
Yeah.
Tried to think of a joke about how slow the NHL draft is. Yeah, it really is. Like, this is
The
really
fact you
slow.
couldn't think of it, Joe.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the
Honestly,
joke.
The good thing is you got plenty of time.
Speaking of the Jays, it's the top
Oh, I got
of
to
the,
show this. I got to show this. How do I
What's
do
the
this?
Jays, Dan?
it's the top of the 7th and still up 3-0.
Ah,
I will put Lane's meme on the screen. Everyone.
Sorry. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's how I'm starting to feel, to be honest with
Have
you.
you seen Zootopia, Dan?
No.
Great movie.
That's funny. That is funny.
But yeah, Jays are up 3-0 still, top of the 7th. So
The
that's
Jays
good.
are rocking and rolling, but this draft is
You know
not
what?
rocking.
I literally could have got a haircut, came back, and probably could have still picked up from this pick outward.
Oh, probably.
It's a good
Jacob's
thing
like,
we
why'd
took
you-
off the bum
Jacob's
of the
gonna
card.
be like, "Why'd you make me come on for this?
Oh my gosh.
Could have watched the CFL game."
Well, I have
Yeah,
it recording.
literally.
I have it recording, but big stretch.
That's why we can't talk about the score because Jacob's recording it. And
After
Jacob
this,
watches every minute of the CFL every
that's
year.
why I give you the best analytics, and I don't just whine about the rules that I don't understand.
Like Luke Wilson.
Speaking a little bit on CFL, it does look like Janarian Grant's going to play for the Argos on Sunday.
Oh yeah.
Oh, cool.
So that could be a big one. I cannot believe, though, we're only on the 14th pick.
I
No, it's
know.
funny. You watch. It'll
Not
be
even
like-
halfway through yet.
Nope.
Halfway through.
No! What are you saying, Lane? You watch? What do I need to
Well,
watch?
it's just crazy how different that like tomorrow they'll do 5 rounds in like 2 hours, but
Yeah, exactly.
that's how it should be. Like, just they need to speed this up a bit. Like, this is
A
crazy.
bit?
A bit.
More than a bit, Lane.
But you
Like kind of
funny,
half.
but it's funny. Like you look at the draft. What do you guys think? I don't know. Does that look empty to you guys? I'll show.
I can't see what you're talking about, bud.
I'm gonna
I
share
dropped
it.
my book. Oh no, I dropped my book.
Oh,
I shared the screen. Does that look empty? I don't know. Does that look really bad?
Yeah, that looks bad.
mm.
That looks bad.
Oh, you don't look even a hockey arena.
Still,
I thought they were in a
a
hockey
lot of
arena.
empty seats. I see, like a lot.
No, because I don't really see the point going to this if all the GMs and stuff aren't there.
Yeah, exactly. Is that an arena?
Yeah.
Doesn't look like an arena there.
I thought it was at the Vegas Spear thing.
No, that was last year. That was really well praised because of all.
Yeah,
that.
that was great.
That's where the NHL awards happen.
That's when they should start doing it more. Oh, we got a pick coming.
Oh, who's
There
gonna get
you
it
go.
first? Me or Lane? That's the
Probably
real
you.
question.
Probably you at this
It's
point.
been
'Cause I'm not
pretty
even
close
on it.
lane between you and I.
Sportsnet's really slow.
I'm on the NHL website. It's been pretty quick. Who are they taking?
Oh, Johnny Gaudreau's mom's coming out.
Oh, we're gonna
That's
cry.
sad.
14th
Oh,
overall Columbus.
that's awesome. Oh, she's getting a standing ovation.
We would like to select Johnny Gaudreau.
It's his wife. That's
We
so
need to
sad.
select.
Oh, that's just the Carter Bell selection there that Lane was talking about before.
That's really sad.
That is.
She's getting a standing ovation. I'm glad.
Well, so this one's going to take a couple minutes, but that actually makes sense.
She doesn't even look like she can't even speak.
Well, that's got to be tough, right?
It's a heartbreaking situation, right?
It is.
She's just saying thank you, and just wanted to take this opportunity to thank every single team and every single fan base for your support for my family this past season.
Jackson
It's true.
Smith, by the way.
Oh, we did.
Sorry, Lane, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you
No,
were
it's
saying-
okay.
My bad, bud. Oh, wait. Okay. Vancouver's on the docket now.
Let's go.
If I ran
Oh,
the zoo by Dr. Seuss, there's pictures, guys, okay? It's a pretty good zoo, said young Gerald McGrew. And the fellow who runs it seems proud of it, too. See, look at him there. He's very happy.
I got to see this full screen.
But if I ran the zoo, said young Gerald McGrew, I'd make a few changes. That's just what I do. The lions and tigers and that kind of stuff they have up here now are not quite good enough. You see things like these in just any old zoo. They're awfully old-fashioned. I want something new. So let's see. There they are. Story time.
Story time with Jacob. That's what you
Yeah,
really
literally.
came for.
This is a dyslexic man reading this too. So this is how long it's going to
That's
take.
impossible.
So I'd open each cage, I'd unlock every pen, let the animals go, and start over again. Well, that sounds like a way for everyone to die. And somehow or another, I think I could find some beasts of much more unusual kinds. So see, all the animals, they're all going away
Where are they going to go, though?
to Lane's house.
Uh-oh. I'm not even there right now.
A 4-footed lion, not much of a beast. The one in my zoo will have 10 feet at least. 5 legs on the left, 5 more on the right. The people will stare and they'll all say, what a sight. The zookeeper, the new keeper Gerald's quite keen. That's the old gold Dunster lion I've ever seen. Look at that lion. It's like a human centipede. Don't watch that on Netflix, by the way, or unless you want to be really creeped out. Okay. My new zoo, McGrew Zoo, will make people talk. My new zoo, McGrew, will make people gawk at the strangest odd creatures that ever did walk. I'll get for my zoo a new sort of hen who roots in any other hen's top nuke, and then another rooster in the top nuke of his,
Boy, we're
and
going to be here
another
well.
in his, and another in his. By the way, Vancouver still has not made their pick. And so
David, we got
forth
the stage.
upward on go gee whiz. Look at this, boys. Look at this. Look how tall that is. I'm taking my time reading this too, and I'm like,
You might as well. We got a while.
okay. But that's just a start. I'll do better than that. Then you'll see my next day in my zookeeper's hat. Coming
Who's gonna-
into my zoo with an elephant cat. Oh my gosh, it's
Ooh.
like a zoo. There'll be a surprise. They'll all swallow their gum. They'll ask when they'll see my strange animal come. Well, that's a very provocative question.
Oh,
Where do you suppose he gets things from like that form? His animals all have such very odd faces. I bet he must hunt them in rather odd places.
Oh my goodness.
That's
Here's
funny.
here's him walking his elephant cat. Cute cat, actually. Oh, my pages are even sticking together. This book's so old. There we go.
We got it very good.
By the way, Vancouver still is not selected. Okay,
I just checked.
and that's what I'll do, said young Gerald Magoo. If you want to catch a beast you don't see every day, you have to go to places quite out of the way, like Sault Ste. Marie.
Yeah.
You have to go to places no others can get to. You have to get cold and you have to get wet too. Oh, good Lord. Okay.
Up past the North Pole, where the frozen winds squeal, I'll go and I'll hunt on my seagull mobile. And I'll bring back a families of what do you know? And that's how my new zoo McGrew will go. So look, there's his Vancouver Stows picture up, by the way. There's his car. That he
Nice
needs to
car.
get more for. He needs to get more for his money. He doesn't have a trunk.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I'll hunt in the mountains of Zamba Matund with helpers all wear their eyes at a slant and capture a fine fluffy bird called the bustard who only eats custard with sauce made of mustard.
Mustard on a beat.
And
Alright.
also a very fine beast called Flustered who only eats mustard with sauce made of custard. So there's your mustard, custard, flustered mother trucker.
Wow.
Okay.
We're
Vancouver
still
Stows.
2 minutes away.
I'll catch him in caves. I'll catch him in brooks. I'll catch them in cranes. I'll catch them in nooks. That you don't read about in geography books. Sure, I never read that in a geography book. I'll catch him in countries that no one can spell, like the country of Motfa Palota Fapel. In a country like
Is that
that,
a real country?
I don't think so. If a hunter is clever, he'll hunt up some beasts that you never saw ever. So see, look at all the different places he's going. Vancouver Stows it.
Wow.
He's almost at the end.
Almost getting there.
All right. I'll load up 5 boats of a family of jotes with feet are like cows but wear squirrel skin coats. That's disturbing. And sit down like dogs and have voices like goats. Excepting they can't sing the very high notes. So here's your weird goat coat goats. In the boat.
Oh my
Vancouver's still
God.
on the clock, by the way.
Do they float though?
We'll find out. Actually, we won't. And then I'll go down to the wilds of the nunchuck and capture a family of lunks in a bucket. Then people will say, now I like that boy's heaps. His new zoo, McGrew Zoo, is growing by leaps. He captures them wild and he captures them meek. He captures them slim and he captures them sleep. What do you suppose he will capture next week? Vancouver still has not made their selection. And
Wow.
you see everywhere he's going, right? So, like, look, he's here. He somehow jumps all the way up here, goes down this road, and goes down the hill. It's like going down the escarpment like Buffalo Bill. See, I could be Dr. Seuss. Okay.
It was rough,
You
yeah.
should.
Vancouver still has not made their pick yet. I'll capture one tiny. I'll capture one cute. I'll capture a deer that no one hunted would shoot. No hunter would shoot. I hope he doesn't shoot a deer. That'd be old deer. A deer that is nice. He could sleep in your bed if it
I don't
weren't for those horns that he has on his head. If that's not a sexual innuendo, I have no idea what it is. But here's your horns.
Pick is in. You got to hurry up.
We're still on the clock. And I'll speak for hours that are just a bit queer. I'll bring back a very odd family of deer. A father, a mother, 2 sisters, a brother, whose horns are connected from one to the other. It is Human Centipede. Whose horns are so mixed they can't tell them apart, can't tell where they end, and can't tell where they start. Each deer might be puzzled. He's never yet found. His horns are...
Time's up.
around.
Time's up.
Well,
Vancouver Canucks selected center Brandon Coates.
I had this much left of the book, boys.
so close. So close.
Here's the picture of all the horns, by the way, in case you guys.
Great.
So what are we doing with Brandon Coates?
Highly mature center who kept on it. We also did talk about Jackson Smith, but
Well, we have already talked about Jackson Smith a lot.
We have, yeah. We predicted him to go a lot higher.
I'm surprised about Brandon Coates, so and not
where was
Victor
he projected to go?
around 15.
Yeah, the Thunderbirds.
6 foot, 183 pounds. A one-man fort check. Coates, motors, and energy are undeniably elite. In a single shift, he can amass multiple. It is guiding opponents into a big hit, spinning off a check and passing, winning another race by inside position, meters before the boards.
and repeating
Well,
over and over until the puck finds the twine. Primarily a playmaker, he escaped of his quick passes inside and occasionally devises opponents to a backdoor option after passing dashes to the net traffic to create to collect loose pucks.
Just something to point out for you, Jacob. His next 2 picks are the back-to-back picks in the Islanders if they traded for Noah Dobson. So we could see them move one. Make it
You think so, or do you think they keep their picks? Like
I think Montreal keeps the picks.
you mean the Islanders?
No, Islanders got the picks. Montreal got Noah
Oh yeah, it
Dobson.
says Montreal on the dock on the NHL site. I apologize.
Harris
Well,
is the Islanders.
He had 63 points in 60 games. That's not bad.
They're very good. It's not all about points.
No, it's not. Jacob, maybe he'll finish reading your book.
Do we want to finish or do we want to wait till the next commercial break?
Finish the book.
Well, we'll go to the next one after.
And I'll capture them Scarney. I'll capture a Scardo Goosefoot Mulligurney. A high-stepped animal, fast as the wind, from the blistering sand to the desert of Zind. The beast is the beast, and that the brave
The beef is the
ride
beef.
when they want to go fast to find a place to hide. A Milligund is fine for my zoo, and a Chitfit, I'll bring that back too. So here's the animal he's going for now, ladies and gentlemen. During Free Agent Frenzy, we'll probably read If I Ran the Circus.
You may still want to read the book later.
Yeah, exactly.
In a far western part of the southeast North Dakota lives a very fine animal called the Iota. But I'll capture one who is even more finer in the northeast part of South Carolina. When people see him, they will say, now by thunder, this new Zoo McGrew is really a wonder. So I don't know if this is an animal or if this is the new McGrew, but this is terrifying.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Wow.
He's definitely snorted something that's not mustard.
Morning mustard would hurt, bro.
Yeah, man.
Most
Wow.
beasts are quite
Try it,
friendly,
Dan.
but still in some lands, some beasts are too dangerous to catch with bare hands. For those that are ugly and vicious and mean, I'll build a bad animal catching machine. It's rather expensive to build such a kit, but with it a hunter can never get bit. So this is his machine here, boys.
Wow, that was scary.
I hope the 30 plus people on Twitch are enjoying my story.
I'm sure.
30.
they are.
Wow. Thank
A
you.
zoo should have bugs, so I'll capture a thorough whose legs are snarled up in a terrible snare. And then I'll go out and I'll capture some chugs, some niche shooters, mean shooters, bean shooting bugs.
Shooting. Oh. Pew, pew, pew.
Wow.
You know, if these pages didn't stick together, I think I'm actually want this done.
Oh, definitely.
I'll go to African island for a yurka and bring back a twizzle top tuffled mazurka, a kind of carny with quite a tall throat. That's sus. His neck is so long if he swallows an oat for breakfast the first day of April, they say. It has to go down such a very long way that it gets to his stomach on the 15th of May.
Wow.
How long his neck is?
I would have thought it's like that ain't would have pull everything up so easy.
I'll bag a big bug who is very surprising, a fella who has a propeller for rising, a zooming around, making cross-country hops from Texas to Boston with only 2 stops. Now that sort of thing for a bug is just tops. When I've caught him, the next thing you know, I'll go and capture a wild tic-tac-toe with X's that win, with zeros that lose. He'll look mighty good in the zoo of McGrew. So here's your flying bug. Islanders are still on the docket, by the way.
Yeah.
See, the X's are 1. All my exes live in Texas.
Like Joe Straight, huh?
I'll bring back a
Listen was
geezer,
handled by
a
some.
geezer, a gasket, and also a goocher from the wild of Nescasket. and 8 pristine princes will carry the basket, but what their names are, I don't know, so don't ask it.
Oh, we got a trade.
Oh,
What's the
What?
trade, Lane?
I don't know.
we got a trade to announce.
Oh, I still have time to read another page then.
Oh, they're bringing up Lou Dort from the OKC Thunder from Montreal. That's cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Boom!
What's the trade?
I don't know. I think they're announcing. I think this is the Dobson trade. Officially.
Oh, it now says the Islanders are on the clock.
What's going on here?
The trade wasn't official, I don't think. We have a trade. The Montreal Canadiens trade Emil Heineman and the pick 16 and 17. We already know this. Why? For Noah Dobson. Yeah, no kidding.
This makes me wonder, is this actually pre-recorded?
I don't think so because
I think
okay,
so. Why would they announce
we-
that?
We already
Because-
announced for signing for Noah Dobson quite
That's
a
what
while
I'm saying.
ago.
I know why. I think I know why.
Why?
Because it's a draft, so it's not actually like by the time the paperwork actually goes through. So like, you know, like I know it to us we don't realize it, but like when something's like traded, it's just reported, right? It hasn't actually happened yet. So we see the trade, we know it's happened, but the paperwork's got to get signed, and now they want to go up there and push their button and be like, we have a trade, even though you don't really. But they want to make it official at the actual draft because they've done that before with picks that have been traded. You have to announce it when the pick is being announced.
That's true.
Let's keep reading, Jacob. Never mind.
In a cave of cartoon lives a beast called the Natch. No other hunter's been able to catch. He's hidden for years in his cave with a port, and no one's been able to make him come out. But I'll coax him out with a wonderful meal that's cooked by my cooks in my cooker mobile. Then
This
I'll
is
fix
a
up
long
the
book.
that is
It's
just
a long
to his
draft.
taste. 3 chicken corsets made of library paste. That's a weird. Okay. Then sprinkled with peanut schnocks, pickled and spiced. Then baked at 600 degrees and then iced. It's mighty
600.
hard cooking to cook up a feast, but that's how the new Zoo McGrew gets beasts. So here's the cooking train, right? Like right over here. And then over here, he's eating his meal.
I'm asking.
It's a longer book than I thought it was, by the way.
I'm legit asking the Islanders if they're using Internet Explorer.
Yeah, really. I'll go to a faraway mountain of Tobusk near the river in Nabusk, and I'll bring back a buskuk, a sort of kind of a thingman bazook who only eats rhubarb and corn on the cob. Then people will flock to my zoo of a mosque. McGrew, they will say, does a wonderful jobisk. He hunts with such vim and he hunts with such vigor. His new zoo McGrew gets bigger and bigger. No, Dan, I wasn't going to say something else.
Oh, okay.
Oh, oh
And
man.
speaking of birds, there's a Russian Pulaski with Heskies and Riskies and Bells and Buluskis. I'll get one of them in my Zewski Makurski. And here's I forgot to show you guys the Russian bird. Because everybody's heard about the birds, and the bird is the word. I said, don't you know about the bird? Well, everybody knows that the bird is the word. Anyways.
I like Larry Bird.
Asked why this boy never sleeps. No keeper before will ever keep what he keeps. There's no telling what. That's all
Oh,
capitalized.
pick is in.
The young
what
fellow
is
will
it?
do. It's not on the clock yet, so screw you. No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
And then to show them, I'll save Kalaloo and bring them back to the bunch of words saying zoo.
oh, I see it.
It's not on my. It's not on mine. Who the
It's
Islanders?
on
take?
my Sportsnet.
Who the Islanders take?
Victor Aklag.
Oh,
Yeah, Victor, that makes sense.
So another Swede.
Perfect
Victor-
sense. We'll go back to story time in a minute.
Mhm.
31
Wow.
points in 42 games.
And
Really
he's never
talented
played
player.
in Swedish League, right?
They just got the best player available,
The second league
basically.
again. They picked up the best player available. Now, his main downside is he's small. He's only 5'11", 169.
It doesn't really matter in new NHL.
So this pick went from Calgary to Montreal to the Islanders.
Wow.
Weird.
Which trade was the Leafs? I guess that would have been the 22nd pick, I think,
Yeah.
right? That makes sense.
No, it was the 25th.
Oh.
That's how Chicago has it. I think
I
the
thought we
lawn one you could defer it to next year if you wanted to, I think. Or it was the next year's pick, not this year's.
Oh.
But Victor Eklund, I think that's a really smart pickup by the Islanders.
So do I. They
Yeah.
got the best. You got the
I think
best player.
So now who do the Islanders go for here? We'll take a break from story time. And you have Logan Hessler, really good player from NCAA, University of Wisconsin. You have Cole Resche from Victoria Royals, WHL.
Just to remind
Cameron
everyone, we've
Reed.
been on for 2.5 hours, and we're just halfway through.
Yeah.
So this
Are we gonna
3-hour
make it the whole
episode,
way?
we thought it was going to be long, yeah. I
Are
don't
we
know if
gonna-
we're going to go away.
Oh, Lane's already left once. Dan's probably falling asleep. I've almost read a book. Now, next time my coworkers ask me what was the last book I read, I can say If I Ran the Zoo by Dr. Seuss.
Are you ready to finish the book?
All right. Okay, if you really want me to finish the book right now, I will.
No, let's talk about the Islanders. I want to make you move.
I like the way you move.
It's a good song.
I wonder if the Islanders will trade this next pick, though.
Yeah.
Why do you think they would trade it? Just why do you think?
Because I want something else to talk about.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
No, all jokes aside, who's the best player left? I guess it would be
Carbonneau?
Antrickson from the Barrie Colts.
Oh, cool.
Or Carbonneau, depending on which
I've seen him play.
thing you're looking at. Anderson from the Colts had 59 points in 64 games, while Carbonneau had
Which player?
89 points in 82 games.
What pick was that supposed to be?
13, according to Bob McKenzie. Hi, Bob.
Right?
Hopefully it doesn't happen when I did it on a pre-record when I did something like that and my mic stand almost flew off the desk. That's what you get
Like
for
Logan
Sam Fuller?
Hensler's also there.
Yeah, so is Cole Renschke, who had 92 points in 62 games with the Victoria Royals.
I think we're going to go for the Barrie Colts, dude. Like, Barrie Colts has a really big history of developing great NHL players.
Yeah, they do.
So let's go with the Colts.
I'm curious to see what Calgary
Yeah,
does.
true.
I've been hearing rumors Calgary shopping Rasmus Anderson.
Oh, he's Eklund's brother. That's cool.
Oh,
Willie
Who, Aaron
Eklund.
Eckler's brother?
No, Victor Eklund is his brother. Willie
Victor
Eklund.
Eklund is Aaron Eckler's brother?
No. The guy who's just drafted, Victor Eklund, is William Eklund's brother who plays on San Jose.
Oh, I was going to say, he must be too young to be Aaron Eckler's brother. Okay, now
Because they were showing when Victor Eklund was drafted, he was in the family hug. They had a video. Victor Eklund was at high. They had a family hug. So now his brother gets it. That's pretty cool. I didn't know they were. I mean, I guess it makes sense. They have the same last name, but I didn't put two and two together.
Yeah, but that's a common last name for Swedish, I believe, right? So you never know.
That's cool. That him and his brother now get to play in the NHL together.
That's sweet.
Separate
but we'll see
conferences,
what the
though.
Islanders do here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wonder. You think they're going to keep it? Or you think they're going to trade it?
I think they'll end up keeping it.
Seems like
They're going to try and trade. No one wants it. I like.
Oh, Lane, you know basketball. Naz Reid plans to sign a 5-year deal to remain with the Minnesota Timberwolves over $125 million. Is that good or bad?
pretty good. He's a pretty good player. That's a good keep.
Why?
People like he's a good player. I mean, he's a big guy. Makes a lot of blocks. He's an efficient center. Picks up good points. He's an average point producing center. Lots of blocks, big body. I like Naz Reid. He's a good player. He's got veteran leadership. I like that. He went off in the playoffs too. He had a really good playoffs.
I like you, Lane.
I like you too.
I love my
Everyone
Oh.
likes
Some
had
good
two,
news. Good news, everyone. The Jays are up 5-0 in the top of the eighth.
Oh,
So we're gonna talk baseball score according to Jacob, but not football score. So sorry, viewers. One thing about football, you'll have to look up yourself.
yeah.
I'll talk
Okay.
about baseball all day.
So let's go. I guess now that we're halfway through, we'll recap the draft for everybody who's just tuning in since we are waiting. We had Matthew Schaefer from the Islanders, Michael Misa to the Sharks, Frondell to the Hawks, Daniel Noye to the Mammoth, Brady Martin to Nashville,
Danny
Porter
Martins.
Martone to Philly, James Higgins to Boston, Jacob Bryant to the Kraken, Merterka to the Sabres, McQueen to the Ducks, Kindle to the Penguins, Nesbitt to the Flyers, Carter Baird to the Red Wings, Jackson Smith to the Blue Jackets, Coates to the Canucks, and Victor Eklund. And it looks like
Islanders did select the Colt.
Nice,
There.
I do it.
Steven Atchison.
I called it.
Also, we have a comment here from Streakers Gaming.
Uh-oh. Is he happy about
Over under 3.5 hours should have been a prop. I
Oh, what if it
agree.
went over? Well, it'd be over at this rate.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're already at 2 hours and 40 minutes right now. And we're at the halfway point.
So,
Crazy.
are you going to finish your book?
No, I'm curious
Got
what
a lot-
Calgary's going to do.
He's got all night. We don't have to rush him. Leave the suspense.
Okay. I want to know the ending of the book.
We got.
You've read it before.
Yeah, but like
I have
20
never read that book.
25 years ago, bro.
I've never read the book.
So
Oh,
who does Calgary take at the
Good
18th
one.
pick?
Who's still left? Let's take a look. See. What do you
I
think?
think
They
it's
need?
going off
Everyone
the
else
board.
projected top 10 is gone.
What do you think they need though? Let's discuss. What do you think they need? Like
Scoring. They need scoring bad because Super Bowl sucks. They need
by
some goal
that
scoring.
logic, I would go. If I'm them, I'd go Carbonell here.
Mhm.
I'd go Malkin Spence for the Erie Otters.
Oh yeah, why you know that name?
He's
just
got
showing
73 points in 65 games, 32 goals, 41 assists, but also 57 pounding minutes. So you know he's physical.
What
Or
about
do
Bill
you
Zonin?
go with Milton Gerstren from Sweden? Plays in the 20 plus league in Sweden. So as a underager, so you know he's a good player. Known as a playmaker, powerful skater, and two-way center. He would be a guy that I could see Calgary going a little off the board.
How many points did he get?
Or
80
Cole?
billion.
Maybe this is where you get Cole Versinski. 26 goals. 66
I put up
assists.
42 points in 40 games.
Wow, playing with adults. Wow.
And
Maybe
no,
it's-
sorry, in the under 20 Sweden league.
Oh, it's still pretty good.
But still, that's impressive.
What about Versinski? You think this could be a landing spot for Calgary? Another playmaker?
Mm,
66 apples?
I think they want someone who can
What?
score.
I can see him getting playmaker.
Well, then
He's
what-
someone who costs the puck.
Carbonell's got 46 goals. That's a lot, man.
I like this Commodore.
Or if you're worried about Rasmus Anderson being gone, you go for Cameron Reed out of Kitchener. 54 points in 67 games as a defenseman.
It's not bad. That's pretty good.
That's really good.
I could still see, too, this Cole Rentschi from the Royals on WHL. 92 points in 62 games.
Pretty good.
Wow.
There's still some good players left on this board.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, tons. We're still halfway through. We're only halfway through the draft. So another 16 players to go.
Calgary is still on the clock.
We may be here till 1 a.m, boys.
Well, Dan, stay
Buckle
awake.
up. In the Streakers Gaming app, will Dan stay awake? Submit your picks now for the points. I'd pick no.
Actually, while we have people here, if you feel like commenting, great. If you want to message me directly, that's fine. What are some props you guys want for NHL free agency? Currently, we have Marner over under at 14.
Ooh,
But let
we
us
should
know
do
what
like a
other
money.
props. Look at any other props you're looking for certain players. Maybe an over under for how many signings are done the day of.
Money.
Let us know.
I think money's always a good one. Like, how much money will we spend? Like 700 million over under.
Or would you take the over or the under for that?
I'd have to go look. Like I just said, I'll go look.
No, figure it out right now. Don't look. Close your eyes.
I'd say
Close your eyes,
over.
Lane. Close your eyes. Now you're Dan. Who do you think?
Over. Personally, I
think it'll be under that this year.
Who?
Yeah.
What's 7 million?
700 million overall spending day one.
Oh.
You don't think about it, but they spent a lot.
Well,
Yeah,
it depends
because-
if Mitch Marner signs on the first day. Because
Yeah,
Mitch
but
Marner
under
will be over
Marner,
100 million.
after Marner, it's not big money guys. It's all like 5 to 8 million guys.
Yeah.
Still, that adds up though.
Sam Bennett was probably your next biggest guy on the board, Bennett and Tavares, and they both re-signed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess it depends who resigns, right?
I'll say under.
The other might think about maybe I'm just crazy. Next year, though, next year probably a big spending year.
Depending if
Oh,
Connor McDavid goes to open market,
I think Edmonton gets it done.
which Edmonton can re-sign him as early as July 1st. I think they're going to want to get that done sooner than later just to have the drama gone.
I would think so.
So, Lane, when you're looking on social media, are people still complaining about the format?
So, of course, people hate this.
I hate it. I do. It's ridiculous.
I know I'm hungry. I could go for a snack,
I know, eh? I'm thinking too.
but I don't want to leave you.
I was about to leave,
Dan,
but I
if
want to
Dan,
hear the end of the story.
okay, after Calgary's pick, I'll finish the story.
Dan wants to leave?
He wants to get a
No, I
snack.
just need to get more water.
Okay, we'll go get water.
No, I want to hear the end of the story.
Okay, let me see if I can finish it before Calgary picks.
Oh, you got time.
I'll hunt in the jungle for hippos no hungus. I'll bring back a flock of a bop no bungus. The bop no bungus from hippo no hungus better beat those down the dippo no dungus and smarter than those in the nippo no nungus. And that's why I'll catch them hippo no hungus instead of those other nungus and dungus. And
Is
people
this
will
book in
say,
English?
when they see the bips bonding, the zookeeper new keeper is simply outstanding. He travels so far that you think he would drop. When do you suppose this young fellow will stop? And this is all the bunguses, dungus, and the babumbus and the babambas, all the animals that he just got. A lot of animals.
What was that?
Oh, it was going on against my pop filter.
I was like,
Well, I was going to
"This
get the
ripped
stomach.
one."
No, I didn't fart. Stop! Well, I should, but I won't stop until I've captured the Fizzle-ma-Vizzle-ma-dill, the world's biggest bird from the island of Gwark, who only eats pine trees and spits out the bark. And boy, when I get him back home to the park, the world will say young McGrew made his mark. He built a zoo better than Noah's whole ark. Ooh, blasphemy. These wonderful, marvelous beasts that he chooses, he made him the greatest of the McGrewses. So this is the crazy animal that he's trying to get now. Calgary's still on the clock, by the way.
They said eat the bark full. Bark is healthy for you. Aaron Rodgers eats tree bark.
Wow! They all cheer. What the zoo must be worth is a gold darned zoo on the face
Oh,
of
better
the
hurry
earth.
up.
And there's here's what the zoo looks like. Yes, that's what I'll do, said young McGrew. I'd make a few changes if I ran the zoo.
Who's
Yeah.
this? Oh, Landy McDonald's making the pick.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool.
It's the end
That's
of
a
the
dumb ending.
Then it's just
By the way, they
Did
say
you
that
know
cash.
Dr. Seuss at this time wrote and illustrated 42 world famous books for children and their lucky parents?
Lucky parents. Oh my gosh.
This book was
I-
1650 Canadian.
That's cool. By the way, they say this Keshwin Atchison guy.
Cole Reneski,
Oh,
one of the players I suggested. Look at that. I'm so
you
smart.
did.
Well, you said
I mean-
scoring, and they went for a playmaker.
Well, I guess they figure he can pass it to Huberto, who can pass it to Kadri, and then it will finally go in the net.
Finally.
I mean, he did have 26 goals, 66 assists for 92 points
That's
in the
really
WHL.
good.
Now, obviously, though, this is a player that will not be in the league next year. Like these, now we're getting more into like guys you're projecting in 3 to 4 years.
I think right now.
Will that be really? It'd be interesting to put a full like OHL team in the NHL and see how they do. Like the best players in the OHL.
I would. I think it'd be cool, like challenge game in the summer or something. Like just for fun.
Be a good development game.
Yeah.
We get people hyped about both seasons. It's actually not a bad idea.
So the next pick is for St. Louis. Ooh,
Dan, if you want to go get your water, go ahead.
Yeah,
I
go get your
just
water.
might. Oh, I can give you a
What?
Jays update, though.
They lost.
No, they're up 9-0 in top of the
Wow.
eighth.
You watch, they still find a way to lose.
I don't think so, bud.
Is who's Burial still pitching, or is it someone new?
Oh, good question. I didn't really actually click on the game. I just looked at the score. Let me click on the game.
Well, back to the comment section of people complaining about the draft. Here's another comment from social media.
What an epic fail!
Yeah, literally. Mm.
Flames like number 18, Kovac is a playmaker who can make a difference in big games. He scored 8 points in 5 games of Team Canada 2025 U18.
How do I see who the
I'm
pitcher
assuming
is?
This is the comment about the fail. Just what an epic fail.
Yeah.
White Owl is Boston pitching. I know that, but who's pitching in the Jays?
Dan is struggling.
Oh, pitching. So, Bass, how do you say his name? Bales?
Burials.
He's done 7 innings so far with 8 strikeouts.
It's pretty good.
So it just depends if he comes out for the bottom of the 8th or not. I think that's
How many
very good on
pitches?
him.
How many pitches has he thrown?
Oh,
Probably doesn't say on Google.
No, it should.
mm.
At least 4.
At
Pitch
least four.
count
Let me look up.
91 to 65. What?
Oh, he's probably done. He's not coming back.
If it's a shutout, he might be.
The wind speed is 7 miles per hour coming out of southeast. That helps. And it's perfectly
Thanks, Dan.
cloudy.
Nah, they'll probably rest him now at this point. He should go over 100. And they're up by
Well,
9, so I don't think they're worried about blowing
It
it.
looks like the Jays are having a pretty good game.
Well, they need to
No.
bounce back.
No home runs yet, but both sets got RBI. On 100, Kirk got RBI. George Springer's got 2 RBIs. Mario Stolar's got RBI. Comet's got RBI. Jimenez got 3 RBIs. Oh, nice to see him get going.
Oh, yeah, we still
So,
got to look at the hats.
Yes, we still got to look at the hats.
Dan, go get your water, man.
Yeah, I might have to.
You're not going to miss much.
No, I'm trying to be a good team player.
I'll tell you, you're not a good team player. I understand. We understand. Good.
Remember, for anyone who can't watch this entire show will be archived on Facebook and YouTube if you want to relive me reading a book live on the air.
And looking at
Good.
hats.
I don't
Probably
know.
don't get any more comments coming in.
What do you think about
Getting
this
a lot of
other
people
side?
watching, though.
I like the
All
Predators.
hats are the same.
Well, pretty much. Which one did you say you liked, Jacob?
Predators.
Oh, yeah, let's take a look at it. We got a lot of time.
Yeah.
Hasn't been purchased for 15 minutes, poor blokes. Oh, bye, Dan.
Bye. Oh, it's what?
Dan may not come back. Let's see. What else can we buy on here?
We can buy women and men. And kids. Wow. I'm kidding.
Let's see what sweaties. Let's see what sweatshirts we can buy. Ooh. Nashville Predator swag.
Oh my gosh.
$26.
Still on the clock.
Oh, I don't
I'm
like that sweater.
shocked. Yeah, those sweaters are kind of ugly.
Why am I looking at Nashville Predator swag? I just wanted to look at the stuff. Ooh, those shorts. If you got good booty action.
Oh, I have a great booty, so I should get those.
You can also get an Austin Matthews silk blanket.
Oh, Lane, since Dan's not here, we should totally order that for Dan.
Yeah.
I don't have $69.99 US at the moment, but
Let's purchase it. There you go.
or get him a Leaf one that says Captain Underpants.
He would like that. We'll
The
just put
Blues
your
are
name.
still on the dock.
This is bad, eh?
Yeah,
Ooh, this is cool.
that is cool, actually.
That's a nice blanket. I like those Leaf sweatpants. I should get a pair of those.
What are those?
What is this? A head? Oh, a golf. So maybe it's for golf, right?
Golf in the jungle.
You ever played golf, Jacob, while we're waiting?
I have played golf. I'm not very good.
If we could get Chaz, we should all go play on a par 3 golf.
I'd be down.
Yeah, it's cheap, right? I suck, but I could see Chazzy being good at golf.
I could too. Well, Chazzy has a mini golf course in his backyard.
Did you? Oh, that's cool.
He has like a putting green in his backyard, which I want, but he won't sell me. I want his house, actually.
All right, St. Louis is up.
They still haven't made the pick yet. They're still on the clock.
They're about to make it. We hope. Braden Point, Tyler Ennis. Ew. That's the guy they just got, Calgary.
Calgary didn't get Tyler Ennis.
No, they're the guy they got. Like his upside is Braden Point. His downside would be Tyler Ennis. He's projected to be a middle 6 with center with power.
That's who Calgary just got?
The Cole Rashinsky guy.
Right.
That's what they said. They said he's like an up. If he hits his ceiling, he'll be a Braden Point. At worst, he'll be a Tyler Ennis.
So they
That's
have just selected Justin Carpenu.
Oh, this
That's the one
Carpino guy.
that you've been talking about a lot.
Let's see, Carpino, right?
Yes.
Well, this makes sense. I'll be honest. If they're trading Jordan Kyrou, this makes sense. Now, let's see what he was ranked. He was ranked pretty much where he's been picked. Although he's not a power forward in the per sense, he can hit, retrieve pucks, protect them, and drive them right into the cage. Operating away from the puck, Carpino displays an owned ability to create space for himself and receives pucks, adapting his speed to stay in passing lanes, circling behind defenders, and popping in pockets at the right time. He catches and rifles the puck past the goalie. His deep skating posture and puck control adding power and precision.
And I will say I'm a little surprised he's dropped as low as he has.
Yeah,
I thought he would have been like a top 15 easy.
You look at his stats. Last year he had 31 goals, 28 assists, 59.60 games. This time he had 46 goals, 43 assists. So definitely looks like he could put up the numbers.
Yeah. I think we've lost Dan forever.
Probably.
But yeah, I think this is a good pick for the Blues. We're back to the Columbus Blue Jackets on the clock. Oh my gosh, I can't get over how long this is.
I didn't think it was going to be this painful.
No. I thought at the
What
most we'd be on until 9 o'clock.
I mean, we will just keep.
But we're gonna,
continuing.
you know what though, folks? You're suffering through the draft. We're gonna suffer with you. And again, if you weren't able to catch the whole show, the whole thing will be up on our social media still. Because we do still have people watching. So I look at it, people are still watching. They're still
How many
hanging
people
out
are
with
still
us.
watching?
We still have quite a few people watching actually over Twitch.
That's cool.
So hello
That's
to our
awesome.
Twitch audience.
Thank you for sticking with us through this torturous times here. But I mean, it just needs, honestly, if they just, it wouldn't honestly be this bad if they just cut out a few little things. Cut out these talking to the. Honestly, this could work. Get rid of the celebrities trying to do their own, trying to spew their own shows.
Mhm.
That's been just garbage. If honestly, okay, here's what I would fix. But we both do this. Get rid of the celebrity stuff. Maybe have like the odd one. Like I didn't mind for Cole Perfetti because it was like the one, and it was like it was like his dream celebrity. I don't mind when there's a few people.
Or like
Like
I thought
someone-
Gaudreau's mom was a nice touch.
Yeah, like okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Like that's okay. Like have a few of them, but not every team needs to have a celebrity guy.
So, hi everyone. I had to take a
Hello,
little
Dan.
pee, but we're at the Columbus pick again, eh?
And
Yeah.
Carbonneau, just while you were gone, Carbonneau got picked for the Blues.
Oh, nice. That's what I thought
That
Calgary
40
was
goal
going to
scorer.
pick.
And Dan, just so you're aware, we still have over 30 people watching us on Twitch. So hello,
Wow,
Twitch.
thank you, everyone.
And
That's awesome.
just so you guys are aware, I'm bringing a surprise into the show. Okay, we are
Cool.
bringing in the legend, Adam.
Adam, what's up,
Joining us.
bro?
Hey guys.
Oh,
Hey.
wow. Hello,
So Adam,
What's up,
what have
guys?
you thought so far of this whole format of the draft? Like, have you kind of just given up on it?
Adam's a great
Yeah, I
viewer of the
kinda
show,
just
by the
thought-
way.
I got bored pretty quick with the format. It's interesting to say the least. Not having the teams there is interesting, and then having them do the players speak to the teams right after with like cameras in their faces. Weird.
I don't
felt
like
bad
that.
for Matthew Schaefer.
Yeah.
I felt really bad because he just didn't look. He was so upset and everything, and I just didn't think it was really necessary with him to be doing that. But it's certainly interesting. It definitely makes things interesting. Gary Bettman's not the right person to be running that, but
No.
Adam, what would you feel?
he's Oh,
Adam,
go
you
ahead.
can watch- what would you feel like? What are some things that you like and don't like about this? Like what's one thing you would fix? We were just talking about it. This like the way the presentation.
I don't know. Like I think it's nice not having the teams there because I think it just looks like it looks weird having all the teams there with all the desks and you're able to see the GMs and everything and like them doing business and stuff. I think that part was always just a little weird to me. I think not having the players talk to the teams on camera would be something because I just don't feel like that's like I understand why they would do that, but it looks
Well,
weird, and it looks like that. Like I certainly feel like the players, unless you're like just really like you like doing that kind of stuff, like it feels like the players. It feels like a conversation that should be had in public. I mean, sorry, in private, and
Oh,
it's
wow.
just a weird to me. I don't know.
Hmm.
But I think everything else was nice. I guess maybe having somebody else there with Gary Bettman would help. I don't know. It just seems very boring with him there.
I think the NHL needs a face of the league for these kind of things. That's not the commissioner.
Well, usually Bill Davey does these type of things. That's a little
No, but
more
you kind of know
comfortable.
the CFL, the face of the league's like kind of besides commissioner would be like Pinball Clemens would be the type of guy you would use for something like this. Right. And maybe they need to find like a former NHL player that everyone actually likes, not Wayne Gretzky, and bring in someone that would actually be interesting. But
Paul
I don't
Bissonnette.
Yeah.
completely agree with you, Adam, to be honest with you. I actually liked having the GMs there. I thought it was more visually
Me
interesting.
too.
And I think then it's not like all these Zoom calls back and forth. Also, too, you need less time between picks.
yeah.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Adam,
3
I'm not
minutes is
sure
not
if
that
you were-
long.
If you were still watching, but I read this entire book.
Oh wow, that's
And
fun.
Between one
Well-
pick, I got over halfway down the book just during one pick.
Jeez Louise.
And I'm a
Well,
slow
San Jose's pick didn't come in until after the 3 minutes were done. Like there's the second pick didn't come in until after the 3 minutes were done. So they should have, like, what the hell was that about? I don't know if they started the timer before.
So then,
like,
in theory,
too
shouldn't have
early
they,
or something,
like,
but that was
forfeited
very
the pick?
awkward.
Shouldn't
I
they
think,
just
like, I know in the NFL they move on. Like, they go to
Yeah.
the next team and the next team can steal the pick, but the original
Right.
team who had the pick can still make one. It's just really weird. Like, they just have, like, they can just pick whenever. It's really weird.
That is odd.
I think that's how the NFL does it, but I don't remember. But
No,
like,
you're
I don't know.
right. That is how the NFL does it, which I think is a way better format. And like, I don't understand how it takes this long. You know when your pick is, you know roughly what players are going to be there.
Yeah, that's
Just make a
true.
pick.
Well, especially the first pick. The first like 3 picks.
How does that one take
You-
so long? Kyle Schaefer was clearly
Basically-
the best player.
Yeah, and Misa was going second in my book, unless you like really liked Rondell. Then Misa
What?
was always going to go second, in my
What?
opinion, at least.
I'm
Who did you have
baffled.
go?
Well,
Who did you have going second?
That's not what I'm baffled about. It. They just revealed who won GM of the year, and it's
Who?
Jim Nill from Dallas over Bill Zito. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
What?
Well, maybe that's
Why?
I don't know. That's weird.
How
That's
is Bill
honestly-
Zito not the GM of the year?
Just to
Kevin-
give a shout out here and talk about football a little bit. Pinball Clemens got honored today. Him and his wife got a service medal from the government of Canada for all the community work that they do nationwide for underprivileged children with football. So huge honor for them. That's amazing. So congrats and
Oh,
great
wow.
job. Yeah. He's 60 years old already. He doesn't look
Jeez.
60. He's a good dude.
But what
Wow.
I'm curious here is, were you guys expecting more trades so far?
Oh, yeah.
yes.
Sure.
Well, especially after like the Islanders trade, like the
Yeah.
Dawson trade, I was totally expecting the Islanders to move those 2 picks. But clearly I don't know if they did or not because I wasn't watching, but I don't think they did
No.
based I didn't hear anything about it. So
They ended up selecting Victor
Columbus
Eklund
still hasn't made their pick.
and
they had Victor Eklund
Keyshawn-
at
yeah, they got
16.
Victor Eklund at 16,
Yeah.
and then Keyshawn
What?
Etchinson at 17. It's been a
How
crazy
the
draft.
hell did he? How the hell? I still can't believe. I was surprised that Hagen's dropped out of
I
the top
know.
5. I thought he was going top 5 for sure.
I was
I was-
really
but
shocked too
Eklund
about Porter Matrone. I thought he would have went a lot higher.
Oh, me too. Yeah. Well, he was at 3. He was at 3, like at a certain point, and then Hagen's was at 1 at a certain point. But Porter was up there in the top 3. Like I thought he was just going to stay there, but
I
Frondell
was
came
more
out of
surprised
kind of
about
nowhere.
the Caleb Donciers going 4th. I didn't see that
Well,
coming.
One of the guys on Sportsnet was just didn't stop talking about him before he got picked. For the first 3 picks, he was just nonstop talking about him. Like he just wouldn't shut up about
They
it.
got
And I was like,
Gaudreau's-
"Jeez Louise."
Boyer and Demirnov, a goaltender, just got picked up by the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Oh, finally a
Yeah.
goalie.
Wow. Well,
Okay, let me
Goalies don't
find
usually
them on
go
my-
first round anyways.
No, they don't.
Like, well, unless you're like,
Marc-Andre Fleury.
like Carey Price or something, like or Fleury, yeah. You don't get picked there you don't see a lot of goalies. Or Ilya Samsonov.
Yeah.
Or
Okay, so he
Samsonov.
played in the MHL and in 37 games had a 1.75 goals against average and a 942 save percentage.
Oh, well,
Wow.
that makes sense why you got
Where
picked.
was he
So-
predicted to go?
Not in the first round. He was honorable
Yeah.
mention.
Oh, just
Goalies
completely off
always
the
going-
board.
Goalies are always going to be predicted to go into the second round, no matter how good they are. They're always
Didn't
gonna be
Columbus just
predicted to
trade
go
a
in the
goalie
They did.
a couple days
To
ago?
Florida.
second-
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
maybe
Florida's
that's
not going
why.
to keep Vanchek.
No.
Then I guess after that, which I'm not really surprised. I guess I'm surprised they didn't trade him away or anything during the season, given Bobrovsky just started basically all of their games anyways.
Well,
Literally.
that's crazy. I thought it'd be Ravensburg would be picked. He's he's the goalie who's predicted to go in the first round. But
Yeah.
He's really good, but
Just a quick little Jays update. Bottom of the ninth are up 9-0 now. Nick Sandine came in to pitch the 8th inning, and now Pixon Schultz is in there to close it. So hopefully Jays get a victory here, 9-0.
geez Louise.
I mean, if any team would blow it, it's the Jays. What did
Well,
I
it's
feel like? I
stupid,
feel like you wanted to show us something, Lane.
this has been a good. I've been looking at this guy because he's been posting about the players, but I haven't seen the goalie. But this was the one from the St. Louis Blues, the Justin Carbonell. He's been doing a little bit of a profile on the players, kind
AI
of go over them
hockey
a bit.
prospect.
He says his
Give
upside
him a
is
follow, Lane.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, give him a follow. Good job. There you go.
His upside is Brock Besser, and his downside is Tyler Toffoli, which, I mean, that's not bad when you think of in the middle there. Like, if he hits his middle part, he's a top 6 winger with a PP1 trigger man, transition zone threat. I'm just going to go through some of these. This is the one I was telling you, Jacob, about that Cole Rashinsky. His upside, Braden Point, downside, Tyler Ennis, middle 6 center. We'll go through these guys since we got a lot of time.
All right.
This Kiss one.
I really like this pick.
His upside, Charlie McAvoy. Downside, Rasmus Ristolainen. Top 4 left-handed offensive defenseman. PP2 contributor with a physical presence. Victor Eklund. His upside is William Nylander.
Whoa.
Downside, Point.
Wow, what an upside that is.
Yeah.
Willie Styles, Dan's favorite man about a shirt.
Oh, yes.
Downside, though,
Well, like-
Point is Aberg. I'm not sure who that is, but
Mhm.
means like he could maybe make the NHL, but if he doesn't, he's going to be probably not make the
He
NHL.
could take Pierre Enwald's spot because he's done nothing in the island.
The
Oh,
Brandon
going for
Coots
another
guy.
5 years.
I don't know about this guy, Brandon Coots, upside Braden Shen, downside Curtis Lazar. Looking at the middle.
Curtis
6.
Lazar. I haven't heard that name in a while.
He was
No,
great in
neither.
the juniors. Then he just fell
Well,
off.
yeah, and then he came into the NHL, and I don't even remember who he was drafted by, but
Then here you go,
New
Jackson
I don't
Jersey?
think that
Smith.
helped.
Jackson Smith with an upside.
This is a guy was shocked didn't go in the top 10.
Yeah, eh?
Upside being Shea Theodore. That's
Wow.
interesting.
Top 4 left-handed defenseman. Power play 2. Ryan Murphy could be his downside. So here's Carter
Right.
Bear.
Well, so he's going to be a good defenseman then, basically.
Brendan Gallagher and Tyler Ennis again. Middle 6 winger, power play 2. And then this is that Jack Nesbitt guy, the guy that we were wondering. Upside Jordan Stahl, downside Logan Brown.
I have never heard of this kid. I saw that he was drafted, and I just don't know who he is.
Windsor Spitfires.
Yeah, we were
Well,
all really
yeah.
surprised about that pick, though.
I don't know.
Ottawa's still on the
I've
clock,
never
by
heard
the
of
way.
this guy. But Brendan, that Kendall guy that went to Pittsburgh, his upside is Gensel, but downside is Rob Schremp.
Well, his upside being Gensel, it makes sense why Pittsburgh took him then,
Yeah, for sure.
because
Yeah.
Gensel.
Oh, that's a good upside. Roger McLean.
Well, it's a good upside, yeah, but his downside
Remember,
is somebody.
I said he sounds like Joe Fortin when you guys were talking about him. So that's funny. They said the same thing.
And then that number 9, we had. Ooh, wow, that's.
Daniel Chara. That's what I was thinking too. Because he's
even
huge.
Zadorov, like that's a pretty
Yeah,
pretty
he's a
much
good
you're
defenseman too.
guaranteed. That means you're pretty much guaranteed to be in the NHL.
I find it weird, though, they're comparing him to Zdeno Chara, and then you read off Elite Prospects, they say he's not known for monster hits.
Well, is he really tall?
He
Yeah.
is.
And that would probably. Well, that would maybe where the comparison is really coming from. If he's like,
Yeah, he's
Decently
6'6".
mobile.
Hitting, it
Well,
just
I'm
says a
basically
shutdown
John
forward.
Cena because we're both white and big.
well,
Oh, we gotta trade. We gotta trade, everybody.
Oh,
We gotta
oh,
trade.
shit.
Oh.
The draft
Odell,
Nashville is
finally.
now selecting 21st instead of the Ottawa Senators. We don't have the details yet.
Well,
we got
who could they
Drake to
even?
announce.
Well, like, who could they even like trade for the 21st pick? That is in like
I gotta
them
sneeze.
giving away something good. I guess picks, but
Just more picks, I guess. Nashville did have the 26th pick originally, so it's probably moving the 26th pick
oh yeah.
and then like a second round pick. This has been a weird draft.
It has, yeah.
Well, like, there's been so many. Like,
Nashville also has the 23rd pick at the moment, so it could be that pick too.
Oh, okay.
oh yeah, I guess yeah.
So
Let me see if there's anything on TSN on this.
Sportsnet has
They're up
nothing.
9-0 in the bottom of the ninth, by the way.
That's what I just said.
I
Oh,
said it again.
so interesting. So very interesting. Very exciting sports night.
Well, kind of was start the day started off
It
incredible.
started off great, and the weirdest one too is they announced the Noah Dobson trade during the draft, even though it was made official like 2 hours ago.
Like he even got signed before the draft.
Yeah,
I mean,
Well, I'm not surprised Dobson got 9.5, but like 8 years is just.
yeah, that's what
He's
I'm worried
young,
about
isn't he?
too.
He's 25, but like you're paying him until he's 32. All I saw today after that trade was Islanders fans just throwing up mistakes from Dobson. Like I saw like 10 clips of Noah Dobson mistakes. The minute
Well, I think he
gone on
didn't
the
get
Twitter
enough
after I
for
saw
him.
it. Like because I even saw yesterday
Whoa.
on like Twitter. I don't remember who, or this morning on Twitter, I saw one Islanders fan say that they're more mad about how Dobson's gone about himself than they were about how
What?
John Tavares went about things. Like a couple, like whatever, 8 years
I
ago.
told that.
Okay, I don't believe anything unless Elliot Friedman says it. To be
I
honest.
said.
wait, Adam, what if I say it?
Well, that
I
was,
said.
well,
Crosby
Jacob,
should
you're
go-
a self-proclaimed sports analyst, and Elliot
give it
Friedman
that.
is a sports analyst.
I said Crosby
yeah.
to Colorado.
I could see it, but what are Colorado going to? They were going to have to trade for him because he has a
that could be
2-year
why
Look
they
at
extension.
this
just
guy.
traded-
Look at this guy baiting people, and he's like, "Oh, it's false." So he tweets and he's like, "Oh, it's false."
Yeah, well, what's Colorado going to trade for him? Colorado doesn't have
You-
anything to trade for
You
him.
Sneaky
Don't
devil.
follow this man. Follow the
No.
Streakers Island podcast.
Of course, it
instead.
was fake, guys. What does Colorado have to trade for Sidney Crosby?
Nathan McKinnon.
Hell,
I-
McCarthy.
Yeah, well, Nathan McKinnon wants to play with him. That doesn't make any sense.
Why do people do that, man? When they just make up stuff.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like the fact that I
Look,
keep
right?
seeing. I saw one guy, because I think Jacob, you had mentioned it, that Marchand is rumored to sign with the Leafs for
For
$9 million over 3 years. I saw somebody say that they heard that that's already like a guarantee,
No, it's
and
not.
I'm like, why would you tweet this out? Because if you're saying that they've basically signed the contract,
then you're saying
the
they broke
Leafs
all the
could
rules.
get in serious trouble for.
Oh, Cameron Reed.
They're not even supposed to be talking to him yet. Everybody talks to the. Everybody talks to
Cameron
people
Reed has
before they're
just been
supposed
drafted
to.
by the Nashville Predators.
Who?
Cameron Reed, really good defenseman.
Mm.
I'll take your word for it, Jacob. Never heard of him.
I am the self-proclaimed sports analyst.
So
Oh,
it looks
I'm not
like
just
we did
totally, I
trade.
don't totally just have elite prospects on one of my multiple screens.
Yes, you
Cameron Reed in
definitely do.
67 games, 14 goals.
How have we
40
not
assists,
gotten that
54
yet?
points at the Kitchener Rangers.
I got it here. And
Projected
Ottawa
24.
got the 23rd pick, and Nashville's third round pick this year, 67 for that 21st pick. So now Ottawa's going 23rd instead of 21, but we gained a third round pick for it.
Okay, wait, but why did they throw in a third round pick though? If you're just trading, if they just wanted to trade back. What's the?
No, because you gotta get something. Why would you go down 2 picks for nothing?
Because they wanted to go down for 2 picks, anyways.
Oh, yeah.
Why throw in the third round pick? Like you're just
100%
paying
not
more.
for it.
You're just paying a little bit more to go up to 2 picks. Ottawa wants to go down, so Ottawa just thought, oh yeah, we'll demand a third round pick as well. Like, I know it's kind of just stupid argument, but it's like, it's just what's the point of throwing in the third round pick? I guess if you're Nashville, but a third round pick's a third round
Because
pick.
why else would they do it, right?
Oh yeah, fair enough.
You know, so.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
Well, I'm not surprised. Like, I guess Ottawa thinks they can get whoever they want. in 2
That's
picks
what I'm
anyways.
thinking. Yeah, whatever move. We're probably going to go off the board or something.
But what does Ottawa like really want? I guess like I would go defenseman if that were them because I think their defensive core, despite it being like I thought they played really well in the playoffs, but last year their best pairing was 54th ranked in the NHL in Shabbat and Zub. Like that
Right.
can't be your best pairing cannot be ranked 54th in the NHL. Like
So I
that
think they're
you
gonna
just
go for
can't be
Blake
having that.
Fiedler.
Like if they're ranked, like statistically ranked 54th, and they're basically your best defensive pairing based on a ranking, then your defensive core needs serious work. Because Chabot can't be your number one defenseman, nor can
No,
Sue.
I agree with that. Everyone going on about Sabah. I never liked him. But
Well, I like
looking at
Chabot. Like,
defensemen, the best defense left is Henry Bertuzwick from the London Knights, Blake Fiddler from the Edmonton Oil Kings, and I will attempt here, Sashwa Bondaminumdid from Boston University.
you know what, Jacob? That was a pretty good attempt. You know,
Thank you.
you know what?
I
You did the best you could.
I think
I
they're going
do
to go
have.
for. I think they're going to go for Henry Jovitz.
Well,
From
because
the London
Knights. He's. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for him. He's probably the best defenseman left.
6'1", 194 pounds.
Wow.
Now, mind you, some people had him projected going third round. So
Really?
Really?
But they're saying in most shifts he plays quiet and supportive style of game, rooting on his plays, denying the middle of the ice, pushing opponents wide, and willing and not letting players go to the front of the net. He contains the opposition. The way they just described that on Elite Prospects is exactly what the Ottawa Senators need.
I do have good
Yeah.
news, everybody. Good news,
What is it?
everyone. For Blue
You have to
Jays,
say it.
for Blue Jays won 9-0.
Whoa. Antico, like they were gonna lose.
It's official. They won.
Jacob
Wow.
thought they would lose.
Officially, they won.
If any,
You know,
Now the
you know where
record's
I'm going.
43-37.
Good for them.
Dan
So
still
it
thinks
is.
they're going to get 98 wins.
That's big expectations.
Oh,
Big expectations.
Yeah. So I guess now we're Pittsburgh's back on the clock, and since we've been baited to thinking that they're going to trade Sidney Crosby,
Oh yeah, no, definitely. This is when they're gonna do it. Right here, right now. They're gonna
Well, I
do
think at
it.
least traded Wendell Clark at the draft, so weird things happen.
Well, this would be an extremely weird time to trade him. I think.
It
Yeah.
would be. Yeah.
Just kind of how, like, apparently, like, I know everybody's been saying Marner's gonna get moved, but I doubt it unless he's like a guaranteed extension. Like, and even then, like, you're not gonna get really much for him.
and he has to be
I
willing
guess
to
at
be
this
moved.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it, and I doubt his agent's gonna let him do that. Anyways, his agent wants him to go to free agency, and they're gonna take their time with it. He's not even gonna sign on July 1st. That's
Right.
basically, I think, a guarantee, given he's taking meetings on July 1st.
Mhm.
So who do you guys?
Thank you.
When you guys are thinking Pittsburgh, what do you think they need in this draft here? Selecting 22nd.
Everything.
A forward,
Yeah.
they badly need like
They
another
do,
forward.
yeah. But
Like,
never
they need
replaced
everything
Lesko.
basically. Like Dubas had just made it. Like, I like Kyle Dubas. I think he's a good
Oh, I don't.
GM, but he's just made everything like so much worse for that team. Like, I understand why he traded for Erik Karlsson. Like, I get that trade and I get everything he's done since, but it's also like he's put that franchise in an even worse position than they were like
Oh,
when he came originally. Like, they were already going with an aging core and all this, and I think things are just worse now than when he came. Like, I don't think he's made anything any better, really. They have no future outside
I
of
agree.
Rutger McGroarty, but that's like they don't
Who?
have anything. Or whoever's there, whatever prospect they have, like they just don't have anything exciting that can
So I
excite
can see them
people.
going for Eric Nilsson out of the Sweden U20 League, 38 points in 37 games, or maybe Bill Zanano from the QMJHL, 83 points in 64 games. You guys
That's
are
pretty
saying they
good.
don't have a lot of prospects in forward, or Malcolm Spence from the Erie Otters. Malcolm Spence is a guy I thought when players were getting drafted in weird order, I thought he was a guy that might have went here.
Malcolm Spence is somebody that in my like I feel like it does. I don't think it helps how good this draft is at the top end, but he is a very good. Like, I think he's underrated in terms of players with like really good upside in this draft. Like, he's like, and he's playing for Erie, and Erie, like, no offense, I know that they made the playoffs and they made it to the second round, but Erie was not like is
Not
not good.
contender.
Like, Schaefer was their best player, and the fact that they made the playoffs this year without Schaefer for a large part of it is a testament to how good they had played this year. But he was Malcolm Spence was a shining star on that team.
I'm
So
shocked.
outside of
Bill
Schroeder.
Zanano was just selected by the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Ooh.
I
was
doubt
shocked
Spence
in
is going to
second
be on the
round.
board much longer, though. Like, at
Bill
this point, like,
Zanano, again, 83 points in 64 games in the Quebec Maritime Junior Hockey League, playing for the Ronona Norda Huskies.
well,
Now Ottawa's back to their pick.
well, it makes me wonder: is Ottawa going to go with Malcolm Spence? Maybe,
Maybe.
Yeah.
but like they don't need a forward. Like, look how
No.
talented their forward core is. They don't
Oh
need
yeah, we
another
got great
forward.
forwards.
Like, he won't even play. Like, if he gets drafted, how long will it take for him to get into the NHL?
Yeah, but I don't think
Given
any
how
of these
talented
players
our
at
forward
this
group is.
point are guys that you're expecting to make the team this year.
You never know.
No, but it's like, how long will it take for him to crack it because of how talented they're. Like, he's of course not going to do it this year. I really doubt even Schaefer is going to make it. Like, I don't even think Schaefer should play. I don't think Misa is going to go and play either, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. And well, I'm not a sports analyst like Jacob is, but
But when we're talking about Zonov, he apparently supports his teammates in all three zones, so that's good for him. He jumps to the aid of his defense well with good back checking, gets back for the puck, offers timely passing options, and moves quickly in transition. Clever passing in the entirety of the offensive zone. When no play is open, he falls back and forechecks ability, defensive retrieving to the pucks, and hurries back into the play. If they take too long to make a pass, he comes back and barrels down them, making an aggressive play against the wall, freezing the puck with a stick. So,
Jacob, I totally forgot. I totally thought for that last one you were talking about teammates, and he could go and barrel into his teammates if they weren't making plays. And I was like, what the hell? I was like,
That's really
geez
funny.
Louise, what an aggressive teammate that is. And then I realized you were talking about the other team, and I was like, oh,
Whooper.
no, the biggest
that's my fault, guys.
was when I thought Dan called the Seattle Kraken the Seattle Seaman.
What? Well, you know, Jacob, maybe I should stop calling myself a genius. You know, I call myself a genius a lot, but clearly the brains aren't all there today.
I'm just
You know,
shocked at him.
just
you
a
didn't
bad
put your last
appearance.
name on the screen.
I was thinking about that, and I'm like, Jacob's just gonna say my whole name anyways. Maybe I should have just put a genius instead of
I
my
know
first
your
name.
last name.
Ottawa Senators are still on
You
the
do,
clock. here.
you do. I almost called you Jacob.
They do look a little like, hey?
We do.
The-
look
yeah.
different.
Definitely,
What?
100%.
Dan, we
Twins.
look. Dan, we look alike. People used to think we were twins.
That's
You
good
are
for me.
twins, Jacob. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
Lord.
I
That's
see
good
no
for me.
difference. There's
I'm
no
5 years
difference.
older.
Jacob is Dan and Dan is Jacob. They're one and the same.
So I look young.
Anyways, the Ottawa
Sure,
Senators are
Dan.
still on the clock. Why does it take so long to make a pick that you knew you were making?
Well,
Well,
if I look
Jacob,
like
you know-
Jacob, I'm 5 years younger than Jacob, so I look young.
Okay, Dan. We're not talking about you anymore. We're talking about why it takes so long to make a pick.
Well, I don't have an answer for that, but I have an answer of me looking young.
Well,
so that's what I think about.
Well, Dan, if you want, well, Jacob thinks he's an old man at 30. So what
That's
does that
it.
make you at 5 years older?
Well, I don't feel old though.
Yeah, well, I make Jacob feel old when I
Yeah,
say
can
stuff.
see that.
So we're
Yeah.
saying Ottawa for a defenseman, right? We were talking about
They
that
need-
before.
They need a defenseman. I don't like if they don't take a defenseman, like they're just waiting longer to take one.
Like,
and
I
they're-
don't see
I
them
know.
taking William Horcroft, even though he's projected at 27th by Bob McKenzie, just because he's playing in a U18 US league. I don't know. I think I'd more be going for like Blake Fiddler or like. Or
Is
the
there
stud
anybody
of
who
the
plays in like a
Buffalo.
European league? Like that's somebody like they are young, but still, like if you're playing in like
Mhm.
a top European league like this Swedish elite league at a young age, you're gonna be good. Like you kind
Or,
of
I
have
mean,
to be good to
You
get in
still
there.
could be looking at Henry Bertoglitz out of the London Knights.
Yeah.
That's probably the best defense.
Well, I think it's all about needs at this point, and like
you never go along with a London Knights player.
I've
That's
heard of this
true.
guy. He's good too.
He's really good. He was
Well,
playing.
like I don't think it helps that he played. I don't think it
Bonk.
helps that he plays. Yeah, like you're playing behind. Like you're playing with Bonk and I always forget the other guy's name because my
I've heard of
brain-
this. I've actually heard of this guy. He's really good.
But you think about the London Knights are one of the best hockey programs in the world, and Dale
Well, yeah.
and Hunter, right? He's the coach. Dale Hunter.
Yeah,
He's a
Dale Hunter's the
phenomenal
coach.
So
He does a great job, and I think it's like I think at the end of the day, like Ottawa need to just I don't know what it is about Ottawa's decor that like frustrates me for them.
It's not
Like I'm not even a
physical enough.
Sens fan,
yeah,
but it's like what can you really do? Like I think Ottawa needs to sign a defenseman if they can.
I
But-
think they will too. Like I give Ottawa credit if they puts Toronto in 6 games. Some people are predicting a sweep, right? So I can't
Yeah.
say the year was a fail for them, but you definitely when they face a team like the Leafs, you can definitely see there are some holes in their lineup, right? And
Also, they just
Well, Dan-
selected Logan
Dan, you can't say.
Hensler.
Oh, he's really good.
Logan
Well,
Hensler.
Logan Hensler is a. I
Logan
totally
Hensler.
forgot he was even in this draft, but he is a very good defenseman. Logan
That's
Hensler.
cool that he
I,
made the pick with his dog. That's cool.
Let me
I
find-
watched him at the World Juniors. He was really good for the U.S. team. He was a very underrated player for them,
He must be underrated because he's not even on like a radar here.
which is weird. Like he's like they were talking like I don't know. Like
well,
I
now
think-
we know
I
why
think
we
a lot of
traded
these-
down.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, clearly they still thought he was going to be there. And, well, it's 2 picks. Like they
Oh,
probably could have
goodness.
waited until the end of the first round and traded down all the way to
Yeah,
the end
but
of the
not
first
for a
round.
pick,
Boys,
so
good
whatever.
news. We might be out of here before midnight.
I
Great
don't
point,
know.
Lane. Solid point.
We still got 9 points, 9 players to pick, and we're taking forever. So I don't know.
Logan. Where the heck is he? Logan,
Well,
I need you.
Dan, they have to add a lot of pizzazz to the draft. They can't just make the picks. They got to pizzazz it up, They got
Well, I
all,
agree
the
with you. That's what's
commercials,
missing this year.
and they got to have the commish talk for some odd reason. They got to get the commish to say
I
some
did see
stuff.
my first person that said this was a banger. this draft is a banger.
And
Just
Adam, you would
bang up.
know. You would know. I
What would I
said when
know?
the GM, I said this at the beginning of the episode, when like 3.5 hours ago, when
Well,
the
Dan, I
GMs
don't really
were
pay
at.
attention when you talk, so
Huh.
it's hard sometimes.
Well, when the
That was me.
GMs were at the thing before, they would all come up and say, like and congratulate the Florida Panthers for winning the Stanley Cup, and like and congratulate the Edmonton Oilers for losing. So we don't
Has
have that.
anybody
In,
done that?
No.
no, because we're not there.
So
Well,
with
you know
this
what?
Logan
Gary
Hensler,
Bettman could have done it.
with
Like, what's up
Logan
with that,
Hensler,
Gary?
How he did every time, though.
he was
Oh,
rated
well, he
anywhere
could've.
from 15th to 26th.
So
Okay.
first
Um,
rounder.
A highly mobile right shot defender who plays a relatively safe game, gap control, surfacing across lateral close gaps quickly, pushes attackers outside until there's no space left. If the aggression fails, his explosiveness, impulsiveness, start ability adds adaptive to recover off a turnover. In tandem with his aggressive setup game, he uses his obstructive stick and physical elements like stick lift, clamps, and perimeter steals to be an elite defender. He's known as a mobile defenseman and a two-way defender. He's 6'2", 196 pounds. So actually,
He's got
I
those
think
clamps.
this might be a real nice sleeper pick for the Ottawa Senators.
I think
Well,
so.
yeah, like he's like I think he's kind of what they need. Like they need more like a mobile players who can carry. Like
I
he can
agree.
carry the puck, but he's also good in his own zone, which is a plus because, like even like Shabbat, like given how long he's been playing, you would think he would be like better responsible in his own zone, and at times he isn't. So it's kind of something they need is like a player who's good in both.
I've never
zones.
been a
lot
big
more.
Thomas Chabot fan.
Yeah, me
I was
either.
when he like played like when he was younger, but now like I just totally forgot he existed for like 5 years.
Yeah, literally.
Like he just I thought he like disappeared or something.
Yeah.
I remember
I
being
never
named
found he
assistant
was that
captain
great.
and then.
But now we got
Jacob
the
was
LA
low
Kings
on
on the clock, so they'll get their half an hour to make their pick. Who are we thinking for the LA Kings? Like, I think LA Kings, they need to find a McDavid killer. And what is the McDavid killer?
Maybe a
Jack
defensive
Eichel.
center.
Jack Eichel for like a little bit, and then it's and then he doesn't really exist any longer.
Trade Zorit
and
for
then-
Marner.
They could be
Oh,
trading
wow.
for Marner.
Oh, that's true. That's why they could be taking this long. You know, they could all be trying to negotiate a deal for Marner currently as we speak. Every GM could be doing it. You never really.
I
know.
think though at this point when you're this low in the first round, you're just looking for the best player available.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Malcolm
who is the
Spence,
best player
maybe?
available?
Oh, you
Maybe
go way
Malcolm
off the
Spence.
board.
It's hard to say, right?
Yeah. Well, what's the like? Why in the first round are you going way off the board at this point?
We've seen a lot of
Just
that.
make
today,
it
though.
entertaining.
Well, like Adam, like I
Yeah,
said earlier,
it is entertaining, but
I think I don't think it's off the board because, like I said before, it's like I don't know, Adam. I don't know if you remember, but like I shared the story of like when Shanahan drafted that defenseman. What's his name? I just had it.
what the Russian one?
No,
No, he was a
the
forward.
German guy.
Oh, the
What's his name? I
German
just-
guy.
Oh,
That
Hosner.
helps.
Hosner.
No.
Take
no.
me to church.
No, not him. Ben.
Ben
No.
Holzner.
No, I just
You can
had
tell
it.
we've been on the air
German
for 2.5
defense.
hours.
You're Lane. You're asking me questions that I don't know. I don't really pay
Give me a minute.
attention.
I'll think of the name. I just had it. Give me 2 seconds.
Is it a German defenseman? He drafted for the Leafs.
Yeah, he's
No, the
big
Red
dude. He
Wings.
played a couple years.
Red Wings.
Oh,
Oh, Justin Hall. He's not German.
No,
Justin
not
Hall was
Justin
drafted
Hall.
by the Leafs, unfortunately.
Justin Hall is a Red Wing now, guys.
Cider. Moritz
Oh, yeah,
Cider.
Cider.
Oh,
I was sharing the story about when Shanahan drafted him with the sixth pick of the draft. I remember I was watching the draft and all these analysts were laughing, being like, "Oh, what are you doing? This is the fourth. This guy's predicted to go in the 5th round." And he was just like, "Yeah, well, you're dumb."
Oh, you mean Eisenman?
Yeah, he literally
okay.
came up.
You said Shanahan. I got confused.
No, I said-
That's
because
why I
I'm
got
Did
like,
confused
I
too.
say Shanahan?
You
You
did.
did.
yes, you said
Oh,
Shanahan.
sorry.
I was just
You're
about to
good.
ask if Shanahan ever
My
been
bad.
GM for the Red Wings.
Yeah,
I
I'm
meant
so
what?
confused.
The
That's
president?
We're
why
gonna
I
have to get
said
Max
Houston.
on to clarify that. But
Oh,
I
that's a
meant
good
Eisen.
point.
But no, so looking though at the LA Kings, I'm actually how about Cullen Porter out of Arizona State? 22 points in 35 games of Arizona and NCAA hockey. I'm actually a big believer on picking guys from the NCAA programs. I think
I'm
that
not.
programs are getting a lot better than they were 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh,
Dan,
it's
you
been
can shake your
traded.
head all you want.
You gotta
We're going to see
trade.
more and more
Wait,
good players.
wait. We have a trade to
Whoa.
announce.
Pittsburgh.
Mitch Marner.
Excitement here, guys.
Pittsburgh,
I'm excited.
Pittsburgh Penguin got the pick. Pittsburgh got another
Whoa.
pick coming.
Damn,
Oh,
I
Sidney
thought you were about to
Crosby's
say
on
they
the
traded
move. No.
Crosby. My blood started
24
pumping. now.
in exchange for the 2025 draft to Pittsburgh Penguins in exchange for it's coming,
Lane, are you saying this as he's announcing?
picks
the pick?
31 and 59 in the 2025 draft? So Pittsburgh
Damn,
moves up
Lane, were
7
you
picks.
just saying that as Bettman was saying it? Were you just copying what Bettman was saying?
I'm watching it in the background. I'm watching the sports.
That's why I was
safety.
asking. That's what I assumed. I thought you were literally just reading Bettman's mouth and just copying what he was saying.
I have the subtitles on, so it takes a minute to come on.
Lane, that's disappointing that you were just copying Gary Bettman. I'm actually
Now,
disappointed.
Dan, by the way, loves to watch Gary Bettman's lips.
Damn,
What?
Dan.
Wait, don't. What are you talking about?
Well, Dan, clearly it's true because you wouldn't be reacting this way.
Exactly.
What
You
the?
know, Dan,
Anyways.
Dan, it's okay. It's
So
okay.
Pittsburgh
Dan.
moves up 7 picks
okay.
there.
So it means Pittsburgh's got to see someone they really like here.
That's crazy. That pick. That
Jacob,
It's got to
31
be
Or-
Malcolm Spence. It's got to be Malcolm Spence.
Well, Jacob, they could just be acquired assets because they got to trade Sidney Crosby and they got to add the pick to attach him to Crosby to go and
He's
do the
not
pack.
being
Just
traded.
by the way, that 31st pick today has been traded 4 times.
Yeah.
Wow. Everybody just loves pick number 31, clearly.
Yeah,
Cujo.
Edmonton had it. Then it went to Philly. And Philly traded to
Well,
Pittsburgh.
why would Edmonton want it? You know, Edmonton don't need prospects or anything. They're not an old ass team as it is. you
That's
know?
a 4 trade that picks have been. Also, another pick that's been traded today was the 26th pick. That's been traded
Wow,
3
people
times.
just don't
today.
want to pick in the draft today, don't they?
You know what it is? They're sick and tired of watching the draft, so they don't want to pick in it.
Oh, that's a good
Yeah.
point. No.
So no,
The
it's got to be
12th pick-
Malcolm Spence, though. I feel he's the best forward available. I'm not
Yes,
really
well, I
seeing
was
anyone
saying that
else's numbers
earlier.
that are really jumping off the page for me.
Jacob's just stealing my words, you know.
Basically.
Apparently,
actually quite
according to my
disappointed.
cell phone, KFC is open late. I have the KFC app on my
Really?
phone. So
Oh,
you
Jacob,
guys
you
are
know,
hungry.
I think KFC's calling to you.
Maybe Paul Anderson out of the
Did you say
BCHL.
Poul? Did you say
Poul.
Poul? Is that?
Yeah.
Did you say Poul? Okay.
What
He's-
pick is that,
okay.
Jacob?
It's an
I'm
interesting
saying
name.
maybe he's someone Pittsburgh's looking at. I'm just
Where do
trying
you
to
see-
figure out why you would trade up right now.
Where do you see the name?
For
What name?
Poul, of course.
Where do you see that on the list? I want to see that guy.
Oh, he's in the other notable prospects on the Bob McKenzie list.
Okay, you
Oh,
guys are gonna
Poul?
see my wall or my roof for a second.
You have a very nice roof, Adam.
Thank you.
It's called
You're staring
ceiling.
into my light.
Oh, popcorn ceiling.
Yes, my popcorn ceiling. Good point.
So I'm not sure
Makes
what
me so
Pittsburgh's
happy
doing.
back in the
I don't
day.
really
Here we go.
understand trading up at this point in the draft.
Let's see.
No, I don't either.
Who's going to get it
Well, I
first?
guess
Me
we'll
or
find
Lane?
out.
And I'm on the actual website because I gave up because it wasn't
Oh,
working.
Pittsburgh may have picked William Holkoff
What?
from
William
University
Horkoff?
of Michigan.
Wait,
Horkoff.
did you just say Horkoff?
HORCOFF.
Yeah,
U18 national team, 14 points in 28 games. This is a bad pick.
That has to be
Jacob's
Sean
just-
Horkoff's kid. That has to be.
Oh, it could be, yeah.
That has to. I got to look this up now. That has to be. his
Well, I don't think
kid.
he ever played with Pittsburgh.
Doesn't matter. I still think it could be his kid though.
Could be, yeah.
Why would you
That's-
trade up for this?
Okay, Jacob, why are you trying to understand anything Kyle Dubas does?
Because I'm a
Man,
We
self-proclaimed
just said you
sports
liked him,
analyst.
Adam, so maybe you understand.
What? What did you say?
You just said you liked Kyle Doofus.
I never said I liked
Yeah,
Kyle
Sean
Dubas.
Horkoff
Okay.
is his papa.
Okay, I figured. I'm like,
He's a defensive forward, stands out. His game is fueled by physical skill and proactive reads, range, strength, and distributing lane, clogging, further enhancing for his distributing abilities. Off the back check, he pressures puck carriers to the outside, swinging to the inside position and leveraging positions, possessing to create spots. Furthermore, he's a skilled playmaker who leverages time and space to break down defenders into overreactions.
man, he sounds exactly like his dad.
I mean, he's 6'4", 181 pounds. He's a big dude. I don't like this, though. I don't really get trading
Where
up
was he
for this guy.
predicted to go?
Anywhere
Like,
from
Second round.
20. One person said 24th, but I'm seeing 37, 57, 43, 49, 39, 36, 45, 35, 48, 32, 34, 43, 67, 67. I don't think you need to trade up this high to get him.
No, why?
No.
I think there's better
Yeah.
players left,
Yeah, I think so.
in my 2 cents.
Adam's on the move.
He does move. He's muted his mic, but he can move. Okay, so
Because I
now
went
we have
downstairs. It's because I went down my stairs and my dad has the TV on. That's why. I
So now we got
muted
the
my
Chicago
mic.
Blackhawks on the docket, which they're going to trade Connor Bedard for Sidney Crosby, according to that guy on Twitter.
Well, of course. That makes sense. You know what? Fair
So where does
enough.
Chicago?
You know what?
I think Chicago, because they suck. I think they just go for the best player available.
Jacob, that's a
Yeah.
very mean thing to say about Chicago.
I'm a mean
You
person
don't
when I've
need
been
to
on the
say
air for
soft.
3 hours and 42
okay?
minutes without a break. Both Lane and Dan
Jacob,
left
if
the
you're
show
going
at
to be
one
a
point.
self-proclaimed sports analyst, you need to come up with an analysis. Okay?
My analysis is Chicago smells like poo-poo.
Jacob, that's very immature thing to say.
No, I look at this Chicago team, though, and Connor Bedard's been underperforming. You thought Bedard was going to take you to being a good team by year 3, and I don't see him doing that. So I think
Okay,
Chicago's
you know
still
what?
probably another I'd say Chicago's is another 3 years out.
Okay, you know what?
They have no
I shouldn't need
goaltending,
to defend
mediocre
Mr. Connor
defense.
Bedard.
Well, yeah, but Adam, you drafted Connor Bedard to be the Connor McDavid of your franchise.
Okay, yeah, but you gave him Taylor Hall, an old Taylor Hall who was underperforming. You then
Ryan
trade
Donato,
away Taylor
32
Hall.
goals.
But it's like you last year for year 1 he was good with Taylor Hall, and then they brought in Tyler Bertuzzi who crapped the bed this year. They brought
Yeah.
in Nick Foligno, They kept Nick Foligno around who shit. Like, who does he have to do anything with? He doesn't have any
Eli
line mates.
Mikheyev.
I'm gonna just ignore that. I'm just gonna ignore that and not even like react to that. But like
Ryan
he has
Donato.
no line mates. Like what is he
Donato's a
supposed to
good
do?
player.
Like what is he supposed to do? Like that's my honest. Whenever I hear anybody say that, I'm like, what do you want him to do? Like it's kind of
Play
like
hockey better.
I know a lot of people have said this, but it's even like Sidney Crosby, like originally, like his first like year or two before the team got back to being really good was that, or like any young players on a shit team, like they try to do too much. And then like once they get a good team, like that's when they start to go back down to normal and start playing like they should be playing. But like Connor Bedard is trying to do too much. And it's not his fault. It's just that the management group is like incompetent. They're
I mean,
clearly
he doesn't have a lot of good players. But it's just when you bring up Sidney Crosby, though, his first year, Crosby, 102 points in 81 games. Second year, 120 points in 79 games. Third year, 72 points in 53 games.
Bad comparison, Jacob. Clearly.
I mean, Sidney Crosby is also just an anomaly. Only player in NHL history to have 20 consecutive point per game seasons.
It's crazy.
But everyone predicted Connor Bedard to be the next Sidney Crosby.
No, not that good.
But like, it's not his fault. I don't think. It's just like the whole like he has no line mates. He now has Frondell, which should help him. But it's like when he doesn't have any line mates, like what is he supposed to do, really? Like
play hockey.
Okay, Dan.
There's only so much you can do with what you
got.
That's a good point,
Dan. That's a good point, Dan. But it's like, what more can he do other than like how he was producing? Like, what more can you really ask of him at this point?
Now, Lane, I want to ask you: are you seeing any more on social media about this draft? Like, are people?
I think people just giving up.
They've just given up. I'd be very curious to see what the TV ratings are for this one.
I'm not seeing anything anymore. People feels like
well,
people
Jacob,
just
I'm not
up.
watching anymore. So, and I think
that's
because
you're with us because we're way cooler than Gary Bettman.
Obviously, it's a bad draft because we have people watching us. Dr. Jacob reading Dr. Seuss.
Hey, we learned what Mr. McGrew would do with his zoo.
Oh my gosh! Well,
Even
Jacob, do you see the shirt I'm wearing?
Just one before I die.
I'm wearing my Leaf shirt. I'm wearing my Leaf shirt.
If you think it's bad, we just even Chris Johnston saying.
Okay, I don't listen to anything that guy says anymore.
I
think he's just talking out of his ass.
Well, you
what
know
do you say,
he just said as we pass the I put in the comment. As we pass the 3.5 hour mark of this decentralized draft, let's all vow to never do this again.
100%.
Okay, Chris Johnson, I vow to never do this again. There you go.
Why don't you
I don't know. I don't know if the
Good
problem is just I don't think the problem is necessarily that the GMs aren't there. I think the problem is it's going to take 4 hours to do 32 picks.
Longer than that. We're almost 4 hours now. We still got what?
Yeah, but Dan, remember we went on about 15 minutes before the draft started.
No, it came on like 6:52. Well, 8 minutes.
Yeah, before. Jacob. I actually was quite disappointed that you guys lied and said you were going to be on a certain time, and you guys were late. You know what? That disappoints me.
It's because of the Sam Bennett signing. Because the Sam Bennett signing came in at 6:47, and we want to get over details before we went on the air.
Yeah, see, Adam, we do our research.
That's right. Lane is the master of research. Oh my God.
Get right.
Lane, I clearly underestimated your preparation, how long it takes to prepare. You know what?
Back to the Streakers Island text line we go. What do you boys think of lack of trades besides just moving 2 picks for no reason? Kind of disappointed.
Boring.
I'm disappointed given like we were told this was going to be like the most busy draft like ever.
It seemed hyped, eh?
It was so hyped up, and then we never got it. Like
we got like Tavares, son, we got Bennett, we got Dobson. I'm like, oh, this is going to be an interesting night. We got
Chicago selected
Vikalo
Nesterov
from Czechoslovakia.
From Czechia.
Let's find this guy.
Check. Yeah.
Let's find him.
Check.
Let's go to his
Check
house.
1, 2. Check 1,
What?
2.
Jacob, we should definitely not go to his house. We should not do that.
This
I
was the
think
pick
it'd
that
be
came
very
from the
scary.
Maple Leafs, by the way, for Jake McCabe and Sam Lafferty.
What happened?
This was the draft pick that came from the Maple Leafs last year for Jake McCabe and Sam Lafferty.
Why the heck did they draft this guy?
I don't know. You tell us.
that's it.
Anyways.
Well, I'm
He was
looking
ranked
for it.
39,
He's
26.
6'5", 190 pounds. Now we're back down in Nashville.
What I don't get though is like how
Somebody
is
up the board.
Malcolm Spence still not picked?
Well,
I don't
Jacob,
know.
clearly there's something wrong with people, you know. Clearly.
Let me look
You
it
know,
up. Let me
Nobody's
look up-
listening to my valuable experience.
Let me look it up. to
I'm
see if I
looking
can
and I feel there's like better players available right now.
Well, I agree. Is it an
Yeah.
attitude problem, maybe?
Even this Eric Nilsson out of the J20 leagues in Sweden. I'd be going for a guy like that. Right now.
Sure.
Well, clearly everybody's doing what Dan said they should do, and that is go off the board.
Yeah.
You know, they clearly listened to Dan's expert opinion, and they went off the board. You know,
And the Preds are next. I think
Where was this guy
Well, the
predicted
Preds
to be
aren't gonna do
drafted,
good.
Jacob?
I can't in the honorable mentions.
Meaning second round?
Yeah, basically.
I'm seeing everyone on Twitter agree with you, or X. Everyone's saying the same thing. Like, where's Malcolm Spence? Why is he still on the board? How's
Well, I think
no
he's the
one-
best player available.
like Malcolm Spence is clearly like there's clearly something that we don't know that's like
Yeah.
up, and that's the reason he's not getting drafted. I wonder what it
100%.
is. I hope
Okay,
it's
so
not
this guy that was
attitude
just
issue.
drafted, most people were projecting him late second round, early third round.
Wow.
Wow, that's a jump on him then. Jeez, he was gonna totally be available in the next round. Like that's a weird.
Like his last year in the USHL, he put up 42 points in 61 games.
oh my
like,
gosh, that
okay.
is
Is that an adult
that is
league?
not good enough. That is just
No,
not good
Dan,
enough.
that's like a really junior league out somewhere.
But
That's in the
up
that's like the
Texas.
US that's the US juniors basically.
Mm.
It's like
So
if you're
it's
not
where
good
they
enough
go-
to play like NCAA.
Yeah.
I
Weird.
think
This
it's
is
kind of like
weird
the
selection.
OHL basically.
Yeah.
Like it's basically like the CHL.
This is a weird
See
pick.
something that we don't. Oh,
Well,
do it.
clearly
Maybe
something's
someone's
going
dating
on.
the guy's mom.
What? Oh my gosh, we're going back to this.
You never
Jeez
know.
Louise.
I mean,
You never
I asked
know. I don't
Adam
want to know.
to be my
don't care.
Valentine, and he said it was too early.
Oh my God, Jacob! Why are we still on this? You know, like this is just not.
Because Adam, I
is
have been on
crazy
the air
stuff.
for almost 4 hours. Dan and Lane
So
both
we're-
took a quick break.
Okay, so we're still gonna
You wanna go
talk. We're
take a
gonna talk
break,
about this
Jacob?
right now.
No,
We're gonna talk
I am
about this
determined
on
to make it through this draft.
So Jacob, are we gonna talk about this like right now? We're gonna talk about why I was.
No, I just want to say that. But
right now. Okay.
okay,
We got
so
a pick. We got a pick coming in.
it looks
Yeah.
like Nashville. It's Lane saying the pick's coming for Nashville. Will they finally take my boy?
I whip your head,
Jordan
boy.
Got it.
Davis.
Malcolm
Who
Spence,
cares
come on.
about this? Who cares
Malcolm
about this country?
Spence.
Nobody
Malcolm
cares about
Spence.
your stupid country album. Let's just announce
Who's
something.
talking?
Some guy who wrote a country Christian rock album. I just want to know
What?
who's picked.
Oh.
Yes, I don't care about your.
Riker
Tanya-
Lee. What?
Who?
RYKERLEE. Riker
I think
Lee.
you've heard of this kid. I think he's good. I'm pretty sure. This is a name that I've heard of this kid.
Okay, Washington. I need to go full screen for a second here. Washington.
Hmm.
Listen to me. Look into my beautiful blue eyes.
Someone's dying here, so it's
Okay. Please take Malcolm Spence. He's the best player available by far. Do
This
something
kid's good.
smart.
I
Stop
have
being
heard
dumb.
of this kid. He's good.
Not saying he isn't good.
Where
Lane.
was he predicted to go?
Like early second, like really early second round. It's not like not too far up the board. It's like 33, 34, 31, 30, 32. Some people had him in the 40s, 39, 39, 29, 28, 46, 37, I've heard it, but I have heard of this kid.
I've heard of him, but like he's unsigned by Nashville. Idiot, hurry up.
Radio.
He's a
did
rapid
get six-
fire handling skill, explosive pullback, wristers, perfect lob pass, backhand dangles. He has the saucy.
he got some
passes,
dirty-
boys.
So he's got some dirty dangles.
He's got some dirty dangles. Without
He's got
speed as
some
an
dirty
advantage, so
dangles.
basically to say he's slow as hell. He prefers to
Ah.
press the middle, draw pressure, and delay for support.
So he's Ovechkin.
You know
I'm
what?
just kidding.
He's
Oh,
John
wow.
Tavares.
You're just firing shots today, Lane, aren't you? You're
So
just firing some shots.
I'm
This
kidding.
guy's
I'm
old.
kidding.
I will say, for in the USHL, he did put up 68 points in 58 games. He's going to Michigan State for the 25-26 season. So this could be a pick
Oh.
that down the road might look really good. It could be a guy that never really turns into anything. But this is
Why
definitely
waste the
3
first round
years
pick
out.
on him?
Minimum 3 years out.
Jacob, I saw this. I just saw this rumor report. Nothing to do with what you were just talking about, because I really wasn't fully paying attention. You know, but Darren Dreger tweeted out that it's primarily Vancouver, Vegas, and LA in on Bowen Byram for a Bowen Byram trade.
I could see that.
I could
Which
see
is
Vancouver
interesting.
to get someone to play with Quinn Hughes.
Yeah, well,
Interesting.
Vegas is interesting. Like, I guess he's just a cheaper option. Maybe they're gonna move on from Theodore to move up to because they don't have the cap space to have Marner with Tomas Hurdle and all these other guys. They have.
Well, I've
Like,
heard
Hurdle
Hurdle
being
could be on the
brilliant.
move.
Well, they aren't apparently. They're no longer looking to trade Hurdle or
Oh.
Carlson anymore. So it makes me wonder.
Because
are
I
they gonna
heard
try-
Toronto was going after Carlson.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm wondering if Vegas is in on Byram, are they going to trade Theodore and like do Theodore in another trade and then go and get Bowen Byram, which could be interesting.
Yeah.
Because I think that makes your defensive core worse though. Like you're moving on from Shea Theodore, who is very
Makes it worse.
to Bowen Byram, who is like no offense, but he's not as good as.
But
Shea
if
Theodore.
you want to
Theodore's
have
money
space to
best.
go get Marner, which I don't know
Yeah.
why you want. I don't
They
know.
all want Marner.
Yes, they do.
Oh.
They didn't want to trade
Yeah,
Shea
they're
Theodore to
very
get
in.
him, but they want him.
Well, because apparently even like Florida's in on Marner, which makes no sense to me.
Florida's not.
Alright.
Florida's just toying with us again.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't even think
Emotional
it's Florida
damage.
saying it. I think it's just like people making up rumors. Like,
You know what? Screw it. The Chicago Blackhawks are going to trade Connor Bedard and their firstborn son for Sidney Crosby. I made a rumor.
wow, good job, Jake.
It's on the air. It's technically you did.
Could I
Who's
really
Chicago's
want
first
Washington?
born son, though?
So I'm just looking again. Who's really left?
Your guy.
Like
Well-
that we were expecting. Like Malcolm Spence,
Malcolm Spence.
obviously.
I don't think there's no
Milton.
way Spence drops out of the first round. I don't think there's a way he does that.
I mean,
That'd
there's
be
also
crazy.
Blake Fiddler, who I thought would have went by now. Eric Nelson, Milton Griston, Henry Berswagich. Yeah, like Riker Lee's decent. He was projected to go like 31st. Like I don't think that pick's completely out to lunch.
Well, it's not, but it's like when Malcolm Spence is right there, like
That's just what
that's
I don't
where it's out to
understand.
lunch. Like it's where it's who's left is where
Yeah.
it's like it's who's
Radio.
there, who's still there, and you're like leaving him on the board for no reason.
And in my opinion, at this point in the draft, you just pick the best player available. Because
Yeah,
none of
that's
these
true.
guys are going to make your team this year.
Why
Right?
not?
And that's fine.
That's true.
Why, Dan? Because they're not ready.
It's coming in from
You never
another
know.
person on X.
None of these guys down here are going to be ready. Like, what's the point?
So Lane, you have a comment from X.
Yeah, this is what people are still complaining about this draft.
Not concerned
So-
about how long it's taken. Clearly, this draft has much, much bigger issues.
That's by
Well,
cracking
clearly
for life.
something's going on. Clearly.
What's the
Well,
other
because
technical
usually these
issues
drafts,
and
the
stuff
first
like
round's about 3 hours max.
that? Yeah,
And we're going to hit
And
4
we're-
hours.
easy. We're gonna hit 5. I hate to say
We're
it.
not going to hit 5.
Good.
Like, no
I'm
way it's
saying
going to
this
take.
by, if it's not done by
'Cause it's just
11:30,
the
we
first
may call
round.
it.
Because it's just the first round today, right? They're not doing.
Yeah,
the-
and then
the
second round. I think there'll be more trades tomorrow.
Yeah, I
Probably.
think
I
so.
thought you were going to stick through the whole draft, Jacob. We might as well at this point.
Well, that's what I'm just we'll stick it
this
out.
far.
Jacob's like, I don't know if I want to do this anymore.
The starring sequence.
Okay.
Jacob
Landon
already regrets.
Lakovic has been selected by the
Who?
Washington Capitals.
Oh,
Moose Jaw.
Lakovic. No, this is
He's a
actually a
big
really
boy.
good pick. Projected to go 20th. Moose Jaw Warriors, 27 goals, 31 assists, 58 points in just 47 games. This is a really
Nice.
good pick,
Jacob, he's a-
actually.
Yeah.
Jacob, he's a big boy, you know, he's 6'4", you know.
Big
And that's
boy.
like, and when you're evaluating prospects,
180 pounder too.
Dan,
What?
but when you're evaluating prospects, guys, the most important part is if they're above 6 foot
Mhm.
and they're over 200 pounds. You know, that's a pretty important
Oh,
because
some people
given
have
the
this
fact
guy
that,
ranked top 10.
given the fact that Nick Ritchie the Leafs should have picked Nick Ritchie over William Nylander in
That's
2014.
One
crazy.
upon series.
Nick
one.
Ritchie was 6'4",
What?
200 pounds. You know,
4 people had this guy ranked top 10.
Yeah. So he really
He's a
slipped.
good
A high
player.
skilled passer. He seeks
know?
to add value to every sequence of every touch.
Damn.
While he's still
whoa,
managing to keep the risk down. A powerful, accurate, versatile shot provides the perfect complement for his playing style. He fires in stride, changes the angle, and curls his stick around to create shooting lanes. Again, this is from the elite prospects.
We just hit 4 hours here on the island, everyone.
Congratulations.
Everyone's looking
Dan.
for a life jacket or a
Thanks for the
lifeboat.
update, Dan.
I don't blame him at this point.
Well, our
Dan,
freezing
I'm
fringes
glad,
is probably
I'm
gonna be
glad
just
you
as
can provide
long.
the update.
It's gonna be
for
longer.
us.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm
so
glad
now
Dan's
that
here
was
to
the
provide
best player
updates.
available gone, I think. So now it's got to be Malcolm Spence is the next
From
best player.
It
Winnipeg.
has to be.
Winnipeg's got to pick him.
Winnipeg for next pick.
That would be
would
interesting
think.
with for Winnipeg to add him.
Because I think Winnipeg, you know what, you're going to be looking for someone to, which by the way, there's been a lot of rumors Winnipeg's going to really go hard after Brock Besser if they can't re-sign Nikolai Ehlers.
Makes
I can
sense. Got
see
to pay
that.
some somebody.
Well,
And
no,
I would still
apparently
like to see
Ehlers is going
Toronto
to free
go bring in
agency.
Nikolai Ehlers. I want to see Toronto bring in Nikolai Ehlers.
It's
Yeah, but
amazing
how
if they
much-
brought in Jonathan Taves.
But how much are you willing to pay for Nikolai Ehlers, though, when you think about it?
8?
Like, he's apparently going to demand at most $7 million. Like,
I would
over
say
$7
7.
million.
I'd pay him 8.
I'd pay him 8.
Physical.
Well, I guess it
toxic
kind of depends
forward
on
with
what you
speed.
pay Nyes, though.
7.
I guess it depends on what you pay Nyes, though.
I heard
Oh, we
Knives
can get
wants-
Adam's perspective on this now. Adam, Dan thinks Matthew
Oh,
Nyes
no.
is between 6.5 to 7. And I said it's got to be higher. I think the Leafs are
Wait,
paying
like-
8 over 8.
But how many years, Dan? How many years are you? is
I'm
that
saying a
contract?
short-term contract.
How
That's
how
6.5.
long? How 6? So okay. How short is short term?
1-2 years.
I wouldn't do that. I would do. I think Nyes, because I think I saw yesterday. The Nyes is gonna get between 7.5 to like 8.5 million. Because there was 2 players. I just don't remember what 2 players it was that Nyes is gonna hit in between. But it's
I heard
like
he
it
was
has
10.
to be Nyes. He's not gonna get 10. If somebody's willing to offer sheet him $10 million, I'll take the first round picks.
Yeah,
Honestly,
exactly.
It's
Calgary?
like I'm not paying.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to pay. Like I would give Matty Nyes 7.5. Like 7.5 to 8 is my most range.
I don't know. I
think.
always say that, but then we always lose these players, and then we regret it. We said
Well,
that about
I don't think
Hyman, and we
anybody's
said
going
it
to
about-
offer sheet him $10 million though.
I think
So, I
Calgary
don't
might.
think somebody's crazy enough to do that.
I think Calgary
think-
might. They're Calgary's desperate for another scorer. He fits their mold.
Yeah, but is Calgary really risking to pay? Like now, Matty Nyes is like he's going to score 25 plus, I think, a year.
They're
in
I'm
my
going to
opinion.
go 30 plus.
But it's like, well, I'm just like I didn't want to say 30 plus because he has never hit 30 plus. So I'm
He
just
hit
like,
29
25.
this year. I think he's going to hit 30.
Yeah, like
with
he
Bob.
can do it, I think. But it's like, is Calgary really risking that given all of the slack they got with the Jonathan Huberdeau trade and how Huberdeau had panned out for the first couple of years of him being there? Or
Yeah.
Mind
like,
you, I'm
'cause
in the
Matty
very
Nyes doesn't
unpopular
pan out.
opinion that Kachuk trade wasn't that bad because you got Huberdeau and Uyghur. Uyghur's the
No,
top
it's not
15
that
defenseman
bad,
in the
but it's
NHL.
like- But I think what really hurt them was the fact that Huberdeau had just came off a 110 plus point season.
Right,
And he
115.
wasn't, and he regressed. Like he immediately regressed. Like it wasn't a slow regress. He just regressed.
Went from 115 to 50.
Yeah, like it's just I don't think that helped them. And then like
a
how the
joke.
Chucks played in Florida.
It's
Like, I don't think any of that
joke.
helped them.
You know, Kentucky
But,
got
like-
2 Stanley Cups.
Yeah.
Absolute
Okay, but
joke.
Dan, Calgary was not winning a Stanley Cup with Matthew Tkachuk with the way the team was.
And Calgary's not going to win a Stanley
No.
Cup with Matthew Knives. So it doesn't make
Matthew
sense.
Knights gets Calgary into the playoffs. They were that close.
Okay, we're not going
I
to do
think they
anything
were
once they
one
get
player
there.
away from making the playoffs.
But I
We're
think
gonna
it's
do
more
it
the
once they
fact
get
that
there.
like I don't think like I've seen a lot of rumors that there was going to be a lot
Oh, they
of
got their pick in
like
faster.
like
thank
offer
God.
sheets were going to be a big thing this year. I really do doubt that there's going to be very many offer sheets this year.
I don't know. You have Evan Bouchard too. Apparently wants like 10, which I think is ridiculous.
Well,
for
like
Evan Bouchard.
and like I love how Edmonton.
Oh,
Edmonton's
Winnipeg
free
made
up
the
decent.
pick.
yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just waiting
Edmonton
for it to
put
come
up-
through the site.
I have it.
I have it
Edmonton
too.
did a decent job of freeing up cap space.
Boumediene.
At Boston University.
Okay, so they
Ah.
took the Swedish defenseman.
Finland.
So still no Malcolm Spence.
Finland,
David.
sorry. Played
From
Boston, University. He's a good player.
Very disappointing.
But I really thought they would have went for Spence.
Are we?
Yeah,
are
me
you-
too.
do we think he's just not going to get picked in the first? I'm starting to think he's not even
6'2", 183 pounds.
I would be surprised if he was.
Well, no,
if he
Carolina.
dropped
I
out,
don't
I'd
think
be
they made a pick
surprised.
yet this round.
They don't
I guess
have all the. Well, they're
Okay,
next.
wait, guys.
Yeah, I
Is
can see
it-
Carolina.
Do you know what would make me laugh a whole lot? Is if he drops to 64, which is the Leafs pick, their first pick of
Well-
the draft. He drops all the way down there, and the Leafs get Malcolm Spence. Would be freaking.
Well, hey, you know
hilarious
what?
to
The
me.
Leafs got Matthew Knies, so
Oh, my God,
Yeah,
what
that's
happened?
true.
However,
That's
though,
true.
with this defenseman, I can totally see why Winnipeg picked him up. He
Oh,
played
yeah.
for the Sweden international team as well. He put up 17 points in 15 games. Boston University plus 33. He's going to play in a Sweden U20 league in 25-26. So again, this isn't a guy you're going to see next year, but you're seeing a lot of your defensemen kind of aging out. This is a 3-4 year window down the road. You're hoping he's going to kind of filter
Great
back
pick
in.
for Winnipeg, in my opinion.
Not the pick I would have made, but I understand why they made it.
For
we
sure.
got.
Oh.
We're almost done, boys. We got 4 more picks.
Jacob, do you
3
want to
hours
hear?
later.
Jacob, do you want to hear the Blackhawks U23 core? You're gonna hear me mispronounce a lot of names here, guys. I think this is a pretty good. So you got Connor Bedard, the franchise. So you got Antoine Frondell now.
Mhm.
Sam Rinzel, who this guy says is a top pair defenseman.
He's supposed to be
Frank Nazar,
Yep.
Oliver Moore.
Good.
Artem, not even gonna try and pronounce his last name, because I can't. Sasha Boisvert, Kevin Korchinski, Noah
He's a good
Allen,
player.
and Drew Camisio.
Wow,
As
so
our
Chicago's
goalie.
got a lot of good players in the farm system.
They
They
do.
do.
They have like but it's like even that goalie, like Drew Camisio, is gonna take a couple years because that's how
Mhm.
goalies do usually.
But don't
like,
forget,
Kevin
Chicago.
Kevin Korchinski's going to be good, but that's if they don't trade him first, because they do have Artem as another defenseman who's going to be better than Kevin Korchinski is because he's played NHL games at least. Like
Don't
Korchinski's
for-
not even played in the NHL, I don't think yet.
Don't
like-
forget, Chicago has Spencer Knight. That was a great trade for him. I think he'll have a very good
That's true,
season.
yeah. And Spencer Knight's going to be their number one as long as he
Yeah.
stays.
100%.
But he's also not a youth. I think Spencer Knight's like 24 though, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's young.
Yeah, he's still young. Like, and I think that's like that trade was. I never expected Spencer Knight to be dealt by
Okay.
Florida, but I guess I understand because they do have Bobrovsky, who they're paying
Now they
for
cleared the
next
cap space on
Adam-
Marchand,
Adam-
right?
Adam, I got a question for you since you're here. Pierre LeBrun just
Oh
tweeted
no,
out.
I don't like questions. Yes, go
Uh-oh.
ahead.
So
Sorry,
Pierre
go
LeBrun
ahead.
still tweeted out that Dallas is still thinking about trading Jason Robertson. Do you
Oh
agree
my
with this or
gosh,
not?
really?
This conversation's been going on for a week now about how they want to trade him, then they love him, then they want
So-
him to go to the
I don't know why they
grocery
love him.
store.
Because I heard from the rumors for the last couple of weeks is that if Robertson is dealt, it's because Dallas wants in on the Marner sweepstakes.
Why would you?
They want
Jason
in on the
Robertson?
Marner
He's younger.
sweepstakes to add him to him and Miko, which would be freaking
Yeah, but he's
crazy. in my
younger.
opinion. But like Jason Robertson would be interesting, given that one of the trade rumors I heard like a couple weeks ago was that it was to Ottawa, Robertson to Ottawa, but I don't remember who it was for. But I always thought it was ridiculous because there was no way Dallas
for
was going to
Batherson.
accept that.
It was
for
Batherson,
Batherson, which
happening.
makes no
which would be a
sense.
terrible trade
Batherson-
for Ottawa.
Yeah, I think
honestly, would be
Robertson sucks.
horrendous.
Drake Batherson's
Like-
a tank. And no,
So-
Jason Robertson does not suck. He's a very good player, and I don't know why Dallas would want to move him though.
I don't think he's that good of a player.
Got
He
a
didn't
lot
do
of
anything in
offense.
playoffs
It's
again.
to free up. Well,
What do you mean?
Jacob, if you haven't looked recently, like they're
Oh, I
like,
know, they're in
Dallas
cap
don't
out.
have a lot of cap space. Yeah, so they would deal him because of they need cap space.
I think
be
they're
the
going to
only
deal
reason.
Jake Ottinger between now and free agent frenzy.
I think that would be interesting. Like who would be in on Ottinger? Edmonton, but who would add? But again, like, and it's the same thing I've told back
Ryan
to
Nugent-Hopkins.
Jacob.
Bouchard
Ryan Nugent Hopkins.
or Bouchard.
No, they wouldn't trade Bouchard.
Jason Robertson had 6
That'd be
points
crazy.
in 11 games this playoffs, and he was a -5.
Okay,
Yeah, but he was
Marner had
injured
zero
for
Dan
most of
points.
Connor
the season,
McDavid was a
Dave.
-7 in the Stanley Cup Finals, and everyone yells at me when I say it was his fault they lost.
It's not his fault
was
they
his
lost. though.
Yes, it
no,
was.
I don't
He's
think
the
it's
best player.
Okay, Jacob, can I say my point first before I get
No.
yelled at by you and Dan? But my point is that it's not solely his fault. I think
No.
what didn't help Connor McDavid was that their goaltending was inconsistent as hell throughout the whole playoffs.
But don't you
Like-
expect that from Pickard and Skinner?
I do, but it's like that doesn't help. Like what? Oilers should have dealt with this in the offseason. That should have been something they dealt with last offseason. Why
So
would you
then-
go into this season with Skinner again in net when you lost the Stanley Cup Finals last year?
Oh, I
With
agree
Stuart
with that.
Skinner in net,
Maybe
why are you
then
keeping
you might-
Stuart Skinner?
You might agree with me. I thought Stan Bowman should have been fired. He had one
He should
job
have
and he
been
failed.
fired. He's incompetent.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Clearly, he's an incompetent freaking fool.
They
did
were
what
trying
he
to
needed
trick
to do
Frederick
last
for 8
offseason.
years was ridiculous.
That's a stupid
was a-
contract. Like, why
which
would you
Very
trade
stupid.
Frederick?
which was finally official as of today.
Only took the
Honestly,
whole-
Very
ridiculous.
stupid contract.
Like
So
so
look at this,
stupid. But
so-
it's also like when he made that deal, he hadn't trade anybody else, so he didn't free up a lot of cap space. They had $11 million when they originally, before it was officially made today, they made that deal when they still had $11 million in cap space, but still Evan Bouchard design. So they made that deal without making any other trades originally,
Stupid.
which was so
Well, now
stupid
they
in my
traded
opinion.
Evander Kane, which cleared up 5.
Which was like, yeah, which is exactly what they needed to do, but it still puts them in a situation where Bouchard eats up a lot of their remaining cap space with his
I
contract.
think that Evan
unless you-
Bouchard
unless you
contract
get him
going
to
to
take-
age kind of like the way the Darnell Nurse one did. I think Evan Bouchard's too hit and miss.
he's, in my opinion, and I've been saying this all year, Evan Bouchard is a liability out back, but his offense does not, like, it doesn't off-put it. He's not good enough. He's not good
That's what I
enough
said.
offensively. He doesn't produce enough offensively to warrant paying him the amount that they're going to have to pay him this year because he's incompetent out back. He's
And
incompetent
how do
in
you
his
pay
own
him
zone.
10 when you're already paying Darnell Nurse 9.5?
Well,
Which
that's
I
my
don't
But
see
it's
how the
also
hell
like
you moved that deal.
Matthias Ekholm isn't young enough
No.
to like do all of the skating in the defensive zone.
Well, that's the other thing too. He's still got Ekholm
Unlike
at 6.5.
Brandon Carlo's in his prime, so he can do a lot of the skating in the defensive
Oh
zone.
yes, he's a
that-
great defenseman.
So you can leave Morgan Riley in front of the net or
Exactly.
something.
Yeah.
But Ottawa, like Edmonton, doesn't have that option because what are you going to put like Darnell Nurse with Evan Bouchard? That's going to be a
That's
terrible
terrible.
partnership.
It'd be a disaster.
Like, and Ekholm's not young enough. Like he
Like,
was too injury prone this year to rely on him next year. In
Yeah.
my opinion, what Edmonton should do is scratch Ottinger for now. You need to get your defensive core needs to get better. You need to get younger this offseason because if they don't, like by the time like the halfway through this Draisaitl contract, and if you resign McDavid for however many years next offseason, your team is going to be like you're going to have no prospects. you're going to have two of the best players in the world that you're basically going to need to trade to go into a full-ass rebuild. Like, they put themselves in a shit position because their management staff decided, oh, yeah, this is a great idea to get very old right now, is to get very old and screw prospects.
So my question is, do you let Evan Bouchard walk and sign Aaron Ekblad?
I think if he gets an offer of 11 plus, which would get you 4 first-round picks, you do it. No question in my mind. If he gets a big-ass offer, you take the picks.
Something's going out.
Lane just got excited.
Lane, I'm going to use you.
The 30-minute mark.
Lane has gotten the most excited he's been.
Well,
We have a trade to announce.
I don't know. They don't know yet. The commissioners have come out. Been 3 minutes of foghorns off. I don't know what's going on here. They're
So
talking
quickly
about
before the pick comes in, the Sharks U23 core has got Celebrini, Smith, Eklund, Misa, Yaroslav
trade.
Askarov, and Sam Dickinson,
Oh my God.
which is ridiculous. But they got the first 4 players I named are all centers.
We got a trade, boys. We got a trade coming.
What is it?
Oh my God. Is it the Mitch Marner or the Sidney Crosby trade? Which one is it? Oh my God. Which one is it, guys? Comment down below.
Well, he didn't go to the mid. What's going on here? He went to the podium. Then he just there must be a trade.
So what? Did
Maybe
he like
he's just
walk away
saying,
from the podium?
we give up. We've been here for 4 hours. My batteries need to be recharged.
How
It's
is
on the
Benman
Android sent
still
by
awake?
Cyberlight. Oh,
Guys,
Chicago
how
is now on the docket. So it's been a trade between Chicago.
Oh shit!
Okay, yeah, here we go. Here's the
Nothing
trade. Okay,
official
No,
yet.
Chicago's
There
getting
we go.
Spence, guys. Chicago's getting Spence.
start the
I
trade.
feel it in my
Horn
bones.
All right, what's this
Oh,
trade,
gosh.
Gaiman?
You know it's
Carolina
all when that.
Hurricanes trade pick number 29 in this year's draft to the Chicago Blackhawks in exchange
For Claire
for
Bernard.
picks 34 and 62 in the 2025 NHL draft and a 5th round pick in the 2027 NHL draft.
This has got to be for Malcolm Spence. He's the only player left that's worth
It's
trading up
gotta
for.
be.
What do
So
you
for-
think, Dan? You're like as quiet as Chazzy right now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Falcon
Chicago's
Spence.
on the block. Let's
I'll,
go,
I'll,
baby.
I'll be honest. I said this in the group chat before we even went on air today. I'm
another 3
not
minutes.
an expert when it comes to the junior players. I know the
That's
odd
okay.
big
We
one,
forgive
but I'm not an expert. So at this point, I'm relying on you guys. I'm completely lost. What I can do is
Lost.
offer advice or like what teams can do with trades and signing and that kind of thing. When it comes to the draft, I don't have a. That's why I'm just kind of quiet at the moment. I don't really have a clue.
Well, Dan, I'm not that like as we get deeper into the draft, I don't know a lot more about these guys, but I just keep on talking and talking because I don't know when to shut up.
Well, that's what you need
know
on the
what?
show. That's what we need on the island.
You know what? Yeah, well, I'm just a nonstop talker, so if you ever need it,
with you.
all I do is talk. Well, Jacob,
All I
since I
all I
brought
do
up
is
the
win.
Sharks-
All you do is talk.
Yes, that's a good point.
Hmm.
No, but okay. Since I brought up the Sharks U23 core, I just want to ask you guys a question. Who do you move to the wing out of the 4 centers the Sharks now have that are under the age of 23? Do you move?
Probably
Well,
Eklund.
Celebrini, you got to keep at center. But who do you move between Smith, Eklund, and Misa?
Good
Probably,
point.
probably
Well, Smith has
Eklund.
been playing wing. I think Smith and Eklund have both been playing wing at times.
Yeah.
Or is Eklund already a winger? I thought he was a
Yeah,
center.
Jacob, I think Chicago's
Actually,
getting a guy.
Is it maybe Misa because of his breakout speed? He might be able to break out
Yeah.
past the defense on a quick face.
Well, he was playing.
And isn't Misa a little smaller?
He was playing. No, Misa's like 6'2".
Oh, okay,
But
mix
he's
with
not
someone
like-
else.
Misa was
he's not
playing
thick.
wing before
He's not a
to,
thick
to
boy.
adjust him to the O. Was to adjust him to like junior hockey, and then they moved him to center this year, and he was like amazing. So I don't know. It's a very interesting question. I think Smith, who's been playing wing with Celebrini, you got to keep
Right.
those two together at this point, and then you put
Yeah.
Eklund with Misa.
Yeah, I can see
That
that.
could be interesting. I think, and then you could put Toffoli. Toffoli's still in the Sharks, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
he is.
Yeah. So you would put Eklund, Misa, Toffoli together, Celebrini, and Smith, and whoever else is there.
I don't know.
I think
And
that
Lane
could be
here from the
interesting.
comments here, just about the show for anyone who's on the comments and curious about this. We have 18 players from Canada, only 4 from the US, 3 from Sweden, 2 from Czechia, and 1 from Russia.
No, from
really?
Finland.
Yeah. What I find funny is that everybody's been saying that Canada is just going downhill in terms of prospects. And
I
I'm
know.
like,
Like,
I don't know
look,
what you're talking about because Canada produces a lot of, still a
Top
lot
end
of
talent.
really good prospects. Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
what?
Oh.
Chicago has drafted Mason West.
Oh.
What?
Why would you trade us? Oh my gosh.
Goose
I was
Oh,
self-proclaimed
Jacob.
sports analyst. Do what I say.
Jacob, given we were just talking about Jason
Another
Robertson.
center.
If Dallas trades Jason Robertson, they want futures in exchange. They want to free up cap space and do other things,
Why
according
do
to
you
Pierre
get a
LeBrun.
center?
Why are you getting a 7? Oh, he's 6'6", 218.
Still
But
though.
like he was projected to
He's
go
6'6".
6'6",
Jeez
218
Louise.
pounds. But like
He
he
is
was
a
projected
massive
to go
human
like
being.
between 45th and 60 and 98.
I'm surprised
Just
that
because
New
he's so
York didn't.
huge.
Why would
I'm
you trade
surprised
up?
New York didn't trade up to get him, so they can have another big guy who can fight
With
and
Matt
only
Rempe.
fight.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah,
he's
be a Brad
17.
Rempe 2.0.
Well, can we see San Jose getting the guy?
I
Jacob's talking
don't
about? 'Cause San
understand this
Jose's-
move at all.
I
Plays for the
could. San Jose
Fargo
needs another good
Force.
winger. They need another one because they have 4 centers currently / winger. In
Well, San
Victor
Jose's
Ekman.
already made a pick this round, so
I
Why
don't
not
get
get
this
the best
pick
player?
at all.
I don't think he's going in the
USHL
first round at this point.
had 9 points in 10 games and a -1. No points in 2 playoff games and a -3. I don't get
someone
this
I would draft.
at all. Like he's going to play for the Fargo Force again in the USHL. Then after that, he's committed to Michigan State University for 26-27.
Why is everybody going to Michigan State? Literally,
Oh, yeah.
a lot
Yeah.
of prospects are going to Michigan State, which is just. I'm not
Michigan's a
surprised,
nice
but like
place.
everybody's going to because Gavin McKinney might be going to Michigan State. He's either going
Why?
to Michigan State or he's going to Penn State. Apparently,
I hope.
I hope they don't do the second. We're not staying up for the second round at this point if they keep going.
No, they're
People
not going to
say
do it.
yes,
It's a joke.
really?
That's a
I
joke.
think-
why would
think
they,
that's a-
Jacob? That just
I think people are joking. I think that's just
Yeah.
a joke.
I hope so.
I'm
Okay,
going
so
to be
now-
watching this tomorrow, and Jacob's just going to be miserable sitting watching the draft.
Oh
I'm
boy,
gonna
that's
be
working
Jakey.
with Twinkie Jakey.
Dan, say it
I'm
with
just
me.
going to get a text from Jacob like.
Twinkie
I'm gonna get a
Jakey.
text from Jacob being like, "Do you want to come on?"
Twinkie
I know I'm gonna
Jakey.
get it. I feel like if Jacob gets bored,
So, San Jose, they got to be. I keep saying it, but they got to be going for Malcolm Spence, right?
I would think so.
somebody has
No,
to.
I
I,
don't-
don't,
honestly,
I can't see him dropping out.
I don't
of
think.
the
I
first
don't think he's
round.
gonna. Yeah, I do. At this point, I do.
No.
It would
I
be
do.
crazy.
He's
If
a good
he did.
player.
Crazy if you did.
I just have a
My
feeling the way
opinion.
it's going.
He was one of the guys I thought was going to jump up in the draft, not down.
Somebody call 911.
Saudi
Okay.
guys burning on the
My
My phone's
phone's
at
dance
down.
floor.
17%. I can't.
Oh,
Whoa, I got a cool her dance. It's breaking on the
Adam, see
dance
what I put up
on the
with?
dance floor.
Whoa.
Whoa,
Fire
That's
I
the
got
co-op
fire
playing
burning on the dance floor.
I do the bass tone.
Fire burning on the dance floor.
Well, Jacob,
Let's
I
get fun.
stopped watching
I got
after like
that
the
super
second pick.
thing.
Okay,
I stopped watching when I started watching the draft.
Oh yeah, because this
So
draft's
I
been hard
wasn't
to
hearing any
watch.
of this.
But we still have Henry. We still have Henry Bertowicz from London, Eric
Yeah, he's good,
Nelson
too.
from the Swedish U20
Oil
League,
Cup winners, like I
Blake Fiddler
predicted.
from the Edmonton Oil Kings, Milton Gustrin from the Modu Hockey Junior 20 leagues, Malcolm Spence from the Erie Otters, and we also still have Colin Porter, who's projected to go 21st overall from Arizona State.
So we got some good players still on
There's
the board.
actually still is quite
only
a few
3
good
picks
players.
left.
Okay, we have a report Lane wants to share with us. Lane, go ahead. The floor is
Well,
yours.
Matt Larkin from the Hockey News just tweeted out that, well, according to S. Elias Hockey's draft board. The Isles got 3 top 10 players with their picks: Schaefer, Eklund, and Atchison. So this might have been a really, depending how you look at it, this could have been a really good draft for the boys in the Islander boys.
Island boys. We gotta replace Matt Martin with someone, right?
Clearly.
Yeah, Dangus, that was the piece they're missing to win a Stanley Cup, Matt Martin.
Oh, 100%. Bro.
Yo, Matt Martin is an absolute beauty. Love.
Oh
Matt
yeah,
Martin.
I love him. He was your
You know,
DNA of that
absolutely.
team, right? That fourth
I got
line
loyalty
with
inside.
Martin, Clutterbuck, and Seachicks, what his name is. That was your DNA line.
He's a
And now-
Leafs legend. He was on the ice with Kasperi Kapanen and scored a double.
That's
OT
right. He
win
assisted
against
that goal.
Washington.
Yeah.
Well,
Jacob's
actually, you
been
know what?
hearing
I want to ask
Not
you
bad.
guys this: if Edmonton doesn't re-sign Kapanen, would you like to see him make a reunite in the?
Oh, 100%.
Yes,
100%.
plays
I would
top
give
line.
him
top line right away with Matty Nyes and Austin Matthews.
Oh,
I would
Bailey's
give
great.
him,
Oh,
I
Adam,
would
you
give
know who,
him
Adam,
1
you know who
year,
Bailey is?
1.5 mil.
Oh,
Wait, what
Ravensburg
did-
is gone. You know who Bailey is, right?
Wait, what did you say, Lane?
You know who Bailey is, the wrestler.
Yes, I do know who Bailey is.
Okay, good.
So
Just
good.
That
announced
was
the pick for the-
exciting.
Okay, the Sharks have drafted a goalie, Joshua Ravensburg.
That's a good
I'm not
pick.
surprised. He's a good goalie.
Now they've got 2 young goalies, and they're both supposed to be really good.
Well, it really opens the question is that, well, I guess Askarov would probably be like your number one guy.
Well,
I feel like.
100%. Yeah.
He's so good.
Well, he's supposed
like-
to be.
Well, yeah, I think he will be like
Oh, you
because
never know.
they won't keep. I think he'll start. Like I don't think he'll start, but he'll be in like the NHL next year because they're not keeping whoever they had at goalie this year anymore. So I wouldn't
Okay,
be
so this
surprised if
goalie
he
was
was
projected
starting.
to go anywhere from 24th to 63rd.
Hmm.
However, he was ranked by Central Scouting as the best goalie available in the draft. Daily face.
Holy cow, he's 6'5".
Which is what they're
Yeah, he's
looking
a
for in goalie.
monster.
6'5", 192 pounds.
Big
And
guy.
they
They're
got
looking
him
at-
in the Glenwyn and Cody Ceci trade. They got that pick. So
So in the WHL this year, he put up a 3.0 goals against average and a 901 save percentage. The year before, 907 goals save percentage, 2.46 goals against average, 6 shutouts. So you know what? A little bit of a digress, little bit going back from 23, 24, 24, 25. But this could be a nice sleeper pick, actually. He's big. From what I'm reading, he's got pretty good movement. Besides of Dustin Wolf, now most goalies are like 6'3" and bigger. Dustin Wolf is the
How
anomaly. in
tall is
Calgary.
Dustin Wolf?
Like
5'11", I
six-
think.
Six- He's like 5'11" or 6'1" at the tallest. Like he's
He's
small for an
5'?
NHL goalie.
Really? I think he looked bigger than that. Jeez.
No, he's not that big.
Well, clearly,
Lane left.
because Jacob just said he wasn't.
No, I didn't. I'm just turning up my fan because it's like a friggin' flipping.
I'm glad.
iceberg.
I'm surprised you guys haven't complained about the fact that my window is open and you can hear all of the rain come pouring down.
Oh, we
right
can't
outside
hear
my
it.
window.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
raining.
I'm
Dustin
good.
Wolf is
You
6
guys very
feet,
annoying.
166 pounds.
Wow.
It's not raining.
He was a
Hamilton,
7th
though.
round pick. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 7th round pick for the Calgary Flames.
Wow, what
And
deal
what a
that
year
was.
he had for Calgary. I still think he got robbed for Rookie of the Year.
Me too. I'm
Who
surprised.
got
Seymour,
it,
like,
Bo?
I
Nate
thought
Hudson,
Celebrini
great
was gonna
player.
get it.
Now,
But
people are
I don't
saying
think.
people are saying this is a mistake. I'm seeing a lot of people say this is a bad pick.
well,
Well,
I
it's 'cause
wouldn't have
Spence
picked
is still
it.
there.
I
Well,
wouldn't
it's
have
'cause they
picked it
also have
because Malcolm
Askarov.
Spence is there.
And
I
it's
think
because they
I
also
also
have
happened-
Askarov already. They have
That's
Askarov
I think what
already
happens
as
too
it
is teams are so saying this is who we're going to pick. They don't always look at who's still available.
So Los Angeles is picking next, and this pick to me is kind of interesting because this is the pick that LA just traded down for from Pittsburgh. So did LA predict that Spencer was going to get overlooked? It took the gamble and picked down, and will they pick Spence now? right?
Going to the comment section here.
Back to X here.
X.
Saying that this trade makes no sense when you already trade for another young stud in net. And again, this pick makes no sense. They just got Askarov last summer. It's the I don't know. I think part of it is though. Oh, and here we go. Igor Shesterkin. I know it's Igor Shesterkin talking. That's so been cool. You already have Askarov. Bruh. I don't know. I get it because with young goaltenders, you never know, right? And I think San Jose really does need a goalie. Like Georgiev's certainly not it.
Well,
yeah, but for all you know, he may end up sucking. I kind of understand bringing in another guy, but I wouldn't do it when Malcolm Spence. And I'm gonna keep talking about him. I'm gonna have a nightmare about Malcolm Spence like breaking.
I wouldn't waste the first round pick on it.
Jacob, is that all you're gonna see is Malcolm Spence in your dreams?
Yes.
Until he gets picked?
Probably.
But like, I feel like he's the best player available right now.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, yeah.
So I am curious to see, Dan. Maybe you're right. LA heard he was slipping down and felt they could trade down, get another pick in the second round, and still get him. So let's see.
Why
we
not?
also have Calgary with the 32nd overall pick.
Yeah. I think
What I
these two
wondered
teams
was
are picking.
Calgary still going to move Rasmus Anderson over these next couple of days because apparently he doesn't want to resign.
I could see that. But I would be interested to see what they get for him. Like
He's
what
a good
would be the
defenseman. He's still a
asking
year
price, I
term.
guess.
He's still got
So,
a year term,
what would
doesn't
be
he?
the asking price?
Aaron
Like,
Ekblad,
even with the-
cardboard cutout.
More than a cardboard cutout. I know that.
Well, pick is in. All right, we've almost hit the end.
I don't have the pick yet. It just says on the clock.
I know, Deaver.
Now,
I
what
have-
celebrity
I
is
have
it?
it. Henry
Henry versus Drew. Okay. You know what?
Okay.
That's a good pick.
That's
Yeah.
a good pick.
He's a
They
big,
picked Henry?
tough, mean defenseman. That's a good pick. He fits LA's style. I think he's probably
Replace Drew Doughty
away from
maybe in a
playing
couple
the
years.
NHL. Drew Doughty's going to retire soon. I think that's a really good pick, actually.
So do I.
Come
Well,
on,
Jacob,
Calgary.
he could also just Drew Doughty could end up just playing until he's 45.
London Knights,
Oh, well, that'd
baby.
be great.
You
If
never
anyone
really
could, it'd
know
be
with Drew
him.
Doughty.
Well, I think Drew Doughty, I mean, there's a good chance he still makes Team Canada for the Olympics coming up.
Oh, he
I
has
wouldn't
to.
be
Great in
surprised if he
Nations.
did.
Okay, no more trades. Let's just get this pick over with. Come on, boys.
Unless
Trade.
Toronto trades it so they can get Malcolm Spence.
I'm gonna trade Dan in a minute for sleep.
We
What
have a
is this
trade
one?
to announce.
Lane
I'm
wants
just gonna
Another trade?
I'm just gonna
Oh my
ask.
God.
No, there's not. No.
Oh, good. Dan is
I'm
just
gonna-
fucking with us.
I will
Yeah,
trade Dan
Good to know.
for a bag of Doritos, 3 caramel bars, and a bag of salt and vinegar chips.
That's all I'm
I don't like
worth.
salt
eh?
vinegar chips.
That's a
I
pretty
like
decent
some-
haul for Dan, you know.
I like
I
sour
like,
cream.
and I love salt and vinegar chips. So that means I love that. So it means I love you, Dan.
Yeah, I love you too.
Ah,
No
Wow.
homo. No.
a love affair before our eyes.
That's why, you know, half
A love
heart.
affair before our eyes.
Well,
Dan,
I met Dan
Dan
in
Moore.
Clinton. Dan was talking about,
dashing Lane Dashco.
I sent in a video. They were talking about me, and then I met him on the Jays game, and now I'm here on the Streakers Island podcast.
Whoa, pretty crazy.
Yeah, I was supposed to go to a Jays game, and then I felt like crap. So I'm like, Dan, invite
And
Lane.
then I was like, I don't want to watch the Leafs lose to Ottawa, even though they won. And I was like, I'm done with this team. I don't want to watch this.
Calgary,
this-
make your pick.
Traded.
Jacob, make the pick.
Oh, I
for
hit
them.
5 hours.
Malcolm Spence.
Oh, we
Sleepy.
did it!
Okay, Malcolm
Finally!
Spence. Let's go around the
No, I don't know. It's not in yet. I'm just saying. That's why I
Let's
think
go
they
around
should
the
pick.
room.
Jacob.
Let's go around the room. Malcolm Spence, yes or no? Dan, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Adam, yes.
Yes.
Honestly,
going
I think
no.
that's who they should pick, but they're not going to.
Jacob,
1,000
honestly, yes
times
or no?
yes.
No,
Malcolm
they're
Spence.
not.
My heart
going
is
to, even
set
though I
on
think
that
they should.
pick.
He's going to go to the second round.
Same. I don't think he's gonna make it outside the first. I don't think he's gonna make
Dan,
it.
my
man.
heart is set
no.
on Malcolm Spence. You
Me
know,
too.
My heart is set. My heart is
All
set.
right,
on
we gotta
Malcolm
do a
Spence.
drum roll for this.
I keep refreshing the page on Sportsnet. Look at Zach second comes
You
in.
know what? We
Where-
need some lovely hold music.
Hold music.
Elevator music.
Jacob, you got to set the mood.
Oh yeah, the NHL draft. It's almost over.
I'm
4
shocked
hours
we
and
still have over
30
30 people
minutes.
watching us right now. I'm not going to lie.
There's
Oh,
but
30
thank you.
people watching.
Thank you very
Oh,
much,
girl.
everyone, for sticking with us over 4.5 hours
If I
tonight.
could last 4 hours and 30 minutes with you, we'd probably watch the draft. Cause we'd have nothing. No, it'd be nothing better to do. Just me and you watching the NHL draft on Sportsnet. I don't know what else we
Go
would do in 4 hours and 30 minutes, but we'd be watching the draft. We'd be sitting here watching Gary Bettman get booed for 4 hours.
I didn't have
30
dinner.
minutes.
Jacob, you haven't ate?
I had lunch at like 4 o'clock.
This sounds like a
Okay, well,
Snoop
that's
Dogg
not
song.
lunch, Jacob. That is not even a snack. That is like an
sounds
early
like-
dinner.
Actually, it was
Where's
actually my breakfast.
Where's the part where Snoop Dogg's like, yeah, D-O-double-G?
Yeah, Snoop Dogg. La-di-da-di-da.
That sounds like a
It's the
Snoop
mother-
Dogg beat.
Double G.
Does.
It does.
See
That
me
actually
in the
does,
hood,
yeah.
man. You see me everywhere. Doesn't matter where we're going, man. These people don't even care. We just waiting for the pick, number 32. What the hell is Calgary gonna do? They
Oh.
probably go off the board. Like picking Nazem Kadri, captain like a metaphor. No idea truly what is even in store. How is this draft endured? So much time, so many flows. Feeding the Ducks is the name of that random beat, though.
My name is Dashko. Oh, what do you know?
Okay,
Where did it-
Calgary's still on the clock, by the way.
I'm disappointed Jacob didn't come up with a nickname for me before I came in here.
Yeah, good point.
He didn't. He's got to come
Yeah,
up with
Jacob,
one.
you're swipping. You're swipping, JMO. See, I came up with my own nickname.
Jacob, before next time you get me on here, you need to come up with a nickname for me. Like, Jacob's, oh, there you go. Dollar
Just pure blacks. Probably like, what am I watching? They've got
Adam Dog 47. Okay.
I think my brother who's in the room next to me, and my parents probably think, I don't know what's going on down here. up
That
here
comment
with
made me
in
laugh.
my room.
What? WTF? Yeah.
What's Steve? I am Steve. Yeah, I am Steve.
I don't know why I
Just
started calling
Steve.
Adam Steve.
I have
Like,
that as
yeah.
in my Instagram bio is that my name at work is Steve, and nobody has
Oh,
questioned it. at all.
just pure black has popped back in to say, "What the fudge?" I agree, bud. We've been on for a long time.
That's the first comment we've had in 3 hours. So that's
Yeah,
awesome.
no, that's not true. We've been getting stuff through the Streakers Gaming. No, sorry, Streakers on Podcast Gmail.
Ooh,
I've
Oh,
been
it's
reading
text
those
line.
off. That's the. I just call it the text line 'cause it sounds cooler.
Oh, okay.
All right, what's the
Jacob,
pick?
that's
Let's
just
go.
annoying. I
Calgary's
thought
still
people
on the
were
clock.
texting you.
Let's
thought people
go,
were
Lindy
texting
McDonald. Malcolm Fitz, come on.
Are we at 32? Are we out of
Yeah,
This is it.
that's
This
a lot.
is
Yeah,
it.
this is it.
This is
It's
it.
the
This is
final countdown.
Put it on the line.
No, it's lay it on the line.
Okay, sorry. Lay it on the line.
Damn, that was horrendous. That was
Now you know why Jacob's a singer. I'm not.
Well, Jacob's not a singer. He's just a rapper.
Stop talking
You know,
about
he claims to be a
what
singer.
you're
You'll
gonna do
just say,
tomorrow. It's already tomorrow.
okay.
Oh, Colin Potter. No, Malcolm
What?
Spence.
Really?
Colin
Oh my
Potter.
God.
I
I
mean, Colin
knew it.
This
Potter's
is
a good
already
player.
going downhill tonight. I wonder how it's going to go.
Whoa.
Guys. Good luck.
This was the pick from the Matthew Tkachuk trade.
Oh,
Now, mind you, Colin Porter was projected to go 21st, Arizona State, but he's only 5'10", 172, man. He's a small player.
he's a small cat.
I could easily beat him up.
No, you couldn't.
Wow.
Like a
Damn,
flake
that is
me.
just unnecessary.
Now, okay, mind you,
so-
USA U18 World Juniors did put up 8 points in 7 games. NCAA 22 points in 35 games. USA U18 team, he put up 8 points in 9 games. Good player. Very talented player.
Decent. You know.
However-
numbers.
I'm really surprised. I'm confused.
I'm
on
upset.
You're not
why
confused,
Malcolm
Jacob.
Spence
50,000
is
disrespect. Yeah.
on my neck.
Yeah.
No, but don't you? Like,
Zane knows what I'm talking about.
no, but actually, boys, like, you know, if we can try to be, let's try to.
Oh, now it's waning in here, Adam.
Be professional.
I
With your-
feel-
Adam, we got the Wayne that you got now.
But when I look
Oh,
at
okay,
Malcolm
well,
Spence,
Ray's left. Okay, sorry.
Now it's here.
Go ahead, Jake.
but when I look
Oh,
at
okay.
Malcolm Spence, like he's about to go to the University of Michigan or the NCAA. He had 73 points in 65 games, including 9 points in 9 playoff games. I don't understand why this kid wasn't picked. In the
I
World
told you the
Juniors
NCAA
U18
thing.
In
Is
the
it that
World
he's going
Juniors
to
U18,
university,
he had
maybe?
7 points in 7 games in 23-24. I don't get why this kid wasn't picked.
It's the
Everywhere
double
he's gone, he's been a top tier player. I don't understand this.
It's the NCAA thing. People are getting fed up with it.
Why? That's a good thing. He's getting 2 more years of development. You don't have to pay him.
I don't want 2 more years. I want them now.
You're not getting him now in a bottom first round pick, Dan.
Why not?
I wonder. There's got to be another issue at play here. Like there has to be. Like,
I don't
just
think he's injured or anything.
Could it be an attitude problem?
Maybe, but even
Like,
then,
I don't know.
that's
I'm not
something that
saying
we'll
it is.
find out.
Projected him out of the first round. Everyone thought he would get picked in the first round.
Well, clearly,
Some
this
people
is
had him
something
as high as
reporters would have
16,
saw.
and as low as 31.
This is something that we would have heard about by now, though. If he had an attitude issue, this would
That's
be something
true.
we would have
Yeah.
Because Erie wouldn't have kept him around if he had an attitude issue.
That's very true.
Well,
Like at this point, like he would have been bounced around more often.
4 hours and 40 minutes, boys.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise. Good
But-
we job, guys. I'm proud of you guys.
We
Thank you.
will.
Yeah,
Just
a lot
so
of applause.
Everyone
I didn't think we
knows
were going to
we
do
will
the full
still be
thing,
back.
so that's great.
We will be back probably for a pregame show for Saturday night CFL matchup. So, well, the CEO will still be at his trailer glamping or
I
camping.
won't be here
whatever he's
tomorrow,
doing.
just so you know.
Lane's drinking beer all day tomorrow. Apparently, I think he just said.
Wow. Nice.
Perfect.
Lane.
I'd love to see a drunk Lane on air. Let's go.
No. Anyways,
So it's gonna be you and Dan tomorrow?
probably.
That sounds entertaining as hell.
But thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Thank you, Adam, aka Steve, for joining us for the final leg.
Thank you. Great listener and fan of the show. Always is commenting, so thank you, bud.
You're
And of
welcome.
course, I'm the self-proclaimed sports analyst. We had Lane Dashing Dash Co. and Mr. More for Your Money, Adam W, aka Steve, on the show, aka Adam Dog 47. Until next time, I'm not going
AKA,
on
we're
long.
the best. Listen.
We will see you later. Poor Lane. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye bye.